Hi, everyone. I welcome in. I know, congratulations. That's so exciting. Two for the price of one. Let's go. Buy one, get one, baby. Congrats. That's so exciting. What the heck? Two for double the price. No, you're right. You're right. Buy one, get another one, but also buy that one. Hi, Juby.
Your WONDEFUL Mandi love.
Thank you so much for 26 months. You know what? I should probably lengthen the amount of time that the subscribe thing pops up because people say such nice things and then it's like, no. Oh my god. Are you guys ready for the second half? I think I'm ready for the second half. Feels like it's been forever. But we just hung out on Thursday, so not too bad. All right. Let me get in that chatting screen. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh my god. It feels like it's been forever, but that's only because I had a big weekend. I had so much I was doing this weekend, so I'm really happy that I'm done with it, but let's just say that one dentist appointment has turned into three, but my teeth are fine. I'm doing fine. It's just you just have a couple more bills than you thought that you would have before, but that's okay. It's better to get it taken care of now than to suffer later. But how are you guys doing? Welcome back. We are now going to be going on to the second half of our VTuber design critiques because there were so many submissions that I just had to break it up into two. Um, bills, yes. But my mouth tastes like medicine, and my sense of taste is a little stunted. Hi, nuts. All right. We're stretching. Oh boy. Oh my god. Fixing my bones. Get myself prepared. But I down. Thank you. Thank you. My goodness. Oh, hi, everybody. So many wonderful friends here today. Nuts. I went back and watched your 3D debut, and the art is so fucking good. Oh my god. Hi, Prickles. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Oh my god. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Welcome back, everyone. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my, it looks so good. I love Okay, all right. Can I have a moment to hold on? I get a moment to gush about nuts because I think it's a really good a really good time to talk about VTuber designs, but Nuts recently had a 3D debut, made everything himself. And the artistry involved, not only in terms of like modeling, animation, and texturing, but like theming was spectacular. And I know I'm biased because they're my friend, but I really love the take you have on the clown genre. Um having like this to me, it feels like futuristic clown asylum, and I think that's so incredibly unique and interesting, and then you put a bunch of flavor and texture into it, and I love it. It was great. Ay, 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 hello. Also, y'all, I might try to change noise suppression on my mic because it clips when I get squeaky and up. I might try that. I might try to fix that. But yeah, I went back and I loved all the animations. I love the color palette that you use. I love that your hydrate and stretch redeems are torturous for you. I don't know. Also, if you guys haven't already checked out Nuts, please do. I can't recommend. I have to wait 8 seconds before giving another shout out. Please, Twitch, I'm begging of you. All right, we're gonna wait next 5 seconds or whatever. Um, but please, if you want somebody who's incredibly funny and also incredibly wonderful at their art and is continuously making more, I recommend checking out Nuts. Yeah, I don't know why they're like you don't get to shout people out. Oh my gosh, the cringe is low this morning, guys. I guess it's not morning; it's afternoon for me. Um, Animating the hydrate was most fun for me. Yeah, just nothing like a little waterboarding every time somebody asks you to take a sip of water. Prickles, no, 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 now you're normal. Oh, geez, 1%. All right, let me go into the Discord. Make sure you get your normie badge. Oh, jeez. Oh, cheese. Enjoy being normal. It just makes me think of the, it makes me think of SpongeBob when he rounds himself off. He's like all round. He's like, hey, I'm normal. That's okay. I believe in you guys here. Let me see if it's for everybody. Maybe I can get through the cringe myself. 44%, that's rough. Yeah. I might take off my noise suppression. I don't know if it would I might have to do some recording so that I can like see if it makes literally any difference. But oh man, there's all the cringe. Noodle took it for themselves. What the fuck? I say hi. How are you? Like SpongeBob when he's normal all the time. Yeah. Oh my gosh, congratulations on being taking all the cringe from all the rest of us. But yeah, I didn't have a stream Friday. I didn't mention it in the Discord. I did mention it on Blue Sky. I forgot because I've been so busy. The past like 42 hours or 48 hours have been incredibly busy, but I've had a really good time. Um, but I went to a show on Friday night, and it was very good. I had a really good time. I went with a bunch of really good friends, and it was a good time. It was a good time. And yeah, there's so many things I would love to share about the things that I saw, but I would very much dox myself if I did. So I'm not gonna. Hi Zach, how are you? Welcome in. Adore you? No, you. Speaking of not doxing myself, I also met some really cool VTubing friends over the yesterday. I met up with some VTubing friends. It's very fun. Glad you had a good time. Thank you. Doxing hours, Lorelai. We should find Mall Prime. No, leave me alone. Um, Also, for those of you that are part of the Discord, I put out a little poll last week. We are actually one boost. So Discord has changed how the boosting system works. It's almost like a currency now. Um, and so we're actually one boost away from having our own Discord server like guild tag. So if you're interested in boosting the server and having a guild tag, please do. You get a custom role as a booster of the server. And of course, everyone will get to know that you've supported the server. Of course, you don't have to. I don't ever expect you guys to to pay anything if you don't want to, and you can't. I'm just mentioning it because I think that's really fun. I haven't really looked into those guild tags at all, but you know what to do. So the tag would probably be mall, yeah, because I think 4 letters is the max you can get. So it'd probably be mall. So you just have a little mall, and I don't know if you choose the little emblem next to it. Probably. I'd have to do some more looking into that, but a lot of you guys seemed interested in having your own little mall tag, so I think that'd be really fun, and it would let people know that you go to the mall often. Oh, Joby, wait a minute. Really? Oh my god. What? Thank you, Juby. What the fuck? Can I get an exclamation point hype for Juby? Thank you so much. Let me make sure you have that roll right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you, Doobie. What the fuck? Oh, thank you. Oh, that's that's so nice of you. Let me make sure that you have your booster roll. That's so nice. Actually, I wonder if it automatically gives it to you. Oh my, it does! You already have the roll. Congratulations. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. Let me make that right now, actually. Hold on. Wait, another boost. What the fuck? Who did that? Wait a minute. Who did that? Thank you. If anyone would like to join our oh my god, if anyone would like to join the Discord, I plan on doing some more game nights and some more watch-alongs. We watched through Smiling Friends season 1 just the other week. Oh my gosh, thank you. What the freak? Who did that? I'm gonna look. Who did that? What? Wait, hold on. That's the wrong roll. No! No, come back! Oh boy. Oh, jeepers. Where are you? Where are you? Oh my gosh. It says that I have an additional boost. Joby, did you boost twice? Oh god, Joby, thanks. Thank you so much. What? No, there's 9 boosts. Stop boosting the server. Stop boosting the server. I'm like, is there more people? It's just Joby. Oh, god damn. Oh my, thank you. Thank you. Let me, oh, god, jeez. Oh, jeez. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, oh my gosh. Thank you. Let me oh my god. Now we have a bunch of stuff. Oh, geez. I'm gonna have to look at this. Oh man. Well, I'm gonna have to look at this more. Hold on. Let me see if I can make that guild tag right now. Cheapers creepers. Where'd you get them peepers? Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. Where if I were the thing that I was just looking for, where would I be? Okay, escape. There we go. Oh my goodness. Boost perks. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Oh, oh, thank you. Okay. Eh, thank you so much for I did play myself. Thank you so much for boosting the server. What the heck? Oh my god. Okay, there's oh, okay, so we have just gotten oh my god, thank you. We've just gotten a server tag and enhanced role styles. Tony, thank you so much for subscribe oh, it's to Sin. Thank you so much for gifting us a sub to Sin. What the heck? Oh my gosh. All right, we are gonna enable that server tag. Juby, thank you so much for your 5 boosts. Jesus. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna retrieve it automatically boosts us up to level 2. So let me take this back. Let me get the server tag. Let me configure it. This is exciting. Oh, you do get to choose the little thing. Let's go. Enable server tag. It's gonna be mall. Yippee! That is 5 big boobs. Yeah, here. Damn, thank you so much. Wow, there's so many little I could choose my little badge. That's so cool. What the heck? Oh my god. There's a little skull. Oh my goodness. Just want to support my friends. That's so nice of you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. There's like I think I like the heart. Should we do a yellow heart? Do we like yellow or orange? Oh, but the colors are so cute. I like the pink. Oh, oh, so many choices. What the heck? I like the yellow. You like yellow? Okay, okay. Actually, I can choose a specific color. Oh, nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, you can customize the color, that's so cool. I was looking at the new Donkey Kong Bonanza game, and Pauline character design reminded me a bit of you. Aw, that's so kind of you, I love Pauline. Pauline's dope. Too bad there's no pretzel. I know, it'd be really cool if you could, make your own custom, like, badge, but alas, I'll adopt tag. Wonderful, alright, y'all, so the new tag is available, it is mall, currently has a yellow heart. Thank you so, so much. Um, we have, all sorts of things that I can get into later, not at this moment in time. But thank you so, so much again for your incredible kindness. That's oh my gosh. Thank you so much. There we go. Awesome. Okay, looks like there we go. Yeah, so it automatically assigns to, like, level 2. But the boosts are kind of like a currency, so you can choose where you want to allocate them. Hi, Buffy Chew, how are you? Hi, hi, hi. Yeah, yeah. Welcome, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much. Thank you again. It's so sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you. Today, we are going to get into the second half. Oops, my hair. We're getting We're gonna get the second half of our VTuber design critique. If you weren't able to participate this time around, don't worry. I'm more than happy to do another one of these, especially because I really enjoy getting to see more art, whether or not you were the one that was able to draw it. Um, however, for those of you that have made art and want to share art, our normal design critique or art critique rather, the form is available in the pinned comment, and I think because we had 2 critiques, throughout the middle of this month, I'm gonna have that be for the end of August. Um, so if you would like, feel free to submit there, and, I'll make sure that in the Discord and on Blue Sky, you'll know when that's happening. But welcome in, everybody. We have some fun art to get through. Let me change the lights, turn them on. There we go. Also, guys, I might have submitted an application for a new model. It won't be brand new like, it'll be new, but, like, it'll be another additional model. I still use this one, I'll still use this one. But, an artist that I really enjoy opened up their commissions, and it was a different style, and will have a different function. It'll be something new. But I'll still be using this model, so don't worry, this is the main model. I just it's gonna be fun. I don't wanna give too much away, I kinda wanna make it a surprise, but welcome in, everybody. Without further ado, should we get into it? Yeah? Let me get into it. Yeah? Our first individual, I already have them up on here because I'm professional streamer. This is Masquerade's character. And they are very clearly inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's, which I think is really fun. I really like to see people that are engaged in media and are making their own stories and characters around it. I mean, that's just that's like one of my favorite things about early internet, from when I was first getting on the internet. So I'm really excited that we have an opportunity to kinda look at something not only a little bit more, unique in terms of, like, the subject matter. I mean, it's not unique in terms of, like, Five Nights at Freddy's, but it's a unique take on Five Nights at Freddy's, and also, we haven't really had a lot of machinery in our, design critiques so far, so I'm really excited to see that there's some segmenting, there's machinery, um, and we have something a little bit different than what we've been seeing. Hi, welcome in. Back in my day, 2008 on the internet. Yeah, the swirls are really fun too. Let me get the how's the music volume? Is that good, guys? So I'm going to start off by saying that I really enjoy that this is a pose. It's a PNG model. So I really enjoy this pose. Masquerade provided an on and an off, but I thought this one was a really good start for us. And if you guys are at the last critique, one of the biggest things that I talked about was contrast, having a contrast of values, and having contrast of texture and light and all sorts of things. It just makes it easier to see most of the time. Um, and so I think, in terms of having like really dark line art, and having some, medium shade colors and some lighter colors, I think there is plenty of contrast in our colors. Um, and this is actually kind of unique in that we haven't really seen a lot of thick line art in any of our submissions so far. So, if you're interested in having something with a bit more thick line art, you might notice that here around the face, we're now being confronted with all of this thick line art meeting itself. We have a lot of detail here in the face, a lot of information is overlapping. And so the biggest thing, I think the pose is really big and open. We have like the arm out here to the side. We have these nice big ears. I think the silhouette is going to be super recognizable if you know who you're looking at. Let me show our silhouette real quick. So here's what our silhouette looks like. Very clean, clear silhouette. You can kind of tell that this is a mechanical character. You can tell that they're a rabbit, especially here. You have some accessory information with these whiskers. So it's a clean silhouette, a fun open pose. There's not really a lot of crossed wires in terms of pardon the pun, in terms of, like, seeing who this character is and getting a reading on them even without any of the information, any of the detail inside. Um However, with this big bold line art, we are now getting some, we're getting some mixed information here. Especially, we don't want the face to be obscured. That face is going to be how people connect to us. So, how are we going to solve that? And of course, I'm just being given raw art here, or rather, like baked together art. It's flat art. Um, so yeah, drawing with my fingers, so line weight is a pain. Absolutely, yeah. One thing I'm gonna do here, just as a small nitpick thing, is I'm gonna get rid of this tangent. This is so, so incredibly close. It's touching almost there. So I'm just gonna solve that by rotating the ear slightly away. So now we have a little bit more room there, and those ears aren't overlapping. But I love that we're getting a slightly different angle of the ear here. But my biggest focus is going to be how we can get the information around here a little cleaner. One of the things that I recommend is keeping your line art thicker on the outside and thinner on the inside. That's something that I do quite frequently in my art because I love line art. I really do. So as an example, let me pull up some of my art and point out some of the things that I do to make things read a little bit more legibly. I think a really good example will be our teller, which is also somewhat robotic, not quite the same way. So here you can see there's a lot of detail going on here. There's a lot happening here. And so I've made sure that the areas that separate objects from each other are the ones that have the dark and the thick line art. So you can see here the outside of the eyeball has maintained dark line art and thicker line art, whereas these details on the inside are thin line art and they've been colored. Coloring line art is definitely a style choice, so you don't have to if you don't want to. But another example here on the ears, we have this big, thick stroke here around the outside, and then on the inside, these details tend to be a little thinner. Maybe they have a little bit more pressure differentiation. Same thing here with the inside. You can see this really big stroke here all the way around, and then all these details here are thin and also colored in. So, having some variation in your line width, even if you're using something, this seems like a stable brush. There's not a lot of differentiation in pen pressure, which is also a style choice. It makes for a very graphic look, which I think is really fun. So having just a primary size and a secondary size. So for example, if your brush for these outer lines is set to something like 20 points, maybe your interior lines are something closer to 15 or 10 points, so that you can include a lot of detail without it being overwhelming to look at. I want a tablet so bad so I can get pen pressure. Absolutely, yeah. Tablets can be relatively expensive. I recommend looking into XP Pen and Huion. XP Pen and Huion have some affordable options, even for their tablets that are monitor tablets, like display tablets. Um, but even if you have a flat, desktop tablet without a monitor, like just a drawing tablet, those you can also achieve pen pressure with. You just have to get used to, like, drawing and not, like, looking at your pen while you're drawing, but it's once you get past that learning curve, it's relatively simple. So one of the things that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna focus on the face first, because that's where all of our overlap is happening. I have a really old Huion that I need to try and see if it still works. Absolutely. One of these days, I actually want to reach out to XP Pen or another company to see um, if I can do a tablet as like a giveaway for some sort. So we have like the top of the head, the top of the jaw, and like the we have the lower mandible and then the top of the head. So I'm gonna just try to go in here. Actually, let me see if I can't just take the glasses so that I can just paste them on later. There's a lot of really fun detail that we have here, but again, we are overlapping so much of this rich black thick line art that we're missing a lot of things, like the entire like muzzle of the face, is kind of missing, and oops. Um And I wanna make sure that we can see all that detail. There's a lot of care that was put here. I think also too, the stylistic choice of having these purple eyelashes, is a really cool choice. However, the purple eyelashes are now fighting for contrast against, that brown. They're almost the same value. Um, Let me make sure that I have it's kinda hard to tell where glasses begin and where they stop. I think that's all the so now you can see kinda where these glasses are. Let me copy those. I'll paste them on another layer and I'll turn them off. Um, so, if I take a mid-tone gray we did this in our last, critique, and I set this to color. See how close in value those eyelashes are to the brown, behind them? It would read a little bit better if either the marking around the eye were, a slightly different color, or if we put the marking someplace else so that those eyelashes could stand out more, or if our eyelashes were either lighter or darker. Um, this is a really handy tool if you're struggling with things having legibility, being able to be seen. You can see here that all the other values are pretty clear. It's just when we get to the almost arguably the most important part, we have a lot of things that are blending into each other. Not only in terms of like the overlap of line art, but now with our overlap of values. So let me address the one thing at a time. I'm getting carried away. So what I'm going to do here is my first solution. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna thin out some of the line art within these shapes. And don't worry, I have the glasses already selected. Hi, Inkspot, how are you? Hi, hi, hi. So I'm gonna start thinning out some of these areas. And even if you don't have pen pressure, just select a large stroke size, a large pen size, and a small pen size. Doing comic stuff? Let's go, let's go. So here I'm going in, I'm keeping the outer, thicker, and I'm thinning out the inner. And of course, you would wanna find a balance of how thin is, thin enough to not look, like it doesn't match the rest of the style. I'm gonna bring the nose out a little bit here too. Again, I don't want to, in these critiques, if you guys haven't seen a critique before, my aim is to give people feedback that feels encouraging and to, point out all of the things that are done well, and I also try really hard not to compromise the stylistic choices that I can see that artists have been making. Hi, Kaz, how are you? I'm gonna go in and recreate some of this detail. I'm your little butterfly. See, we have these whiskers here too. It's a little harder to tell. Welcome in. All right. I know that we have. I'm mostly just going to try to get rid of the glasses here. There we go. So I'm recreating some of this detail because again, I'm only being given raw assets pretty much, or rather flat assets. I'm just going in and again, my biggest goal here is, obviously right now I'm removing the glasses, but I'm also going in and where I can, I'm thinning out some of this detail so that I don't lose anything. I'm also going to bring this whisker in front here. There's a lot of things that the glasses are obscuring. So one of the things that I'm going to do after adjusting some of my line weight is I'm probably going to find ways to make my glasses look completely separate from all of the information we're receiving here on the face. So that is when I would recommend using colored line art, and not giving any line art to our glasses, especially because they're an accessory and we don't want them to swallow up the face that we're spending a lot of good time and energy into making. Um, so here you can see I am just restoring some of this detail, trying to make sure. And then you can see here there's a whisker here. The more that I'm pulling these glasses away, the more we can actually see. So the glasses are actually one of our biggest enemies here. But I really like their inclusion. Um, the color palette is another thing. Because I'm really just coming in here and restoring detail. My aim with this right now is to make this portion of the face less busy by varying my line sizes. Um, the contrast we saw is pretty good, except for here around these eyelashes, which we will address. But another thing is the color palette. I think the color palette's super successful. We talked about color palette a lot in our last session last week. But there is a yellow and purple complementary color scheme, which is less common. But I think it really, it works really well. Complementary colors are opposite to each other on the color wheel, which means they end up going together very well. Um, and a lot of characters from all sorts of franchises, whether it's like, Nintendo or, superhero media, or, there's a lot of stuff that you can pick out complementary color schemes. I have a blue orange color scheme with a bit more prominence of yellow. So yeah, it just helps with branding and recognizability and um but yeah, if you ever have a color palette that you enjoy, make sure that you take a look at some of the color theory behind it. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. So we have these lovely whiskers here that are also kind of getting in the way, but see now that we've gotten rid of the most of the glasses, you can see much more of the face here. Let me finish out this. Wonderful. We also have a character with dark sclera, meaning the eye white area is black, or it's another color. So sometimes that can also affect the legibility of a face, and that definitely seems to be why, or at least one of the reasons why Masquerade chose to make the eyelashes purple because the sclera was black. So obviously, when you look at art, whether it's your own or someone else's, it's really helpful to kind of see and try to understand why people make these design choices. Not just because you might have wanted to do it differently, but by seeing why somebody might have made that choice, you can think of more interesting and more um, insightful critique as well. If you're someone that's interested in learning, because art critiquing is a skill you develop um, over time, whether it's you receiving critique of your work or you offering critique to somebody. It's a really useful skill to have, and it just helps you also be a little bit more observant in terms of looking at and consuming art. So yeah, we can see, okay, so the eye having a dark sclera presented an issue, a problem to solve, which means the solution for this character was to have lighter eyelashes. So now, if the eyelashes need to change, what do we do about the sclera? So these are the questions that we ask ourselves while we're drawing. Um, Making art, whether it's drawing or making music or poetry, it's really just a series of questions that you ask yourself, and then solutions that you create. Okay, so here we have the face without the glasses, and already we can see the before and the after, we are obviously able to see a lot better this character's face. But I don't want to remove that aspect of their personality. I don't want to remove that. So I'm going to do a couple things here with all of this converging information. You can see here actually that they made the teeth slightly smaller in stroke size. So that's already, something that they've put into practice to make a little bit more contrast in the stroke size. We thinned this out a little bit. I'm gonna start also thinning out some other areas with little tapers just to kind of make it. Again, I'm not trying to compromise their style, just trying to pull attention away from certain things so that we can focus on the actual stuff. So right now, I'm going in and trying to re-establish thick outlines on the outside, thin outlines on the inner, just to make it a little easier for us to see detail. I'm not sure if it counts as sclera, if it's the stylistic holes in the head. A lot of Five Nights at Freddy's designs, that absolutely makes sense. Yeah, if it's meant to be a hole into the head with an eye here, then absolutely. I know that the animatronics tend to have an entire eyeball that is obviously in a shell, but the eyeballs do often include an eye white. Um, However, it just depends on, which which character, you might be referencing, if they have a complete eyeball at all, but even the endoskeletons have, like, an eye white, so, it just really honestly just depends whether it's a stylistic choice or it's a character choice. The best we can do is use what we've been given here by Masquerade and just use any of our art knowledge to help make it a little bit clearer without completely removing those choices that they made. And of course, there are choices that you can change, you can adjust to make something easier to read. Um, but for now, I'm going in and I'm thinning out some of these lines to be a little bit more consistent with the teeth, so that we can really understand which details are supposed to go where. Um, I'm not the artist, so I can't be sure. I just wonder if that's where they're going for. Absolutely, yeah. And I think with an animatronic like this, it could be either the color of the sclera is that, or it is meant to be read as a hole in the shell. Absolutely. It makes me think of Ghost in the Shell. Okay, so already we can see here, I'm gonna show the before and the after. Before, after. You can see where I've been thinning this line art here, leaving it thick on the outside where large shapes are overlapping, and thinning it out here around the face where we have a lot of overlapping details. Before, after. One of the things I might do as well, the whiskers over here are pointing more down than these, so I'm probably gonna get these pointed as well. I might even suggest that we make those colored whiskers so that they are not competing with all of our other heavy black line art. Let's see. When you said in the shell, I was thinking of Ghost in the Shell too, yeah. Just that makes the shapes a lot easier to read. Yeah, it's really simple stuff. This isn't any knock on anyone's skill either. It really does just come down to what you're after, right? And if you're using this as a model, so as like a VTubing model, whether it's PNG or otherwise, if you can make something as clear as possible for people to see your face, of your character, whether it's for character design for media or a character design for a model, the face is going to be one of the most important things. You want people to see the eyes. And of course, that's not always the case because some characters don't have eyes at all. But in circumstances like this, where our character is meant to represent us and we need to show at least some expression, especially as a static PNG, having our face be as legible as possible is going to be very important to people feeling connected to us. Um, and obviously too, like people can see this and be like, oh, I really enjoy Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm already invested. I'm already interested. But with having all of this going on over top, in combination with a bunch of thick lines, it just makes it more difficult for us to see you underneath all of that detail. So here, I'm just removing the whiskers, and I'm going to go back in with probably white, just to pull them away from the
I
rest.
thought mannequins were supposed to sit up straight.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Papa, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm gonna go in, and of course, the white whiskers might not stand out as much against these warm caramel colors. However, they might not need to. So I'm putting these on a different layer, and I'm just going to. They're not competing as much for attention here. We're gonna keep those angled down. I put these on another layer so that I could. And again, we can also, since they're on another layer, we can always change that as well. It makes it hard it makes it hard to see you. All I could think about is, "Where are you?" Yeah. And I'll go back in, and maybe have, like, the base be, dark so we can see where the whiskers are connecting, but we're not seeing too much of the whisker. And again, this is something where, like, if it disappears too much and it's competing too much, we can also adjust either the color of the whisker or the color of the base underneath. But this is us just trying things. This is us experimenting. and trying to find solutions to the questions we're asking ourselves. Oh, I can't see this very well. How would I fix that? Oh, I could do this, I could do this, or I could do this. Okay. And then, one question at a time, and just take a look at it. And this is why I also recommend that you um show your art to others because people will have feedback that you might not have been able to see yourself. And by having that feedback, you get somebody else's interpretation. You get their, you can see your art through someone else's lens. Maybe somebody has a bit difficulty seeing a different color. Hi, Dre, how are you? So I'm gonna actually try to take the silver color from the interior, and I'm gonna get those to be that. And I'm going to, so now we have this silvery, and maybe the base is a bit darker. I'm not trying to do too many gradients. There isn't any gradient in this art already. Um, but I'm just trying to see if we can't come up with some solutions so we can kind of see them now. Maybe it's something where we, darken up the bottom. Really just we're trying to make sure that they're visible, but they're not pulling away from the rest. They're overlapping, but they're not dominating. Um, they're visible on their own, but they're not pulling away. So here we now have, let me put a group together. We have our before and our after. You can already see a lot more of what's going on right here in the middle. I'm gonna go in quickly and I'm gonna start coloring some of these lines. Again, line coloring is something that is a stylistic choice, of course, but it is just one of many tools that you can use to help make something a little bit more legible. There are other ways to do this, of course. One of the easiest, one of the simplest. I'm gonna just try to make some of this a little bit more so we can see that muzzle shape just a smidge. Ah, there we go. But line coloring, if you are using line art at all, coloring your line art is one of the easiest ways to make sure that you can take away some of the conflicting shapes without having to remove detail. You're just making some details stand out more than others. So some of the areas that I'm going to focus on are um, where our details are overlapping with like the exterior of the shape. Just like we did thick line art on the outside, line art on the inside, we're going to do the same thing in terms of coloring line art on the inside and leaving it dark or our base color on the outside of things. So this shape here, I'm going to see if I can't do something like this gray color that matches pretty closely to the gray up here. So now the segment between the teeth is just not even competing with our other shapes. It feels like one unit, but you're allowed to have that detail there. Just about to say that. Yeah, yeah. Same gray here. It's not competing. It reads as a pair of teeth because we have this detail, but it's not competing anymore with the things around it. This shape as well is overlapping a couple things, so I'm going to just go here. It's a little bit easier when you are using line art. One of the easiest ways that I've found is if your line art's on another layer, um, just make a clipping mask on top of it, um, and color the clipping mask when you're coloring your line art. So I'm gonna just choose a slightly darker version of of my color, and I am going to just come back in here, and it's a little bit different for me because I am drawing over flattened art. Um, I finally got Fatal Fury City of the Wolves just in time for Street Fighter. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. So here now, let me just clean up a little bit of the transition point. So now we can still see that this is a bunny muzzle and we can still get that detail of the separation there. However, now that it's more of this creamy beige color, that is one less dark piece of line art that's competing with our glasses. Thank you. So see how our glasses are now standing out a bit more from everything else because we still have that detail. And here is the before, after, before, after. Really just trying to make sure that the center of our face is legible, that we are making sure that the details that we really want to see are either not overlapping other important details or we're doing other things, we're taking other things from our toolbox to make things more legible. The this since this is a an animated PNG where they have a mouth open and a mouth closed, I definitely think having the distinguishing layer between the mandible, the top of the head and the mandible is going to be important. Um, so I don't wanna do too much with this line. It will be separating 2 very important pieces. So making sure that some of these important things are still separated will, we need to make sure that we do that. However, um, I like I said, I smoothed out some detail here, so that's another tool. So not only do we color some of our line art, but okay, I've smoothed this piece here where it was a bit wobbly. We're not getting rid of the design choice to have the brown splotches on the eyes, but I have made it a little bit smoother so that we can make out the bridge of a nose. Um, and we're just making conscious decisions to smooth things out in efforts to make it easier, so that all of our highly detailed work is easier to see. We don't want to make it so that we have to compromise details just because I don't want people to have to sacrifice the intentional detail they're making. So we're putting more detail in some places and removing it from others so that we can keep those awesome ideas. Also commonly stylistic of, Five Nights at Freddy animatronics due to how they're built. I have Five Nights at Freddy's Tism, currently, wearing an Into the Pit shirt. Yeah, absolutely, and I love the feedback. I know that, the I have a less experience with Five Nights at Freddy's, but enough to know that I do know that the animatronics will sometimes have a colored shape here as well around the eyes, for added contrast. So I'm going to go around here and I'm gonna make this shape follow more of like an eye socket area. Really follow the eyebrow down here to the cheek. All right. And so the next thing is we have this dark eye socket or sclera. I'm gonna just thin out the bottom of the eye a little bit more so that we can keep the attention on those really big and bold eyelashes. And again, our purple is a little bit of a contrast problem. The value is very similar to the brown that's behind it. So we have three shades here: a pale shade, a slightly darker shade, and a much darker shade of this creamy brown color. So, if we don't want to remove the brown from here, um, it might mean that we have to either lighten it or the eyelashes or darken the eyelashes or, vice versa. Oh, not at all, yikes. I'm happy for the input. I'm happy for more context. So one of the things that we could do is we could make these shapes the light creamy color and introduce the brown in other places. So, for example, and again, uh, I don't want to do too much to the original design. These things are choices that were made intentionally. But immediately upon changing that color to the cream, see how much the eye stands out. Here's our. Let me go back here. Here's our after, before, after. Of course, now we're missing some more of that brown. There might be other areas that we could incorporate it in. Um, and of course, this might be too pale for someone's liking. But if the eyelashes are something that we're keeping, how can we make sure that they're more visible before, after? On the opposite end, let me uh, keep them back how they were. If we wanted to make the eyelashes lighter, we definitely could. My recommendation to get the best of both worlds would be to have dark eyelashes, but incorporate the purple in a different spot. So, one moment while I so now we have these dark lashes, and you can kind of tell, uh-oh, now our eyebrow is a problem. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose a slightly darker shade of our brown, as if I were coloring that line art, around something that is in that brown color. And now I'm gonna take the black and put that over the eyelashes. Now we can see our eyelashes. We can see our eyes. And now we have the issue of, okay, the sclera is either very dark or it's a hole into the machinery. So we have a couple things that we could do to address that. We could either give this character a lighter sclera, like some of the other Five Nights at Freddy's characters. You know, they do have an eyeball underneath there. Um, and we could redefine that shape, or we could choose a different color, or we could just choose a lighter shade of like a charcoal, so that we still have differentiation against pure black, but it still looks like it's inset. So here you can kind of see that we have, we have an eye weight idea here. Let me try something else. I'm gonna use a deep gray, really, really dark gray. I could even choose a really dark purple, actually. So we're not getting rid of that purple. There we go. So now we're incorporating that purple again, but we're not getting rid of that very intentionally dark part of the eye. And it's different enough that we can tell it apart from our eyelashes, but it's not so different that that we're we're getting away from the original intention. So let me go and clean that up a smudge. So now with this dark purple, we're incorporating that purple color again, but we can still see where the eye starts and stops. There we go. And there's still enough differentiation. Do it on this other eye here as well. We're missing some of this eye here just because of the, being obscured by bangs, but you can still see the eye here. And actually, this eye would be looking a little bit more toward us, so we'd see actually more of the edge um of the iris than we would see eye white. So let me. Yes.
Hydrate or die straight, loser.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we have our before and our after. We can really see the entire outline of this eye before, after. And one of the final things that I'll try is I'm going to address the glasses only, and I'm going to avoid using black on our glasses so that we don't end up confusing the glasses for the rest of the face. So I'm just going to take, let's see, hold on. I'm going to take this nice color here, and I'm going to take maybe like a darker, cooler purple, and I'm just going to right there. Okay. Gonna take this, just making sure. And I'm gonna set these to something like, actually, hold on. Merge that together. And I'm gonna treat them like maybe like this. There we go. And you might be saying, Mandy, now I can't see shit. Well, don't worry. Don't worry. We're gonna fix this. One problem at a time. Let me make the head a little bit and make everything a little bit lighter. There we go. So now we have a contrast problem with this. I'm going to make an additional layer, and I'm going to go in with shades of purple, and I'm going to pull out the only the rims of the glasses. So we have like a darker side here. Treat them almost as if they're like molded out of one piece of material, pretty much. There we go. We're getting detail just where we need it. Here, here, here. Wonderful. And now I'm going to come in with a really fun magenta highlight, and we're going to catch those edges. Really make it look like these are like made out of like acrylic or something. Just trying to catch those edges. And then for these pieces here, I'll probably go for that gray that we were using earlier. Let me put this back. Oops. There we go. I'm gonna grab this gray, and I'm going to now treat it like a different material. these aren't the best solutions by any means. They aren't the only solutions either. I recommend seeing what works best for your style and for you. Um, because these might not be choices that you would make. These might not be the best choices ever, especially because, this is just my interpretation of something. Um, however, I definitely recommend seeing what works and what doesn't, and what you like and what you don't. Just giving yourself more options. So here I'm treating this like these are like metal rims, so to speak. Um, Cleaning this up a little bit. There we go. There we got these metal, and now we have these glasses here with metal arms, and now the glasses stand out. And of course, there's more we can do here to make our glasses stand out. Maybe there's like a bit more highlight in certain areas, but we just don't want them to take over the entire face. Maybe there's a little bit of this pinky purple under here, just to kind of separate it from some of the darker values. Um, we're really just trying to make sure that these glasses stand out. Again, they look pretty stylistically different now as well. They're pretty far from the original style. But this is just one option. Just trying to make sure that these are different. Maybe they have the black line art again, but it's just significantly thinner. It really just depends on what you're after, and what speaks to you, what doesn't. But our main goal is to just make sure that these glasses don't completely take over the face, like they were doing before. So here I'm going back in with that line art just to see if we can't make this look a little bit closer to the original style. Something like this. But now the line art is significantly thinner, really, really quick. Something like that. There we go. Here's all the glasses in total, all together. Here is our before and after. Again, I'm really not aiming to change somebody's style or the intentional choices that they've made. We're just trying to make things a little bit easier to see. And of course, having the ability to turn your glasses off would also be really handy. Maybe having this be a toggle of some sort, so you're not always limited to having the glasses on or off. Um, but yeah, there's just a little bit more space here. Of course, another solution would be that you can still see the black line art through here. So I could always go in, and this is part of their original as well, where the line art was a slightly different color. And maybe we just lighten that line art inside, um, you know, just to make it read a little better. So instead of it being a darker purple, maybe that's where we bring that lighter purple in, like here. There we go. Same here, like that. I'm doing this manually. Of course, this would be something that would probably just happen from a blending mode, depending on what blending mode you're using for these glasses. I believe I used multiply, but yeah, you have creative liberty to change up. There we go. To change up as much or as little of the art underneath as you'd like. You just have to make those choices based on what you like. So yeah, there we go. So now we can see much more of that face. Before, after. Just makes these glasses a little bit more separated from the rest of the face. And of course, you could go back in and do more of that with other things on the model. I don't want to spend too much time, too much more time, but things like, going through here, making this thinner, making this a darker gray instead, and really just separating these from each other. Hello! Yeah, the animatronics are trying to riz. All right, going in here, choosing this color. Again, coloring line art and thinning it out at the same time, just to make sure that these details um, stand out a bit more and a bit less depending on where they're at. We have some coloring we can do here, something like this. Again, just depends on what you like. Doesn't have to look like this, doesn't have to be these colors, doesn't have to be this style, but some things just help with legibility. So now we can see that there's a separation, but the outside of the ears definitely read a little bit differently than the inside. There we go. So yeah, here is our before, after. We're really just making sure that the outside of the shape is what we're seeing more of. Whoops. There we go. Hello? There we go. Really simple changes, really small changes can make so much of a difference. We're going to grab this color again. And now this will also help separate the ears from the head. They'll keep the head from looking like it's a continuation of the ears and vice versa. Really just helps us um, see where things start and where they stop. We're just replacing this black with brown. And this is something you can do, you know, with or without pen pressure. This is really just, there we go. Here we go. Inside details thinner and colored if you want them to be. But yeah, when you have so many lines, especially on a robotic character, it really does make the difference to push those details back. Especially here where there's a lot of overlapping detail in the hands. So we want our fingers to read separate from each other. But we want the details inside to be separate. Gonna just do this. Hello, welcome in. Okay, so I'm really not gonna spend too much more time. I just want to make sure that I get the point across. Here I'm going in and finding where there is detail. And I'm thinning it out and coloring it. It's really important, especially with a character that has a robotic components, or in this case, is actually just a robot. Um, it's very important to make sure that your line art doesn't get too overwhelming, or else you just won't be able to see what's happening. So now we have a little bit more distinction as to where our fingers are starting and stopping. We're still including the detail of having these segments, but we are making the fingers themselves take priority over the details inside. Gonna go in and color these lines. Yeah, I think having a robotic character is super tricky for multiple reasons, but especially because you want to include these wonderful details. You want to make sure that it reads as a character that is segmented and assembled, but you don't want to have so much detail that you end up making it very difficult to read and understand. So we don't want to lose the details. We just don't want them to overwhelm. I could probably make this a little darker. Whoops. Grab this. Whoop. Oh, I know. I just wanted my selected part. Ah, jeepers. There we go. So here again, take a look. While we are at the ads, I did some work coloring some of the line art really quickly here in the arm and the ears. So here is our before and after. See how much the separation between the forearm and the back arm is highlighted by having these lines filled in a different color and thinned out? Before, after. Anyway, we're just trying to make sure that we're calling attention to the silhouettes of shapes, um, and keeping the details pushed back. Um, so yeah, and again, these are just some solutions. They're not the only solutions. Let me get this separated into the before and after, and we'll move on to the next one. Okay, I just wanna, there we go. And thank you, Masquerade, for your submission. Thank you, Tony. Also, happy birthday, Tony. All right, I'm stretching my shoulder blades. Make sure if you guys are drawing that you're stretching your wrists. Thank you. All right, all right. Ugh. There we go. All right. So yeah, so biggest takeaway for this one, you can see it already before and after, just contrast, adjusting our contrast. And contrast doesn't have to just mean value, meaning how light or dark something is, but having a contrast of shape, having a contrast of size, having a contrast of a pattern versus smooth. Art is all about contrast. And yeah, so this is just some examples, and again, these aren't the only solutions. They're just some. But I hope through talking about these things, you can get some ideas on ways that you can make your art a little bit easier to see and a little bit more legible. Next up, we're going in alphabetical order. So for any of you that are waiting for your characters to be talked about, I'm just going in alphabetical order. So next up, we have Neo. Neo is a good pal of mine, and Neo actually submitted some clown adopts that they've been working on, and it looks like they're themed after these emoji trios, which I think is very cute. So I'll choose one of them, and of course, we're only getting some of the base sketches for these. We're not getting any color intentions. We're not getting much other than silhouette and some shape language. So I think let's see, we also have these really fun poses. I am going to talk about the one on the right here. Um, well, yes. Oh, if one of them is finished, I'd love to see it. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh-wee. All right. And while we do that, I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. I've got water. Very adventurous of me. We have, let's see how many more we have today. We have, I believe, 13 total. We covered 14 or 15 of them last time. Let me see what we have. Oh, yeah, we have Neo, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we had 13 today. But yeah, feel free to DM that whenever you want. So yeah, I'll talk about the sketches while we're here. I love these poses that they're in. You kind of get a sense of this character's personality. Just in terms of character design, if you're doing something like a posed model or a posed PNG, finding something that you fit into
Remember
your
to drink some water,
thank
Mandy.
you. Something that fits into your, let's assume that these would be like final models, basically. These characters are all in fun seated positions, which means that they could sit on a piece of an overlay. Makes it a little bit more engaging than some of the standing models, but there's nothing wrong with a standing model either. I mean, my model is standing. I mean, look at my model's standing, so there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're interested in something that, like exploring something like a posed model or a PNG, this is a really fun way to give them a little bit more personality and also like put them more integrated into the overlay that they're sitting in. Um, this pose is really fun. We have this big coat here, this plush coat that offers a little bit of like, and this little pose here just kind of gives shyness that they're really they're posed, they're fun, they're feeling themselves, but there's like this little kind of demure shyness that's happening. This is a very sweet little delicate, very proper little pose for this sunflower pinata character. And then this one is more of a little bit more reserved as well, maybe a little bit more mysterious. We have a witch character, a celestial kind of character. Um, so yeah, I really love these. These all offer a lot of personality. A double hydrate, thank you. Yeah, they all offer a lot of personality. They have really fun silhouettes. Um, let me see here. Oh yeah. Oh, cute. All right, so Neo has sent along. Let me copy image. Thank you, Neo. So this is the center, the diamond clover and party popper. Oh, Photoshop. Oh, oh, so big. Okay, hold on. Put you in the middle. Look at how big. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, so now we have this character in the center. Perfect. And let me copy the original, lock the bottom version, and I'm going to take this. I'm gonna take your background. Also, if you've ever wondered why people use a gray background, um, a mid-tone gray, oops, mid-tone gray, oh my god, is one of the easiest ways for you to see not only your colors better, but your contrast better. Okay, just making sure. There we go. All right. So now we have this art. Um Sorry, that's okay. I really like this one too. Um Shrink perhaps, then maybe we could be friends. Yeah, came in very large. So now we have all this color information. We have more finalized art. The pose still stands. There's a very delicate color palette about this character. Um, Everything's very soft and a little shy. And having the diamond element it kind of manifests here in this coat. Also the necklace here, a little bit in this the confetti, which is I suppose you have the heart is the new version, but the confetti cannon that used to be there, or the party popper, kind of looks like these freckles here. Um, but yeah, this character is very soft and sweet. We have a lot of contrast here around the face, so we can see the eyes, we can see the nose, we can see the mouth. And if you guys are, are remembering the color palette, not only is the color palette coming from these emojis up here, but pink and green are actually complementary. It's red and green on the color wheel. They're complementary. So by having them be pastel green and pastel, red, which is pink, we are still adhering now to a simple complementary color scheme. So one of the things that I would love would be to add just a bit more, and this is something too. Neo has a very simplistic style, which is really strong. Neo is already accustomed to putting detail only where detail really needs to go, and that's just part of their art style. So they already have a really good grasp of adding some darker elements in certain places to make any detail happen. Because depending on how simple the art is, uh, some of those doodle line work elements might be necessary to show that there's detail there at all. So again, this is coming in play with like a style that is very intentional. So here, I'm just going to go in and make some of these things either darker or lighter to make them a little bit cleaner or clearer as to where things start and stop. But you can already see that some of that's already coming into play with this dark green line art. It's separating the leg and the boots a little bit more from each other. We have some really subtle gradient happening here, which is very fun. Hi, Jeannie. How are you? So yeah, this is I think really beautiful, and I think there's just small things we can do to further separate some of our large shapes. But I think if I were receiving this adopt, I would be very pleased. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to choose a slightly darker version of this pastel blue. I'm going to go for something that's a little bit more of a like a gray blue, and I'm just going to push back the areas that are on the inside so that our character, the front of the coat and the back of the coat, are further separated from each other, and our character, who is very pale and pastel, is also pushed forward into priority. Neo also uses a lot of texture as well. It's kind of harder to see, but you can see here there's some halftone, some screen tone, and other things being utilized to give this character a little bit of separation and some interest in a way that's very stylistically simple. So, the outside here has almost like a cloud effect, and the inside has this texture, which kind of implies to me something like the how a jacket might have that jersey material, but of course it's just detailed enough that it's kind of left up to your interpretation. So now the interior is this striking darker blue color, and I might come back in and soften its transition. I'm gonna use a halftone just like Neo. Just oops, my halftone's a little bit bigger and chunkier. So start let me make it big and maybe make it small. Nah. I'll probably actually I'm gonna imitate the halftone with just like a more textured brush here. So I'm gonna go in, yeah, that's close enough. And I'm gonna soften that transition from the dark to the light, so it doesn't look so abrupt. There aren't really very many areas of Neo's model here, the art here, that have abrupt change. So I'm trying to soften that just a smudge more, so it's not reading so harsh, but it's still giving us the result that we're after. I'm gonna choose this color now and just kind of there we go. So now we can see the dark is hugging the character. Here is our before and after. So really we're pushing the character forward and we're separating the inside of the jacket versus the outside. If you wanted to add a punchy color on the inside as well, you could, but I think that would take us away from the soft pillowy effect of this jacket. So I don't want to interrupt that too much. Um, Another thing here, we can find areas of the pink where it's overlapping with itself, and we could create a slightly darker version of this pink to really separate some of those. So let me go in here, and I am either we could either approach it with the same effect that Neo did here for the legs, where we have like a darker line art, which you can still see is present here. Um, but we don't want to compromise the vibe of, to me, this fabric almost feels like it's like a plasticky holographic fabric. So I don't want to change it so much that we're getting rid of that effect, but I think we could keep that dark outline to just the outside of our lovely pink outfit here, and leave all of the detail inside, so it still gives the effect of being a transparent or translucent material. Uh, I see you know your judo well. Yeah, Neo has lovely art. I'm gonna just color in that inside here, and I'm sticking to just the exterior of this skirt or these little shorts, whatever they are. Just sticking to the exterior of where it meets the body, but I'm making sure that the interior lines remain light, so that we're still being given that transparent, plasticky kind of look. And I'll do the same up here, and I see here that these pale straps are different. So I'm not going to do too much to affect that. I'm gonna probably go in like this. And I might darken the entirety of the strap up here. I guess that's really just your own preference, your own taste. But it's just offering us another area of contrast that is staying true to the style of what Neo has already done. So now here is our before and our after. Before, after. We can see a little bit better where the fabric here meets the boot, but we're still trying to maintain the vibe of what Neo was going for. Um, and keeping certain things soft. So here we have the ruff that is overlapping. I might continue with this lovely dark green where the chin goes here, just so we have a clear distinction of chin, ruff, and then the rest of the body. Which we could go back in if we wanted to incorporate a little bit more of this darker color, just in some of these areas like this. Again, we want it to look soft and pillowy. We don't want to take away from that intentional softness. Neo has a very gentle style. Not only gentle to look at, but like the features are very sweet, and that's all with intent. So I don't want to erase that intent. I don't want to compromise that intent. But we're just creating a little bit more separation before and after, and also being very specific with where the line art goes. Um, you know, a line art, there's areas here that's just color, and that's Neo's choice, which makes these details feel more delicate. Um, and we're only putting it kind like where it might need to go, just to further push things apart from each other. Love multicolor line. Absolutely, yeah. Having just a little bit more darkness where a very light area meets another light area, will make it so that you don't have to add too much of any of these really dark values. That I don't want to remove the softness as well. So here is our after, before, after. We're just making it a little easier to tell where things are starting and stopping. Um, Without, again, getting rid of that delicate nature. This character has a lot of very delicate visual information. Same thing here. Maybe we have the outside delegated to this pink color, but we're only keeping it on the outside. We are not interrupting that same vibe that we have here. We want to make sure that we're keeping it soft, only hitting it where it needs to go. And again, this is there's a lot of stylistic choices. So you might not want or like that, and that's absolutely okay. You do not have to do that. But by incorporating stuff like this, we are just making it a little easier to see without compromising our colors. Being a lower costed up, how do you feel about the simple look? Should it be pushed more? No. If these adopts are meant to be fun, like you're just trying to explore a design prompt, so these emojis, for example, um, I don't think you need to push too much um, in the direction of like fully rendering and like doing a lot of really complicated line art. Like this is just supposed to be fun and also to give somebody the opportunity to adopt this character. As long as as long as the person that's adopting it is completely happy, which I mean, they are bidding for this, they are trying to adopt this design. I don't think you should. I don't think you need to do any more, especially too if it's a lower cost and if it's just meant to be like a fun style experiment too. It'd be different if you were like selling an entire like model design, for example. Like you put in the time and the energy to make like a full ref sheet with like expressions. Like people know what they're going for when you advertise your adopt, you know? Maybe these are something where you're like, yeah, you know what, 15, 25, $30, you know, uh, depending on whatever range you like. You know, it really just depends on how much time they take you. So if something like this took you like an hour to make, from start to finish, and you say, you know what, my hour is worth $25, then, then do whatever is best for you. And the people that adopt these will be able to use this design to commission more art, or if they want to model out of it, whatever they want to use it for. But I think that this is perfectly lovely for an adopt. I think the adopt should be as much for you as it is for whoever's buying it. Hi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, I'm your little butterfly. Hi. Yeah, lovely. So yeah. The plan is to bid then with one illustration, one icon, and one PSD model art file. Ooh, that's fun. So is this just sort of like a concept? Where they bid for the design and then you make the other materials. That's fun. I like that. I like that. So you're kind of like it's kind of like getting someone's interest, and then fleshing it out after they're already interested. I like that. If that's what you're meaning. Um, okay. So everything's nice and soft here. We have differentiation now between our large shapes. Yeah, it's all just concepts. Lovely. Yeah. So this is basically just giving someone a proof of concept. I think this is perfectly fine. Especially too, it really will just come down to how you're advertising it. So if you're like, okay, this is the concept, and by adopting this, you are purchasing like all of these things as us working together in the future, then yeah, welcome in. Saw you on my Twitch page and joined. The first thing I hear is nostalgic phone tone. Oh, thank you so much. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Um, this I think is perfectly fine. Here is the before, the after. You can really see we didn't really change too much. Welcome in. We didn't change too much. We really were just making small adjustments to make sure that some of our soft areas that meet with each other can stay soft. Again, adding a little bit of darkness back here, bringing our character's silhouette forward, and then using some of this darker pink line art to just make sure that our large shapes are separate from each other. Before, after. If you wanted to push this design, more than this, then I would, integrate a little bit more pink into the character. Um, so one place I would do that, and again, this character is very intentionally very green. I think it plays very nicely with the clover. So I don't want to do too much. But I might do maybe the nose here in pink. Since the nose is the center of the face, here is before, after. It kind of pushes the nose away from other features on the face, so it reads as a separate thing. And now we're bringing this pink up with us. Before, after. And again, too, if you want to keep the rest of it nice and soft, and you don't want to pull too much away from keeping the face very gentle, you could add other areas of pink, maybe like just like a subtle like stain to the lips here. You could incorporate it here in the eyeshadow, things that are separate. However, if you don't want the face to be too high contrast, that is really simply just your own choice. We're just bringing the outfit up into the face without getting too crazy with it. Um, I like how, one of the things that I see you do is you'll have like these big circular blush areas, so you could also do that here. But that I feel is just a bit much. Um, Another area that we could investigate adding more pink is areas around where these ears are getting lost in our hair. So maybe it's something where the underside of the hair, instead of being green, is like that pink color. So now we can kind of, you know, or, maybe the tips of the hair, have been stained pink. Let me do a clipping mask actually. So that the ear is now a little bit, separated. And again, the one thing about these being, complementary colors is that, having them go from one shade to the next can get a little muddy, so we wanna be a little careful with that. Um, this again is not, this is all just these are all just us playing around, but now our ear really sticks out. Again, this might be too much pink. This might not be something that you want to incorporate. Totally fine. I'm just making sure, the first design that we went over, we talked about, asking ourselves a series of questions. And one of our questions is, "Oh, the ears seem to be a little bit harder to see. What can I do to make that, aside from value? Oh, I can add some pink at the bottom. And now our ears stand out. Here is our before the pink, after the pink. Our ears stand out. We also have a little bit of separation from the face as well. But other than that, and of course, you can always darken that too. Oh, okay, we're stretching, we're stretching. All right, hold on. Stretch it, stretch it. My little stretch noises. Thank you. Thank you so much. There we go. All right, so here, let me show our before and our after. Before, after. And if you don't like the pink in the hair, which again, that might be a choice that's just not your thing, we instead could add value, of change of value. So let me grab just the area, because my biggest thing is that we want the face and the ears to stick out. Oops. So I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna clip it, and I'm gonna do multiply, and I'm gonna change it to green. We're gonna desaturate it. I don't want it to read as a different shade of green. And again, I don't want to make the contrast so extreme that we're completely pulling away from the rest of Neo's style. I'm really not interested in changing the intention of this character's softness. Really just want to make sure that I'm doing everything I can to make it read. So yeah, now that we have the darker green at the tip, we have more separation from the rest of the face, and our ears are sticking out a little bit more than they were when things were of the same value. This is probably a little too dark. There we go. There we go. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Just small bits of that. Yeah, the pink nose is really cute. Just brings attention right to the middle of the face, even if you didn't have any other pink on the face. Um, Even if you just had the nose, it just brings your eye right back up there. And keeps it still very simple. Very clown reminiscent as well, having just that contrasting color. It's not red, but it is still like reminiscent of red. Reminds me of a watermelon candy, yes. Yeah. So, let me, once more, here's our before and our after. We are looking right now right at the middle of the face. That hair is framing the face. The nose is just kind of a literally a target. And we can still now see, where all of the other pieces are ending and beginning, without having to compromise using a very delicate color palette. Again, before, after. Let me put them side by side as well. I'm gonna just turn this background all this darker gray color. There we go. And I'm gonna put them next to one another. Mhm, mhm. Oop, there we go. All right, let me take this and put this away. So now, the right is the after, the left is the before. So yeah, really small things that just made a really cute design. Um, a little bit easier to see without getting rid of our fun pastel palette. Yeah, I think it's a really, really cute clown, adorable clown. I love your art a whole lot. So whoever gets this design is gonna get a wonderful clown. Um, and I really appreciate you submitting your designs. For anybody that had their work looked at last time, and anyone who has their work looked at this time, I will be reaching out after everything is complete. If you wished to receive the final, I will be sending it to you via email. The green is so yum. Yeah, it's a really fun shade of green, a really pretty shade of green. Also, you can't go wrong with green and pink. You can't go wrong with green and pink. It's so pretty. Love Neo's art as a whole. Absolutely, yeah. I like. These are a lot of style choices that I wouldn't have made. These are things that I this because every individual is bringing to the table their own interests, um, their own inspirations, media that they enjoy, that they filter and interpret through their art. Everybody brings to the table their own personality and their own self. So I really part of me doing these art critiques not only is to help other people learn more about how they can talk about art with each other and of their own art as well. Um but I also really like getting the opportunity to analyze closely choices that people are making, stylistic and artistic choices that I wouldn't have made. Because that's how you learn, that's how you grow. You study. This is just a way for me to study and I really enjoy it. And it puts me through the test of taking a look at something really closely. And by looking at it closely, I learn. I learn about it. So it's really fun. It's fun for me. I hope this is fun for you guys too. Thank you so much, Neo. It's so, so cute. Let me go to the next one. We have we have Nichikawa Satoki. Satoki Nijikawa. So this is what looks to be a Vroid model. And so let me get a closer look. Let me put this back in the corner so y'all can see. So already, I'm gonna get rid of some of the text as well, just so we have a clearer look of this character. And I'm gonna put them in a turnaround instead. If you're interested in submitting character designs, this looks like Satoki has provided us with an entire turnaround of the model. This is called A pose, where the arms make the shape of an A. For meme purposes, you may have heard of T-pose, and that's when a 3D model has their arms out straight to the side, which is making the shape of a T. I'm going in alphabetical order. This is an N after I'm going in alphabetical order. Hold on. Let me take a look at my yeah. Yours, we have a P and then we have another P. You're the second P. And then we have a third P. And we have 3P. I'm just going in alphabetical order. Not in order of submission. No, of course, not a problem. Not a problem at all. We just finished N, and this is our second N. So if you guys are interested in submitting something like this, I recommend putting it in a line in a row, and making a full turnaround where everything is on the same plane, so to speak. It just makes it easier to compare features, especially if this is um, meant to be a character turnaround for like a production of some sort. Um, Let me extend my canvas. And I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna get rid of this gray back here, which thankfully, I mean, this is why having a solid background is also very handy. So let me go in and I am going to just take some of these angles. The tail makes it a little bit of a bulky turnaround, but I like being able to see that the outfit has some asymmetrical colors happening. This is let me go back. I erased the name. This is Satoki Nijikawa. So let me put different I'm gonna get the and also now I can see that the scale is slightly different as well. Let me I'm just getting this arranged. There we go. So I have everything on its own layer. So I'm gonna get these, and now we can see that our profiles are all at different heights. So I'm actually gonna make sure that they're scaled correctly as well. Let me make a guide. I'm also now going to put a better, clearer background on it so that your eyes aren't destroyed as mine are. There we go. So we have the feet here at the same level, but as you can see here, the height is at different levels now. So I'm gonna follow the crown of the head. You can see that actually every single one of these is scaled differently. So this is why it's super, super handy to take a look at your character design with them all in row with one another. It'll just make it a little easier. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to move this off to the side. We can see that the outfit has asymmetrical coloring. This side has a panel of darker fabric. Let me get these also. Okay, cool. And I will remerge these and I will center them. Perfect. Let me crop some of this extra space and I'll put their name back in the corner. This is, hold on, ignore that it's the same color. There we go. All right, this is Satoki Nijikawa. Yes. Just making sure that I'm spelling their name correctly. Just woke up. Hello, how are you? Hi. I did your critique at the beginning of stream. Okay. Let me move this over again because we have a wider canvas. Hi, hi, hi. Welcome in. So this is Satoki. And as we can see, they have a fox-like design. Also kind of I guess a little bit of a witchy aesthetic. The quality, it looks like these are screenshots probably from Vroid or whatever 3D program that they're using. So some of the quality is going to be a little bit difficult to read, but that's okay. So we have a pretty analogous color scheme here. This character, and by analogous, I'm meaning that the colors are sitting near each other on the color wheel. So we have red, violet, and then a couple different shades of red. I wish I'd been there when I had mine analyzed a while back. Oh, Space, you mean during the art critique? Yeah, yeah. Well, there you're always welcome to submit again as well. I actually have the form linked in the pinned comment. I do have all of the VODs saved. I just need to get some time to post the VODs onto my VOD channel. Um, I try to do it at least once a month, get some things gathered up, but I do have all of the VODs saved. So what I'll do is I'll prioritize getting the art critique stuff ready, maybe tomorrow night, and then try to get it. But I have saved all of our art critiques, so don't worry. When that's up, it'll be notified in the Discord as well. Um, Hope isn't lost. Yes, I made sure to keep those critiques. I didn't get rid of them. So one of the things that I wish we had was just a bit better quality, but I digress. I think we have enough to work off of here. So I tend to do this every time, but I recreate the color wheel. And for those of you that haven't seen a color wheel, you probably have. We have the primaries. Let me get rid of that. We have the primaries. So we have red, we have yellow, and we have blue. They're primary because they are, in theory, colors which make all other colors. Then we mix these together to get our secondaries: orange, green, and purple. So that's a color wheel. And now we're going to make our tertiary. So we had our primary, 1, our secondary, our 2, and our tertiary, 3, which are all of these mixed with each other. That's when you start with your red orange, your yellow orange, which I could probably bring a little bit more yellow, our yellow green, which is like a lime color. The green I'd probably darken a little bit, something like that. Our blue green, which is kind of like a teal or a turquoise. Our blue violet, which is kind of like an indigo, and our red violet, which is kind of reading like a magenta. So from this character here, I've determined that we have an analogous palette. We are really just kind of living in like this neighborhood here. All these are next to each other on our color wheel. We have very few instances of just true violet. It's actually mostly here with some lighter values. So those are called tints. Um, I vibe. Yeah, just from looking from the character, there's so much of the same shade. I think the desaturation in some areas could break it up. Yeah, the biggest thing here, like very many other designs, is contrast. Whether it's a contrast of value. Hi, Grizz. Thank you so. Oh my gosh, 26
No
months.
sound. Just vibing. Thanks, Mandy.
Oh, thank you to you being an amazing person. Keep it up. I'll keep being here. Thank you so much, Grizz, for 26 months. I need to fix that alert. Thank you so much. And thank you. Um, so yes, contrast not only in how light and dark things are, but in our colors, in our shapes, etc. Hello. So you can see here that we have an analogous color scheme, and we have a headband here with the trans flag on it, which I think is a really fun touch. It doesn't necessarily go with the rest of the color scheme, but it's something very personal to this creator. So there might be ways that we can incorporate more of the trans flag into this design, if that's something that is really meaningful and important for this creator to have. So maybe we have other areas with blue because blue is part of this analogous color scheme. If we were thinking about, something like this, where we have blue, purple, red, and of course, the secondaries would be kind of included in that. Could also put some of the flowers in the dress in blue and pink ombre. Yeah, there's a lot of things we could do. One of the things that I think is incredibly useful for a design that has a lot of monochrome palette is first starting with value first and then going to adding different colors, because I don't want to change too much of this individual's vision. I want to make sure that I'm keeping it as close as possible to the original vision before making choices that add to this character that weren't originally there. So one of the things that I'm going to start with is I'm going to try to get the hair. And again, the quality of the screenshots is a little bit rough, but I'm going to do my best. So one of the things that I'm going to do here is I'm going to select where the hair overlaps with our main body. So I have the rear of the hair back here. We have a lot of detail back here. Looks like there's some roses and some flowers here as well. So I'm gonna select just where the hair overlaps with our dress, and I am going to take, let me lock that. Feeling rather mischievous. Uh-oh. So here I'm going to take just the back and I'm going to grab some of our red violet color and I'm going to make this a multiply layer. I see you, Junebug. I'll make this a multiply layer and I'm gonna take a soft brush. And of course, too, sometimes depending on if you are making this Vroid model or not, um, you might be limited in your ability to change the lighting in a scene. You might be limited in your availability to customize textures. It really just depends um, on what you're able to do. So here I'm taking some of that magenta and I'm not only darkening our hair behind our character, but I'm also now introducing a bit more of this like purple, this red violet, and adding a color contrast as well. So I'm making sure that the bangs still read as red, but the hair on the underside is fading a bit more to purple. Here it is with that value. Here it is with the color. So now we have a, let me group this together. We have our before and our after. Already, we've now pushed this character farther further, and now the hair feels more connected to our tail as well. But since we're most likely going to be seeing this character from the front, I'm going to prioritize this view before touching any of the other views. Hi, Char, how are you? So that's our first step, and already you can see that before, after, it's made a big difference. I'm actually going to, aside from having them in a lineup here, I'm actually going to remove the angles that we don't need. I really don't know how much of the other two angles we're going to need, so I'll just keep it to these, just to keep it brief. There we go. All right, let me lock the bottom. Yeah, the tail being big and fluffy definitely reads as fox or kitsune. Um, and it's a really fun addition to any characters having like a nice big tail. So now our hair kind of connects a bit more to the fur areas. That would translate over here. So let me grab this on the side. I think having a side profile, especially for somebody that's got a 3D model, will be especially useful. So I'm gonna kind of translate the same thing that I had here. I darkened my hair and I made it more of this color here, all the way up to the, there we go. And it's dark enough too that it contrasts with the tail here, but it's not so dark, you know, as to be completely out of the range, the realm of all of the other colors. I think this dress being really striking red is really beautiful. However, something that might need to be either a material change or a texture paint is adding more contrast to this fabric. So, for example, we could do that with color. So if we wanted to have some of these edge details possibly in gold, we could do that. However, I'm not sure if gold is something that they would like to incorporate in their design. They don't have any metal anywhere else. They have what look to be horns here. So I'm getting a mixture of animal iconography and without any context, you know, it's a little bit harder to tell. But what I'm going to do here is I am going to choose possibly, I think a silver could look nice. Gold adds an additional element that contrasts our purple. So we're now looking at purple yellow, you know, or purple, you know, this deep blue violet with you know, the red orange. We have a lot of different options here. So I'm gonna make a gold layer here just to pop some of these details out. And then we can see if it's too much. But I really want to avoid making too many changes to these details. You can, of course, have the red on red details, absolutely. But if you were able to adjust the material on your model, if it's a 3D model, or even like paint the texture a little bit differently, having it be more satiny, like you can see that this is a different like material, like it looks more satin than the rest of the dress. You would really want to make that really obvious that it's a different material. The gold, might not be the way that Satoki wants to go, and that's absolutely valid. It is just one of many ways to add interest to this piece and add some contrast. If the yellow seems too warm compared to all the other warm tones that we have, we can also go for a silver. I'm gonna first start with like a purple, and I'm gonna dim it down so it's still living in the purple. I actually like the silver quite a bit better. So I'm actually making it a purplish silver, and this will offer a little bit of extra detail, a little bit of contrast, um, but stay in the realm. It's very close to the color we have up here. There we go. So now you can see we have that. I'm going to follow that up with the sleeves as well. I'm going to add a little bit of shading on this just so it looks a little bit less garishly bright. There we go. So here you can see here that we're getting some of those details. I'm going to go back. Let me see. Oh yeah, the trim goes down, so it's also down here as well. We have a little bit of lighting discrepancy too. Again, this is whatever the screenshots they could get. So now you can see here we have some of this lighter value here in the rest of our piece. Here's the before, the after, and having again these light details on the darker dress is totally an option. Um, but it really does come down to, the limitation of whatever material you're using. So Vroid, or if you're rendering in Blender or something like that. So I'm gonna make this look a little bit more metallic just by adding some subtle shading here. I'm gonna go in with some white. Welcome back. Doing some white so it looks like it's shiny. Hitting the high spots. There we go. So there we go. Before, after. We have a little bit better separation between parts of our outfit. Before, after. Also want to follow some more of the motifs. This dress down here has this really fun plum color. So I'm going to go back over this other area that has that same frill, and I'm going to make that the same, like a similar plum color to the dress. So anywhere that has like a frill kind of matches the frill that we have here. And we have a little bit more contrast. I just installed Fatal Fury City of Wolves. Download free DLC. Let's go. I hope you have a good time playing. Another thing is we could pop out these little closures, these little snap closures. Those could also be silver, or they could be an accessory color. I think the stomach tie, I forgot what it's called, would be a really good spot to add that trans flag again. I think so as well. I think it would probably be best to either have the headband be another color, or to call back that same frill. So I'm going to take this color. I'm going to create like almost like a made frill here. It'll also contrast the hair and the ears quite well. And I'm gonna add some darkness. Again, it's a little bit harder to see, especially because we have a lower quality image. But we'll do our best. We'll do our best with what we've got. Take a little bit of this color. So now we have this nice dark, almost like a maid headband. Of course, we could do literally anything with this headband. It's just the idea that came to mind based off of the shape of the headband they already had. Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see. And then incorporating more of the trans flag in the sash. I don't want to remove the trans flag as an icon. However, we might be able to change around the colors just a bit more, to make it fit more with the color scheme. that Satoki already has. So let me really quickly try to create a little bit more. There we go, just a little bit layer. So I'm thinking that in the middle of
Save
the
your work,
sash,
Mandi.
thank you, I have, thank you.
Sit up straight,
So I'm
please.
wondering if I can grab a blue
You
that
should
is a
hydrate.
little bit more purple, a little bit leaning more purple, but still reads as bluish. And that would really just be a cooler shade of purple. It would look blue in this context without being blue. Thank you. Thank you for the care package. All right, everybody stretch. Thank you. So we could do a whole number of things. We could add a cord to this sash. So instead of just having the sash change color, I actually think it'd be nice to have a cord. So now we can, it has a little bit asymmetry here. This design is very asymmetrical. So adding another area of interest. I'm gonna start by making a white cord. So kind of like a rope or something that goes under the sash here. Try to make it look a little bit more like a rope, and maybe it ties together down here with like a bow of some sort. Um, or maybe it's something like a bag could also be incorporated. So here is something like, a big cord. Obviously this bow is kind of out to the side. Let me squish that in. So it's just another layer of texture and interest to this design. And it's not going to stay white. Give me just a moment. So we want to make sure that we're incorporating those trans colors. So I'm gonna make a color that still feels like it's a little bit in the realm without it completely breaching our color palette. So it goes to white in the center from pink. Okay. So here, and then maybe part of this bow here. It's still in the purple, but it's a little bit cooler, so it's feeling a little bit more blue. I mean, you can make it a bit more blue, lighter. And this again, my suggestions are not the end all be all suggestions. These are simply an option. They're not the only option. And again, they might not be the best. This is just us interpreting and putting our ideas out into the space. Okay, so now you can see here that we have that trans flag iconography here, but it's just a little bit different. Let me take a darker color here and try to like put that braid in the rope. A little bit more of this pink color here. And we'll go back to the blue. This is me also trying to keep the critique concise without going too crazy. There we go. So we have some sort of bow or some sort of interest. This is an area which we could add charms. We could add a whole bunch of stuff here. I'm going to go in underneath with black just to kind of push it off of the rest of the character. There we go. So yeah, there's literally so much we could do. Where's the sash? Below? Oh, it's up here. It's up here. Okay. So yeah, there's so much that we could do with this character. It's just it really is up to your own personal taste. Um and now we've added some interest. Again, we could put charms, we could put tassels. There are tassels actually on the end of this. So what I might do is I'm going to take um an even lighter shade of red here, and I'm just going to hit the edges of this so we can really really understand where the edge of our sash is. Push it up off of the rest of the red. We're going to make this a little bit easier to see here. And again, this isn't the only option. It is just one of many. I'm going to make sure that I'm not getting rid of how shiny that material is. There we go. Kind of giving it a little bit of shine. And then these tassels on the end, maybe we bring back our magenta eve color here. And if we can't see it, okay, then maybe we bring in another color. Trying to keep it in this family. I don't want to change it too much, so maybe I make it this pink instead. So now the tassel is kind of pink. Maybe we have like a big bead to just further draw our eye. Oops. Is that the shadow? Okay, I'll keep that in this layer. There we go. There we go. So we have a big bead here. We're just trying to make sure that our and again, it's also because the it's so pixelated, it is a little bit more difficult for us to see things clearly. There we go. So we have our tassels, we have these big beads as well. I chose white, so maybe incorporating pearls could be really interesting. Pearls are actually fairly simple to make look pearlescent. You just kind of add some pink, a little bit of yellow, a little bit of a pastel purple, just kind of like a really iridescent rainbow. And then a really nice crisp highlight right in there. And I'm going to darken the edge just a little where it overlaps. So now we have these pearls here. Nice big round pearls and, maybe darken some of the edges. Some of this is really us just trying to get contrast so we can see. If this was a clearer image, we'd probably have a little bit of an easier time. One of the most important things as well is if you are making a 3D model of your character, going in and doing some texture painting might really make the difference. If you can darken some of your shadows and heighten some of your highlights, doing some of that more specific texture painting, if you are able to, or if whoever is making your model is able to, will really make the difference between having things legible no matter what lighting you're in, no matter what environment you're in. So now our bow is a lot more easy to read. Let me show you all the before and after. Before, after. We still have the trans flag here in this bow. I think I could actually brighten the pink a bit more to make sure that it looks a little bit more pink and a little bit less of like purple. Let me bring the white back. There. So we have the trans flag here on our sash, and of course that can be incorporated in other places. But for now, we're just using the opportunity to put a different design element on it. So here is our before, after, before, after. Really bringing out these arms from the hair, like the shape of the body is now being separated more. The edges of our sash in the center have been made lighter, or perhaps the entire thing is made more like purple, more purple pink, just to further separate it. We're just trying to get our details even more separated. Let me go over again with color, and I'm gonna take our silvery color and see if that actually makes a difference. I'm not trying to overwhelm it either. I think it's super easy to go ham. I really don't want to change Satoki's intent with this character design. I'm really not trying to remove their intentions because it's just another opportunity to show what you can do with what you already have rather than uh, doing too much. So here I've changed it to a silver color that matches. It's still purple. It's a purpley silver, but it matches that trim that we have on our outfit. The highlights might be a bit much. Let me lower that down. Hello, how are you? We're currently doing VTuber design critiques. Welcome in. What's that? Okay, I'll group those together. Yeah, so here's the before of that and the after. and then overall before, after. We're adding some interest, and now we can come back in with some of our really beautiful, intense red, and we can add that more into the dress because we've removed that light red from the dress. So let me go underneath some of these details. Yeah. And I'm going to bring back some of that nice bright red, especially because the torso could use some of it. There we go. Some of this is lighting, which again we only have access to what we have. We don't have any more access than these images. But we're doing the best with what we have. But again, some of this might be lighting, some of this might be texture painting. But by making sure that we keep that in consideration, we can make more constructive notes. All right, let me kind of maintain some of that gradient here. So now we've incorporated some of that same bright red from the hair without completely changing the color. Good, that's cool. Just started making one for myself. Oh, that's exciting. That's very exciting. All right, before, after. You can clearly see where our torso is. You can really see these design elements come through. Before, after. That dark headband really lets the red of the hair stand out and separates those ears. And one thing, these striped leggings feel very separated from the rest of the outfit. So this could be another opportunity for us to incorporate the trans flag and also lighten up some of that detail. So I'm going to go and I am going to do another, and I'm going to take white. I think one of the things is I feel like just white stockings would probably be the best. It would be, we have a lot going on up top. We have a lot happening up top. And I think these striped socks really pull your eye. If you are seeing the bottom of the body, the striped socks really fight for dominance down here. My inspiration is No Face from Spirited Away. That's a fun character. It's a really fun idea. So uh these shoes are very dark. We have a lot of really dark elements, and so by popping in a light some lightness down here, we're kind of tying in with these like pearls too. We're bringing in a little bit of elegance to this design. Let me kind of grab a purpley color for some shadows here. But yeah, having some simpler stockings is probably the way to go. But if we wanted to, we could also incorporate a bit more of the trans flag here. So I'm gonna go and I am going to see if maybe we can incorporate this blue here, maybe on the toe. And then we'll take the pink here as well. And now we have another area through which to show that trans flag. Oops, let me go back. And I'm keeping it very muted because I really want it to try to play nicely with the color scheme that is already existing. So whether we do something like a gradient here in the socks, keep it very, very soft, or maybe just the top has like a little bit of it. But again, really trying to reduce how much information we're providing down here because we don't want to take away from the heaviness that's up here and how dark these shoes are. With these dark stockings and the stripes, these little sandals that we have down here are really actually very hard to read. I think we could again come in and incorporate some of, yeah, there we go. We could go in and incorporate more of this silver color if we wanted to into like the buckles, make our buckles silver instead of pink. We could also do a little bit more. Again, this is something that is a limitation of the program that we're using, however. So some accessories, some shading might not be available if you are using pre-built assets. So I'm also trying to keep that in consideration while making these notes. But something like maybe having a silver accent on the shoes here. Maybe the bottom of the shoe is silver, instead of being really dark. That might not be the best choice, especially if we really want some darkness here. You can see the feet almost disappear with that. So I'll keep that darkness here. I think having something like a heeled shoe or maybe like an ankle boot would probably be a little bit nicer, but it really just depends. This feels like a very Chinese inspired cheongsam, like a silken gown. I think sandals could definitely be an awesome choice, but maybe a sandal. These feel like a summery wedge sandal. So having maybe something with like a wooden base, like a lacquered wooden base, and a like a ribbon wrap that feels a little bit more in the rest of the style could be super nice. But for now, I think keeping that dark color and a lighter foot is our best bet. Um, we could also add some more gradient into these darker um, plum colors, but I'm going to just darken it for contrast's sake uh, against where it meets up with the red dress. So I'm just gonna select those areas like this, and I'm gonna make another layer, clip it in, and I'm just gonna choose like a pretty dark plum color, oops, and a soft brush, and I'm just gonna go over where it meets with our gown to just push it further away from some of those design elements. So as you can see, before, after. There's a lot we could do with lighting. There's a lot we could do with shape. But for now, we're kind of limited in what we have here. The last thing that I want to touch on are these horns that seem to disappear a little bit. I think having the gray background really doesn't help. But the horns kind of disappear. They feel very secondary. In a perfect world, I would love to see see green, like a jade green, introduced into this somewhere. But I think we could go with our silvery colors, and make these horns look more metallic, so that it feels a bit more like they are more part of the outfit than they are now. They feel, and I kind of want them to be larger so that they don't feel like an afterthought. Again, with something like Vroid, where you are only really given pre-built choices, a lot of times people will go into these programs and see what options they have and utilize that to give them ideas. So if there are horns available, it's totally understandable to be like, oh, you know what? Maybe I incorporate horns. I really like the way they look. I really like the shape. I like that extra added interest. Um, However, when you have something like these, it could behoove us a little bit to have um a bit more intention behind them, to make them feel like they were always supposed to be part of the outfit rather than like an afterthought. So I'm gonna choose, and again, this is only my assumption because I don't have any more context from Satoki. They're not here to give us um any real feedback and any more context. So I'm just going in here and I'm making sure that the horns have a little bit more presence, especially because they're next to a big mound of hair and some very large ears. So I'm making sure that they stand out a little bit more. And of course, they're on like a gray background, so there we go. But they should be able to stand out no matter what background we're on. But let me give them a little bit more of like a darker bit right down here. Oops. 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 I'm on the background. Shit. Shit. Let me lighten this background a little too. There we go. And then I'll go back down to the horns. Grab this. There we go. Just a little bit. And we're going to lighten that up right here. There. So now they're a little bit silvery, a little bit shiny. Um, Again, there's a lot of information up here, but if the horns are something that we want, I want to make sure that the horns stand out, that they look like they're supposed to be there, that they feel like they're an intentional choice. And so they're just a bit larger now, so we can see them better. Um, so yeah, here is our before and our after. Really hammering home uh, with these motifs, making sure that we've achieved more contrast, and that we've made our color scheme with the integration of a trans flag feel a little bit more integrated. The one thing is that the tip of this tail, I think, I don't want it to be so pale. I would rather keep it like in this magenta region that we already have. So I'm gonna go real quick and just color over that. Here's color. So let me darken that up and like kind of warm it up really. It's very cool tone compared to um some of this other stuff we have. Oops. Try to get that a little bit. Maybe a little warmer and a little deeper. It is kind of crazy magenta e color. I think I got a little further from where I wanted to go. Oh, because that was on overlay. That's why. That's on overlay. Of course it's going to be super saturated. Okay. There we go. Just a little bit. Hello? It's a little bit more pigmented than before. Here's the very slight, very slight. Okay, let me remove the secondary angle and then I'll put them next to each other. Let me get rid of this color. Okay, okay. There we go. Photoshop is not being kind to me. There we go. Let me, oh yeah, I have it on 2 layers, of course. There we go. All right, we'll put our designs next to each other and you'll just be able to see them together now in terms of what they look like before and after. Let me put this away. Oops. And we'll see what we have. So now you can see that we have a lot more contrast between our features. It's a little bit easier to see. I didn't really touch anything on the face. I think the glasses could definitely be silver or more purple. The eyes, I think, um, personally, I would love to see a contrasting color. We have a lot of analogous colors, which definitely is something you can do, but having contrast with like a green would definitely do wonders for us. But for now, maintaining this very heavy red saturation, staying in the red and red violet and purple range, um, I'm not adding an additional color, but it's definitely something that would make this design really pop. Not in high quantities, really, probably in the accessories like a sash, um, things like the glasses or the eyes. A lot of redheaded characters will have green eyes, and that's not really for anything other than red and green being complementary. Of course, there's like stereotypes for like redheaded characters, but the green and red are what stand off of one another, and that is a very specific color palette that it's an intentional choice. Um, so yeah, thank you so much for your submission. We'll move on to the next one in just a moment. I hope you guys have been enjoying the critique so far. Then blue it is then for the eyes, kinda mix things up. Well, so, I mean, green, I my preference, so I'll show you real quick, what that would look like. My preference would be green. I think a lot of people are also kinda scared away by green, because they don't want it to read as Christmas, which I totally understand. But for me personally, I think green would be an exceptional color, especially too if this is meant to be like a Chinese inspired outfit, incorporating green, like a jade green, is something that could make a lot of these details stand out. I'm gonna warm this green up a little bit and let me. Of course, blue is also an option, but with a pale skin tone, red and blue, it might look a little more patriotic, like red, white, and blue. And I don't want to add too many colors, but see already how much these eyes stand out before, after. That green really makes them stand out. I think blue because, well, obvious red versus blue. You could absolutely do red versus blue. We do have some blue incorporated. It's really more of like a lavender color. because of the trans flag that was originally part of the headband here, which was disappearing into the hair and the ears. Um, but yeah, green would be my personal preference. So if I added more green into this design, I would probably put it here. You know, have like the sash be green, really immediately pushes that off of the rest of the character. Um, See how much more vibrant that green is. Again, really want to be intentional with the choices. I mean, I would also you could also put like green in the stockings. Again, that that kind of pulls away from the trans flag that we were very intentionally putting in there. So we could also have the shoes be green, but if we introduce too many colors, we're going to be bombarded with some inconsistency. But yeah, my preference would be to incorporate green, even with this slight amount of green. And even here we have some foliage, we have some flowers here, so having just some green right here. Um, I mean, you can immediately see that that green is playing off of the red in a really nice way. However, that's not. It doesn't seem to be the intention of this creator. So I'm going to keep it kind of here. Maybe I can incorporate this blue that we were using from the trans flag into the eyes, give that a little bit more contrast. Maybe instead of having a pink and a red, we have a like a this bluish lavender color. So that cooler purple, something like that. Um, and of course they have heterochromia, they have a lighter and a darker. So I'll keep it with that for now. Jog just look at me exactly like this emote. We love a silly little dog. All right. There we go. Just incorporating a little bit more of this cool tone blue into some places. There we go. And then I might even take this and overlap it like here. There we go. Kind of get the tip of the hair to look like the tip of the tail. There's this color. There we go. All right. So here is our before and after of our character. Really just played with contrast. That was one of our biggest things, and making sure that some of our details popped forward, and that we added a little bit more balance. All right, getting sat up in my chair, nice, and we're on to the next one. Thank you so much again, so far to everybody that has submitted. Now on to the next. Our next is Patch the Lantern, which is a pal of mine. There we go. So Patch, from my understanding, because I don't have the whole story, but Patch is a butler to, I believe, a witch's coven, if I'm not mistaken, and he was made clearly out of a pumpkin patch. So he's like kind of an eldritch creature, but like works for other eldritch creatures. It's a very fun idea. So here we have Patch. And also too, Patch is a very fitting name, being a pumpkin character. Let me copy and paste. And Patch did the art for this himself. There we go. All right. So I really like the integration of an inanimate object into a design. Yeah, the lantern's really cool too. You can also see that the lighting has been drawn in to the character to make it feel like this lantern is living in this space. So little details like that push a design over the edge. I really love that we have, you know, jack-o'-lanterns are very common in at least like a North American context. So very familiar with pumpkins having faces. It's not an uncommon thing to see. I also really like this like moon and star situation we have. Also kind of plays into the color of our lantern here. And we have a bit of this like magic or galaxy kind of situation happening here, almost like there's the night sky itself is helping to form this pumpkin into a character. So it's a really, really fun idea. And I think we have a lot of interest. And of course, too, the cloak is kind of adding an air of mystery. Everyone loves Patch in the household. Yeah, absolutely. So the cloak is adding a bit of mystery, but it's not adding a lot of shape. So I think one of the things that I would do is work on building some really awesome shape language here, depending on where we want the character to go. So we're going to look at the silhouette. Here is Patch's silhouette, a very clear silhouette. You can see that there's some sort of cloak. You can see that there's a stick. There's a lantern. You can see two legs and a head. I think it's a very legible silhouette. The pose works really well. So, what kinds of things could we do to this silhouette to make it, a little bit more interesting? We have a pretty clear silhouette. We kind of see what's going on. But what else can we do? I am going to keep it as silhouette, and I am going to kind of just play with what kind of shape language I might want to use. So, with cloaks, I think this really nice V shape here is a really fun way to make this cloak a little less of a swallowing feature. However, I think that if we wanted to enhance that triangular shape more, we could add some broadness to the shoulders, or we could change a little bit of the construction of some of these things. It really just depends on your own preference. Obviously, let me get rid of let me clear the layer style. There we go. So we have these arms here and we have this cloak falling here. So maybe we could add a little bit more presence to the top and really build like a nice triangular shape. Pumpkins are very sturdy. They're very hardy. And so by taking away a little bit of that delicateness and adding a little bit more of a hardy shape, we could really play around with the silhouette and we can really push, but it really, again, really just depends on your own intention. Like, what's this character doing? Does their personality match, having like a bigger, broader, kind of profile if you want to be a bigger, more imposing character? um so for example, we could have the silhouette up here be like broader, and then it would, oops, I'm trying to get my brushes right. We could taper it inward here, and you see how much that changes our shape. Now we have more shoulder here. Maybe there is the arms are quite thin, so maybe the arm breaks out of the cloak here. We have our arms reaching the cloak. So maybe this is an idea of like, oh, maybe the cloak falls open. Maybe it's like slit on the sides, or, it really just depends on what you're going for. So I definitely recommend, if you are working with a designer or if you yourself are designing a character, take a look at the silhouette first and foremost. And see what things you can do with just your silhouette that make it feel a bit more like what you're going for without having to worry about all the details inside. I could see a scene where a character sees Patch's shadow and thinks he's human only to be bamboozled. Yeah, I think that's a really fun idea as well. Again, just depends on what you're going for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a moment to separate some of our limbs here. So we have, I'm going to make this a little lighter just so I can see what I'm doing. And I am going to take the cloak out from behind this arm. I'm going to separate that and just make sure that now in our silhouette, we can see this entire arm. Oops. So if I make this larger again, now his whole arm is exposed here. There's just a lot more interest now that we can see that. We can see that he's a bit of a more slender character. He's a little bit more viney, but now we have that whole arm right here. Again, we just removed that little bit of cloak. Here as well, I might remove a bit more of the cloak from the silhouette here, so that we see a bit more of his arm. Put this back, just keeping some of that interest from the fabric. I think the way that Patch draped the fabric looks very good. It feels very much like a, like a fat, like a burlap sack or something has been draped over this character. So now we can see a bit more of this arm, a little bit more. We could see this arm, and we might even just, there we go. Really, really hammer home that this arm is poking out of the cloak. So here is the, I'll put the layer style on this again. Hello. There we go. So here is the before, after, before, after. We have a little bit more detail here on the sides, before, after, but we can still tell that this character is wearing a cloak. Um, so that being said, let me turn that off and let me use this as a clipping mask, or rather as just a mask. So here is that silhouette. It's pretty similar. Obviously, too, we're missing a little bit of that diamond shape here, but we can always go back in and add on top of that. This is why using a silhouette can make it a lot easier for you to make tweaks to even just the shape of your character's outfit or design. The using the silhouette just makes it a little easier for you to reduce the need to think about all this detail. It's just not necessary uh, to 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 be confused over details just yet. You can kind of just go from like a broader idea first, and then hone your ideas. So yeah, maybe this here, we have another fold here in front to kind of reestablish that nice gradual diamond shape we have at the bottom. There we go. So yeah, now we have this a bit more rectangular. He looks a little bit taller now. Our before and our, hold on, and our, oh, before, after, before, after. So his arms are a bit more exposed. Maybe that's where we add either a little bit of distortion. So maybe the top is a bit broader and we make him a bit more triangular, or maybe we make the bottom feel heavier. But I really like having our arms a little bit more visible than they were before. Maybe because we're now missing the cloak in the back, maybe we show more cloak behind. So maybe that's something that we can do. I don't want to get too far away from being able to see his legs, but maybe that is another thing that we do, like maybe to make it seem like this is really, you know, long and billowy. We just have a bit more in the back here. Again, this is something that really can come down to personal taste as well. So now it really still feels like there's a front and back to the cloak. I think Patch's original design, I do like that we can see into the back of the cloak. These arms are actually coming through the sides. It's like been draped over top of him. And so in order to get some of that back, maybe adding some of this back here could be a solution to that. But again, like anything with these critiques, these suggestions are not the only way to make a design, only way to make it different. It's just one of many ways. This is mostly us playing around and experimenting, and kind of taking different chances and risks, and asking ourselves different questions. Um, Another thing, I love this like galaxy dark magic kind of vibe, and part of me wishes that it stood out a bit more from the cloak. So either we add something to the arms, or any of those galaxy like details to make them stand out, or we adjust the cloak a little bit. The orange and green play off of the red and green. We also have some blue as well. So we could add some sort of accent to the edge of the cloak, or we could add some variation to the cloak to make it stand up off of those things. Um, so I think we could do with a bit more warmth from this pumpkin. So maybe I could grab like a warmer brown and we could just kind of push this cloak further off of the dark purpley galaxy that we have here. So I'm just gonna make this color, and I'm going to go in with a soft brush and a dark brown, and I'm gonna just come in here and I'm gonna warm up some of this cloak. And having these oranges, this dark brown, will not only stand off of the green, but it'll also stand off of the blue because orange blue are complementary, red green are complementary, and this might be a little bit too extreme. So we can definitely reduce this. I do like the gray. I don't want to throw off the balance too much, but I'm trying to find different solutions on how we can get this arm to look a little bit different from the rest. I'm keeping it kind of splotchy as well. I like the idea of this fabric just being something you could find um, like on a farm. I don't want to go too crazy. Let me, there we go. So now, if we take a look at the before and the after, these arms, this arm and this leg stand out way more before after. Of course, I could always go in with a soft eraser, and I could probably reduce how intense that brown is down here. Um, Here's that before, after. And I'll also go in with more blue for these and really, really give them a little bit more of a blue saturation. I don't want it to be like too gaudy, but I do want to bring in a little bit more. And you can see here that there's some brown. It's definitely reading galaxy. There's some brown, there's some purple. I'm really just going in. I'm going to maintain the purple, maybe bring a little bit of that here, of like maybe a bit of a blue green here. Oops, that's a little too green. There we go. So let me go back in down here, add some blue, add some purple, add some blue. Oops. And a little bit of this. And again, I'm going to just try to reduce a little bit of that. I'm going to go in actually probably with like even deeper, like a black maybe. Yeah, no, that won't really do too much. Okay. So now if I turn this off before, after, we've warmed up our cloak and we've cooled off our arm and body details. I think too this is another opportunity for us to add some lighting into the scene. Because Patch already incorporated some interesting lighting. So now let me play off of the lighting. I am going to have some of this reflect onto the underside of the pumpkin here, almost as if it's glowing up onto the underside of this reflective gourd. That's kind of fun. Let me change this to, oh, I like that. This is linear dodge. So now it kind of has like a glow to it. That's fun. The gourd is such a funny word. You're right. So now we have a little bit of that glow coming from inside. Maybe we could do that same thing here, where we're getting a little bit of the glow here from this, almost as if the stars are casting their own light. Anywhere that the arm is kind of touching. And again, it's kind of messy, but I don't want to get too crazy with it. But I'm just trying to see if there are ways for us to make our our leg kind of stand out, our arm stand out. Okay. So we've added a little bit of that nice kind of ghostly glow as well. It's a little, there we go. Something like that. Before, after, just some, I mean, just soft. Really isn't anything complex. This lantern though, Not only is Patch called Patch, but he's called Patch the Lantern, and I think one of the things that I was really struck by was having this really nice detailed lantern, but also seeing the lighting on him. And so what I would like is I want this lantern to really look illuminated, and the first things first is the flame needs to be the lightest thing about this. The heart of the flame needs to be literally white. Um, or else it'll just immediately not look like it is a light source. Before, after. Having that be incredibly light compared to everything else is important. We're also not going to see too much of the light on this area on the top, so I'm going to focus my attention currently on adjusting some of this lighting. So we're really hammering home Patch's intention rather of having the light come from this lantern. So I'm gonna use multiply. Oops. I'm gonna make a multiply layer, and I am just gonna pay attention to making sure that it is obvious that my light is coming from this lantern. So I'm gonna start by darkening some of this lantern. I do like a lot of the color of this lantern, um, but my main goal is to make this light the like literally one of the lightest things in this uh in this piece. So I'm gonna take like this slate color. Maybe I let's see, make this into a color layer. Intention the hypno abbreviation. Yeah, I'm just trying to speak. Sometimes it's harder than others. I'm making this silver a little bit more blue. Um, and then I will go back and darken some of it. I really like the attention to detail on the latch. Let me go and make this. Let's see. Yeah, let me actually just take a. Oops. Make this a lighter color. So now we're darkening some of these areas. This might be too dark, actually. Let me lighten it. We're darkening some of these areas. There we go. And really just making sure that the light is coming from inside of it rather than um, rather than having it compete with this. Oh yeah, I like that better. Hold on. I don't want to make it too light. There we go. Whoops. Whoops. And then I'll do more things to make the lighting super obvious. But first off, we're darkening the lantern and keeping everything inside the lantern very bright. And that'll immediately make it look more like this light is coming from inside. I think there was a lot of really good care put into the lantern itself. And now look at that. Before, after. Before, after. My main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. Yeah, I say that all the time. Okay, so we have now this lantern much darker. I am going to make the blue on this flame more intense. It is kind of ghostly, which is definitely an intentional choice. I personally want to see that blue really intense, so that it isn't fighting as much with the lantern, and that blue will play off of the orange blue color palette. We with the brown, we have now brought the cloak away from being more blue, and the cloak actually leans more brown. And when we do this lighting, it'll stand off of that cloak just that much more. Uh, Something too is if color isn't something that you want to change, contrast is something that you can definitely change. Look at that. Whew. Before, after. We can probably make that color a little bit less intense towards the middle. Really just kind of sell that it's emanating this really intense light. I might lighten that a little bit, but again, before, after. We're really adding this unnatural blue, and then we can carry that into our lighting now. So let me make a new layer, clipping mask layer, and I'm gonna basically just reiterate Patch's lighting now. So Patch has made this very intentional, eerie blue light. I'm just going right back where Patch put that light, and I'm gonna smack it on that edge, really only where that light would be reaching. And we want it to be lightest where the directly where the flame is coming from. The pumpkin is going to be kind of shiny, so having that really intense highlight on the side will make the pumpkin look to be a different material than all of the other stuff. I'm going to darken some of this up here, just trying to make sure um that our branch looks like it's different as well. I'm going to go back to this and I'm going to start doing small things like picking out little pieces of the grain. Sorry, my tracking's going crazy. I'm going to pull out a little bit of I'm like leaning too far over. I am going to pull out a little bit of the grain. That'll really hear that. Look at that. Before, after. So now we have a little bit more of the material showing through as well. Erase a little bit of my lighting where that grain is obscuring. And now this branch looks so much more like it's a branch. And I could probably reduce some of this lighting where it wouldn't really be able to reach. I'm gonna go back in to the underside of the lantern, and I'm just gonna grab only the slightest bit of lighting in very specific areas. Really don't want to do too much. We'd mostly see it here. Oh, strange song. Okay, hello? Where's my mouse? There we go. There we go. All right. I'm going to grab some white. We're going to see that here. Oh, it's also like under our. There we go. So now you can really see that lighting here. Again, sorry, I'm kind of like leaned over a little bit. Sorry, my head's going crazy. Just like under the multiply layer. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Yes.
Good posture doesn't have to
Yeah,
cost
yeah,
you an
yeah,
arm and a
yeah.
leg.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back into this lighting layer and I'm really just going to make sure that I am erasing um, what doesn't need that. Oh, hi. Welcome in. All right. Look at my new hair. Okay. So I'm really just going to go back in here and I'm going to reiterate this lighting, what it is and isn't hitting. Also too, we're having a little bit of a contrast issue here with the leaf. I'm going to make sure that I'm going on the underside of this leaf, pulling out where that blue is actually going to be hitting this leaf like this. I am going to like maybe erase some of the vein, and I'm going to go to the side of the pumpkin and I'm going to restore some of the orange here. It's kind of a little bit of a messy. There we go. But we're getting a little muddy here, and I'm just going to go back and restore some of this value. There we go. Store a little bit of it. Same with the green. We're missing some of our green here. Might be better here on this multiply. Let me grab a nicer. Really want to make sure that this green is only receiving blue where it needs it. There we go. All right. Is this my lighting? No. This is this. Where's my lighting? Here it is. Okay, I changed where it was in my layer lineup. Okay, so now we're going to soften some of this. We're really just trying to make sure that the blue is only hitting where this lantern would be casting this glow. So the pumpkin has segments, so we're going to make sure that we're taking into account the gourd anatomy, the gourd anatomy, if you will. I'm going to erase to make sure that I am not getting rid of too much of my detail. And then we have the eyes. If we want this to look like it's carved out of a pumpkin, one of the easiest ways to do that is to my little erase. Oh, it's because I went back over. There we go. All right. So one of the easiest ways for us to make this look like his features are carved out of a pumpkin is to add an edge to them. And that's going to be super, super easy. Let me make a new. And what we're going to do is we're going to play off of the flesh of a pumpkin being like a very rich yellow color. Also, it's giving very jack-o'-lantern or like even like a creamy orange. So what I'm going to do, this is going to make the features stand out from the face. I'm going to make it look like there's a bit more depth in here by going in and making an edge, so we are actually like seeing the inside of the pumpkin. Whether you want that to be maybe the you're seeing the edge around the bottom like this. Um but we're basically creating a little bit more depth by insinuating that this pumpkin has been carved out. All right, let me fix my posture like you asked. My chair is squeaking. I need a new chair. This one, the seat has flattened out and is kind of sad. I think too, obviously, if this is being made into a live 2D model, which I know Patch does have a live 2D model that he made himself. So making sure that it's still something that's achievable in live 2D is something to consider. But this is very much something you can do in live 2D. It's just another layer or two. So now you can see just how much more oomph we have in our eyes before, after, just by giving it the look that they've been carved out of the pumpkin. Okay, hold on. I have the cursor here, and then I have the cursor on my screen as well, and it's a little confusing sometimes. One moment. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing to the mouth as well. And actually, too, I might grab this nice dark color, and I might add that to the underside, maybe a little bit darker actually, to show that this is the underside of where it's been carved. So now it really, really looks like these eyes are set inside of a pumpkin. Before, after. We're going to do the same thing to the mouth. So I am going to add um, lighter color where the carve would be catching the light from the top. And we're going to add a darker color for where it's like overhanging. And this is very similar um, to our actual lips as well. Your lower lip might catch a bit more light than your upper lip would. So now we have a bit of this. And then we can see the mouth more too. Now the mouth has a bit more substance, and I'm going to take the darker color and I'm going to just slap that right here as if we're looking at a carved mouth. And I'm going to just go back in with that black that Patch had originally just to create that mouth line. But once I pull back, you'll be able to see just how much more of an impact the mouth has than it did before. See that? Here is let me show the original. Oh my god. Hello. Here is the before design. Here's where we started. And here's what we have before, after. There's a lot more vibrancy happening here. That lighting is really reading like we have light coming from this lantern. Before, after, before, after. So we've really paid attention to creating a really dynamic, a really dynamic and dramatic light source here, which is just something that Patch already had included. Um, and then we've now also taken the extra step to make this pumpkin look like it's been carved into. After, before, after. And now our mouth also stands out. So really a very simple detail um, made it so much easier for us to see that this was like a carved into pumpkin. Or at least give it the idea that this pumpkin's face has some depth, that there's like depth to the meat of the pumpkin itself. The last thing that I would do is maybe have the leaves be a bit more asymmetrical. I really like the leaves being almost like a little hairstyle. And so, oops, hold on. I'm going to change my lasso tool. So I'm thinking it would be really fun to kind of make some of these leaves a little bit more asymmetrical and give us a little bit more interest. So I'm going to copy these, I'm going to paste, and I'm going to make these like larger. Again, I'm not trying to also make it look like he's got like, because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you. We're not trying to make the hairstyle crazy, but give it a little bit of an additional level of interest. So maybe we have the hairstyle goes up a bit more, you know? Maybe we have more leaves, something like that. Maybe the leaves can be incorporated elsewhere. We have that here on the hand and this foot, so we have some very interesting leaf motif. But now we're just kind of bringing the leaves. We're changing some of the scale. We're also now overlapping. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. We're now overlapping the eyes a bit more. So now we have a bit more interest over the eyes, which is really fun. So here is the before and the after. We have a very cute and friendly character too. So having this very playful hairstyle could also help with that. And I think now we're missing our stem, which I would probably bring these browns back in. Actually, let me even take some of this here, some of this really fun texture, and pop that up there. I'm gonna use warp, and I'm gonna just kind of keep the same. If you ever see a pumpkin's stem, it is actually mostly brown when it's dry. It is just a thicker vine that has been dried. So I'm gonna just take some of that nice work that he's already done, and I'm going to incorporate that. Gonna whoop, whoops, whoops. I'm gonna take a little bit of this darker brown here, and I'm gonna pop that in here. Oops, hello. There we go. Pop that up here. I'm gonna multiply. There we go. So now there's a lot more interest happening up here. I could even let me I could even do this where this is further back. Let me erase. There. So now we have a little bit more layering happening here. Let me grab this leaf and I will get rid of some of this odd transition here. There we go. Let me get some of this brown back. Hold on. Yeah, this is my pal Patch, the lantern. Gonna just there we go. Okay. So now we have more of an asymmetrical style here. We have a little more of like a friendly hairstyle too. And the last thing I will do is return some of that lighting onto that hair. Oops. Gonna grab this blue and my soft brush, and I will just, oops, there we go. We will just return some of this here. There we go. Lovely. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. We're currently doing VTuber design critiques. This is my pal Patch the Lantern. I might even, I really like what we're doing here, so I might even try to get rid of this little bit back here. I will try to fill this in. Bow, 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 bow. Just try to erase some of that. There we go. Don't want to get rid of his detail here. While we're in the ads, might as well. Let me turn my sensitivity down too, or my you know what I mean. There we go. Just kind of playing around with this hairstyle situation here. Okay, I'm gonna take this gray and I'm gonna just there. Okay, so we got a little bit more of an interesting hairstyle with these leaves. We've given them more presence on the face. We've also overlapped this eye, so there's a little bit less symmetry. And we've reestablished that this lantern is where our light is coming from. Let me group this, save. And let me show, here is our before, after, before, after. And let me put them side by side. I just came back from watching your critique of my art. Some notes. One of the many reasons I chose to make the eyelashes colored is not only for contrast, but also to make it look more masculine. The black eyelashes make me feel, or make me look more feminine, and I don't want that. Also, the brown on the eyes is intentionally very wobbly, since not really muzzle shape apart from the defined muzzle. I do love what you did with the glasses, though. Absolutely. None of my suggestions are meant to make you feel like you have to change anything about your design. None of what I'm doing here today is to force any decisions or make you feel as if your original intention and decisions were wrong. Since I was on my own without your input there and without any context, all I was doing was solving issues with contrast. So, by all means, feel free to keep everything and anything from your original design. The critiques are just me talking about different options through which you can make things going forward. Um, the purple on the arm and leg are basically like magic. He is a pumpkin brought to life by magic. Um, One of the things that I would like to do actually is add more of that purple um, into the inside of the eyes here. So let me add some of that back. Yeah, with a softer, almost forgot to add some of that in here. There we go. Bring that purple back up here. The purple will also help us push it away from the orange. Yeah, there we go. We can kind of see that glow there. Where is that? It's here. Perfect. All right, so I will, where is the, okay, so I'm going to put that here, and I'm going to put the glow like here, kind of like it's shining onto the eyes here. Wonderful. That's fun. Maybe a little bit less of that up here. There we go. I'm really just trying to make sure that it looks like these eyes are like carved into the pumpkin. Wonderful. So yeah, there's a lot to love. I really enjoy Patch's design. Let me put these two side by side. Welcome back from the ads, by the way, guys. Let me put these two side by side and we can see our before and our after. I might do one last thing to the lighting, but I think we can definitely move on. Let me move Patch over. You can see that the second design is a lot warmer, but that does definitely let that intense blue ghostly lantern light stand out against Patch a bit easier. Um, Let me go over on a new layer, and I'm going to make this an overlay layer, and I'm going to just use white, and I'm going to really hammer in this glow here like that. You almost can't even see the flame anymore. It's really just a glow. And let me kind of darken up some of this again. There we go. All right, so here are the before and after. Let me take away a little bit of this. I think we could definitely reinstate some of our contrast. Maybe the bottom is a bit darker. There we go. There we go. Where is here? There we go. This layer. Darken the top, but keep the bottom nice and bright. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so here are the before and after. Let me move that over to the side. We've really just brought in more warmth into the cloak. You can kind of see that it fades to a less warm shade of brown, kind of patchy, kind of blotchy, as if this fabric was found outside, maybe on a farm. I've added more blue and purple into the magical arm and leg, as well as the body, and given them a bit of a glow of their own, or even like a kind of misty effect. Same thing with the eyes here, just making sure that any area that has that starry galaxy kind of effect is given the same treatment. It's as part of the motif. I've really hammered home that this lantern is the light source aside from the eyes, which are a secondary light source, and see how much more. I really didn't do very much to the rendering. I didn't really change where the light was falling. Patch had all of that already. Patch did establish this as a light source, and it looks a little bit washy and ghostly, and I want to make sure it still looks haunting, it still looks ghostly, but we've given it a bit more vibrancy so that really stands out. It is a light source. The only areas that are like white or really, really bright are the areas that are providing light to us. So our lantern, the very center, and our two irises. I created some asymmetry with the leaves, and I also gave them more presence since we have a lot of really tiny leaves on the extremities, and so putting big leaves here really just hammer home like the head is where we should be looking. I added some depth here to the flesh of the pumpkin by basically just putting a little highlight edge and like a little shadow edge to give them like a bevel, so to speak. Um, and add some small detail like wood grain, like, he already has this wood grain here, so I'm just making the light catch the wood grain a little bit more. I made the stem darker so it kinda plays off of, this stick, almost looks like it could be a dried piece of pumpkin stem, so it kinda just creates more of the story of where did he get the stick from? Um, and so, yeah, this one just has a little bit more saturation, but the shade of orange is exactly the same orange. Everything else around it actually has really just been impacted. So, this is a really fun design. I really like Patch's choices initially, and this is just another way for us to make a cool pumpkin character. And if we want to look at the silhouettes side by side, here is what their silhouettes look like side by side. So both of them you can very clearly see. This one looks a little, actually a little bit less like a pumpkin because these little ridges up here give you the idea of like, oh, it's a pumpkin with a stem. But you can kind of see this really fascinating, sharp, pointy bit here and a stem still. And you also still have all the original like viney pieces. You can tell where the arms are. You can tell there's a lantern here. So the silhouette isn't so incredibly different, but we do have a little bit of interest here and a little bit more asymmetry, and I think that's really fun. Thank you again to Patch for submitting his design. Made a lot of really good points about the line art. Eventually, I want to make a full body PNG model. A lot of the issues that came up were a product of the fact that there's not a lot of good casually dynamic poses from the bust up. Might use that lighter purple on the vest in the eyelashes and see how that goes and get a chance. Absolutely. I like the glow of the magic of the design. Thank you. Thank you. Um, so yeah, I think the pose that you chose for your character was a perfectly fun and dynamic pose. The brown and the purple do fight for contrast just a bit. But again, the purple is a fun way to add some interest into the eyelashes and to give it the look that you're wanting. So yeah, absolutely. All right, we're gonna go on to the next one because we have quite a few to get through. But thank you again to Patch for the submission, and I really had a good time looking at these. I'm gonna go to the next one. We're gonna open it up. The next one is Prickles. Prickles Cat Kiss. I have a hooded design, but I'm gonna go with their default design. And let me put a gray in the background. Ah, we'll put this in the top so you guys can see. And I'm gonna choose a nice mid-tone gray. Wonderful. It's Prickles. Wonderful. Yeah. Let me take a sippy of my drink as well. So this is Prickles. Make sure you guys are hydrating, make sure you guys are stretching, make sure you're taking care of yourselves. There we go. Okay. We're actually making some pretty good time. It's only been 3 hours. Hold on. Get all these notifications. Ah! Thanks for throwing something at me. Okay. My goodness gracious. Hold on. I have so many notifications everywhere. Ah! A banana? Why would you throw a banana at me? Where did you even get a banana? Probably from the food court. Who's that handsome guy? I don't know. I've never seen him before. No, I'm just kidding. This is Prickles. No, not a security scan.
Initiating security
We don't
scan.
need any more. I don't need any more security. I'm fine without security. Oh, I'm fine without security. I can live without security.
Scan complete.
Uh-huh.
So this is where you keep those?
No, get out of there, Penny. We don't need a security scan. Here, actually, let me. Okay, just making sure everything's good. All right. So, as you can see, this is Prickles Cat Kiss. They have a very scene vibe. Ah! All right, now you guys are just being rude. Now you're just being rude. So we have a bit of gosh, that little bear with the I can't remember the bear's name, but we have these fun little bloody claws that are very reminiscent of that cute pink bear that was all over the place in like Hot
Sip sip.
Topic in 2008. Thank you. I will take a sip. We also have Gloomy Bear. That's right. That's right. We also have an iconic color scheme, which is pink and green, lime green and pink. Again, it is another complementary color scheme, a red and green, but of course we've brought it up to this really saturated electric pink. But this is also a very common color scheme for black, pink, and green. Very, very common for scene, especially in like the 2008, 2012 that kind of era. A lot of checkerboard pattern, a lot of flames. And if you think of like old Hot Topic, that's like basically the vibe. And I think that's captured really well here. If we look at the silhouette, oh yeah, so there is also a version with a hood that is a gur a gur PNG. But since that's just really a gur outfit, I thought it would be better to talk about the original outfit. Claw's fingers almost remind me of one of the bear Pokemon I don't remember. There is Beware, which is a bear Pokemon. Um, so we're gonna take a look at the silhouette of this pose specifically. Ba, ba, ba. So here we have a really fun silhouette around the head. We have this very wavy curly hairstyle. We have one ear poking up. We have this little heart, which is also a folded over ear. And we can see a little bit the hint of like a mullet or even like a wolf cut kind of vibe, or like even like a hime cut, where sometimes there's like the top is left shaggy and the bottom is left thin, also a mullet. And then we can see here what looks to be a really large jacket. Oh, hi, Nox. Welcome in. Hello, Raiders. How are you? Welcome in, everybody. Let me turn that off. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin and illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today, we are currently doing a VTuber design critique. I'm a professional illustrator, and I offer art critiques pretty much monthly. So welcome in, everybody. Here, let me fix my tracking. How are you? Welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. That's so sweet of you. There we go. My head's not screwed on right. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Welcome everybody. I do monthly art critiques, and this is the first time that I'm doing a VTuber design critique. And this happens to be my pal Prickles Cat Kiss. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't already know me and you'd like to see what I'm up to, I hang out on Blue Sky and I have all of my art up on Coffee in a gallery, or Ko-fi, however you like to pronounce it. But welcome in, everybody. Let me go back over here. Um, but I hope you had a fabulous stream. Welcome in. If any of y'all need to go take care of yourselves, please do. Get something good to eat, something good to drink. Feel free to hang out. We are currently, we have this design, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more. 8 more after this. So we got a lot on our plate. We've been going for 3 hours. Let me make sure that I save this. Wonderful. And welcome, Raiders. I hope you had a wonderful stream, Knox. Welcome in. Okay, okay, okay. Here we are. Let me go, let me go. I'm also being nosy. I like to look around. I like to look around. Cute. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Welcome in. All right. So, we have this wonderful iconic scene color palette and a lot of iconic imagery. We have flames, we have a spiky choker. Really, really cute. I think the vibe of being a kitty cat as well. Uh, Very clear with the ears and a little bell collar. I know also Prickles does have a tail as well. One of the things about this is a honk model, which is a PNG program that I've made a tutorial for. So if anybody is curious about seeing that tutorial and getting to know that program a little bit more, you can take a look at that tutorial page. I have the video embedded right in it, or you can go support the video on YouTube. So this is a PNG character, and so having different poses and moving around is going to work a little bit differently. One thing that I would recommend, if you haven't already explored different poses, getting these big sleeves away from the body will help the silhouette read a little bit more clearly. We can kind of see your upper arms here, but the every other detail just disappears. So having the arm out to the side, or exploring different ways to show off those claws as well, could be a fun way to make additional poses with a really fun outfit. So something like this, showing those claws out here. Instead of having the arm pointed inward, we have that arm pointed outward. It's good in between, if your PCs can't handle live 2D model, absolutely. Found the Pokemon reminds me of a mix of Teddy Ursa and Snorlax. Oh yeah, the Snorlax claws especially. Um, so yeah, so if you're doing a static pose and you wanna explore your options, I definitely recommend, I mentioned this before, oops, exploring your options via the silhouette. So, you know, you have a general idea, but you want to adjust things without being distracted by all of the. Oh,
Mandy is my Oshi tuber.
aw, thanks you, Minty. How are you? Thanks for the biddies. Um, so if you don't want to get distracted by all of the details, focus just on a silhouette and making that look super interesting. You like flashed for a second, kind of scared me. So having these be your arms be out to the side in like a rar XD kind of pose could be a fun way to make your silhouette a little bit more interesting and also shows off those claws. But now here you're like, okay, that kind of looks like wings, but there's only so much that you could do. You know, it is a very specific style. I do kind of like it better with just the one up actually. So maybe you have one that's like a little bit lower. um you're just kind of like, oops, you're just kind of exploring getting a fun little pose. So maybe one arm is up higher and the other one is up lower. Hi, Uniprincess, how are you? So yeah, maybe you have the pose like this. It still reads like your claws, your fun claw pose, but the arms are away from the body. And now you have a little bit more territory in the middle to experiment with adding more of that interesting flame motif to the front. Here is the before, and you have this really fun. You have these really fun flames, and so actually too, if you've already drawn your sleeves separate, let me copy and paste. You could really just reflect the asset there Let me very carefully copy or cut and copy. Lasso tool. I wish the lasso tool had stabilization on it too. Okay. Copy. I'm going to cut. I'm going to paste. Reflect. Flip. So we could kind of like move this out more. Obviously, obviously it's not going to look great. But it really is, you kind of just give it a little bit of a, there we go. And then we'll have the opposite side do the same. Having one up higher, having one lower, you're still getting that raw kind of pose. Um, but yeah, also too, it could just be a toggle as well, where you have times where your arms are in front of you. Your silhouette doesn't always have to be like the most exciting silhouette ever, especially because you have some really fascinating contrast here in the front. So it is very easy to see where your claws start and stop. We're just using what we have to create some interesting shape language here and get those claws like out. I did went for the T-Rex arms because that's how I generally stand. Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. So it could just be something where you have a toggle where you're doing a pose just for a little bit. Maybe you're just really excited and you're like, yeah, and then you put your arms right back where they were. So having something like this, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna try to rebuild a little bit because now you just have big old gaps. And ain't nobody want big old gaps without me doing too much. But now we'll get a little bit more of a view of your shoulders as well. So maybe this shoulder's out to the side. Here is this shoulder. Obviously, too, it's not going to be perfect, but then we can see a little bit more of you. So let's see, this is the bottom of this sleeve. Maybe we have, it is a little bit, the arms are like kind of pushed in a little bit too. So they are like overlapping a bit much. Let me see if I can't fix that by widening my canvas. Again, too, also, it depends on if you want to take up that much space on your screen. Again, when I do these critiques, these aren't a way like, oh, it'd be so much better if you changed this or did this. It's really just here's a thing that you can do. Sometimes people don't know the options they have until they see somebody explain those options. Um, oh, hi, Celador.
Mandy Mall Dummy Quin. The mannequin
Uh
is my
huh.
one and only Oshi.
Oh boy. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to fix the timing for the maybe the audio source is present because okay, the way that I have my alerts set up is that the alerts physically are turned on to like pop up um, and then pop back down in a certain amount of time. And so for people that don't put a text message, it would stay up for an unusual amount of time if I lengthened it. So what I might be able to do is I might just make sure that the audio source is always on so that even if the phone disappears, the audio will still play. I'll have to fix that. A professional getting critiques from other professional. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That's the one thing too is that if anyone receives is unused to receiving an art critique, please know that none of my suggestions you have to take. Not a single one of them. In fact, you can completely disregard everything that I said, and I will not take it personally, simply because you have submitted your design for a critique, and I am just one person giving my limited experience to you. But I am not the only person ever, uh, and I'm not the only person whose opinion matters. In fact, if my opinion to you does not matter and you don't want to take it, then absolutely you don't have to. That's not the point of doing these. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of make a oops, make a little torso bit here. Flip, just kind of build your torso back out. Oops, there we go. And now Sorry, my nose is itchy. So now we have the rest of the sweater back here. Let me kind of just fill that in real quick. And then we have a more opportunity to see some of these flames as well. Just going to do a big old fill. Big old fill. There we go. Taking some of your color palette here. Also, too, lets us see some of your hair. Just going to fill that in. Lets us see where the sweater is as well. Opening these arms out gives us a little bit more opportunity to see you. And we love to see you. We love to see you. But again, this could be something that's like a toggle. Doesn't have to be um, doesn't have to be your pose forever. Let me soften the transition here. There we go. Okay, and then I'm gonna go back over real quick and reestablish your flames. Just recreate them really quickly so that it's a little bit easier to see, get an idea of a final product. But thank you so much for the bits, guys. I really appreciate that. So we're just gonna make some flames here. Whoops. Whoops. Recreate some of these flames. Nothing too crazy, nothing that looks it's gonna look a little wonky, but this just gives us a better idea of what it would look like with this change. There we go. We'll just kinda there we go. There we go. I'm gonna take this pink. Oops. There we go. And we're gonna rebuild. There we go. We got a little bit of this right here. There we go. This. Just pretending. There we go. Okay. So now this pose is really, really open. Um, we're gonna go with, let me grab this, group this together. Here is our before and our after. Our before and our after. And again, this is just an option of posing, but doesn't mean that we have to change the design. It doesn't have to stay this way. Just opens up your posture. Maybe you have a wave toggle where you're waving this arm around. You know, maybe there's like a little bit of a wiggle to that arm, and then your arms go right back into the middle. If you have like a fugi, so you have maybe an on and an off. Maybe when you're speaking, the arms open, and when you're not speaking, the arms come back in. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Opens the opportunity. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. For accessories. So you have this really fascinating purple, and I'd love to see more of the purple. Almost looks like Prickles is going in for a hug. Positive. Yeah, absolutely. I see you also too. You have these really awesome zippers. So maybe if we wanted to add something like a pouch or like a bag, so like a fanny pack. Hi, nuts. Gow, bow, 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 gow, gow. So something like this shape here. I don't know if you collect pins or maybe you want to show some more accessories. Let me do something like this. La la la. Throws in an Italian messenger. La 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 la. Okay. So maybe you do something like a fun bag, like an Ida bag, so that people can see your collectibles. Like if you have things that you want to show off, maybe you have something like this. Make the strap adds a little bit more like interest up here. Oh, an Italian messenger bag, an Ida bag. I see, I see. An Italian, yeah, yeah. So this is kind of like a fanny pack kind of thing. But maybe, you know, maybe you're a bit more creative and you make like a heart shape here. And this could be an opportunity to have, let me add more of this pink color maybe to the heart. Let me just go bonk. There we go. And then on top, we'll have something like showing that it's like, you know, shiny material there. You can also put keychains and studs and all sorts of stuff here. Italian Eat-A Bag's just spaghetti with a little window for your pins. That is so silly. So maybe, yeah, you have little maybe you have, like, a little, just little things that interest you. I mean, it really is whatever you want. So, you for example, you could have, pride badges in here. We could do grr.
Time for some of that sweet, sweet fountain water.
Thank you. So we'll do, like, grr here. This little tongue, what have you. Maybe you have, you know, just different things that interest you. Like a let me set this to something like, uh, yeah, we'll do that. Okay. So we're gonna do orange. I'm gonna like make a rainbow. It'll look like shit. Hold on. Looks like garbage, but you get the gist. Blue, purple. You could have Nyan Cat, just like other of the era imagery like that. There's all sorts of stuff that you can put in here. Maybe you incorporate, like I said, pride pins. Maybe you have other like anime and other things like that. I'm just gonna make some random shit in here. Some random shit. Maybe we have Hatsune Hatsune Mike over here. Look at that. Hatsune Michael over here. You know. Black Butler pin is required. Like the Union Jack. The Union Jack only means Black Butler, nothing else. So yeah, you just put some random shit in here. I'm gonna just put some random blobs of whatever. Um, you can also you have this beautiful halftone, so you can always just slap halftone. You can put more detail on this. This is kind of like a fanny pack almost, so it can like strap across the chest. It's kind of lumpy, so ignore that it's lumpy. If you have any keychains that you want to incorporate, you have this really nice gold. Hi Vanduo, how are you? So you have gold as well that you can put into things like the buckle here, little buckle. Put some of your orange in here. Oops, that's not the color I wanted. It's like pinky color here. There we go. But yeah, so you can incorporate more of this because this is really the only area that we see this fun bit of gold. So you could probably put that here. You could also go in and add like keychains. So let me put like a, maybe you have a Labubu or whatever. I don't know. Maybe you got yourself a Labubu. I'm gonna put a Labubu on here. How about that? Or like a big bunny, big old whatever little guy, a Lagugu. Here's your Labubu. I hope you enjoy. Enjoy your Labubu. Big ass fucking smile. There he is. That's him. That's your son. The 20. I'm now the proud owner of the only 24 karat Labubu. There, you got your weird little creature on you. He is a fighting spirit, just like Naruto. We are fighting dreamers. Maybe he's got the little Konoha band over here, you know what I mean? Yeah, perfect. Really can just kind of load this shit up with a bunch of random stuff. Whatever makes your heart happy. But yeah, Date Bayo or something. So yeah, you have by moving your sleeves out away from you, again, that can always be a toggle, right? Like you can just, oops, have it where, we don't see it and now we do. Um, but yeah, like you said, there's now an opportunity to put some accessories. You could definitely design a better bag than what I have made right here. Um, and now you have a whole area to just put a bunch of your personality into. And if you're rigging this, no matter what program you're rigging it in, you have an opportunity to add some more movement. some other effects if you like. Um, and we're now incorporating more of that purple that we have really just in the choker, in some of your jewelry, and a little bit of that color. There's just a slight amount of purple in the eye and these zippers here. So we're reincorporating that really fun color. We're breaking up an area that has a lot of empty space, and we're also adding more personality. But I really like your expression. I really like these glasses, especially because the glasses have been made into an extension of a piece of personality. You've put like this little teardrop here, which makes it really fun. You have a little tooth molded into your lip. So I think there's already a lot to love about the design, and just by opening up the pose, we've added more opportunity to play around. And you can go back to your original pose if you'd like. Um, but yeah, as for the model itself, maybe areas where there's some overlap. Clearly, I did some moving around of things, so this isn't necessarily something that would happen with the original art. Some of that got cut off. But just making wherever this dark hair overlaps the dark sweater, which again I don't think is really a problem. I think it's more clear in the original since I had to cut some stuff up. Um, but if you wanted to, you could explore having the highlights. I like this bluish green that you use for the highlights. It's not quite gray. But if you wanted to incorporate a slightly different color to further push it away from the sweater, let me see. Let me put these in here. Welcome to the mall. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna make this color. And we could either take that purple and change the highlights to be like that purple color. Though, to be fair, that would make it look a little bit more like there's like purple streaks in the hair, which isn't necessarily. If you wanted that, you would have done that. But let me see what it looks like. I'll probably fade it a little bit so it's not so intensely purple. But if you wanted another area to incorporate that purple into, we could add it to these highlights on your dark uh, aspects. Let me bring that a little bit. There we go. So now it looks a little less like it's purple in your hair and more so like those are the highlights. Um, and that just pushes it off of the sweater a little bit. I kind of want to see more of Prickle's eye shape. Looks like it's a real fun shape, but it's hard to see. Yeah, I think there's some really beautiful eyelashes under there. The hair is you can see the eyelashes are poking through the hair. But it just depends on the vibe. So we can see here that the hair is in front of the eyes. You could experiment with layering the eyes in front of the hair. So something like, having the oops, let me grab the black. Just having the eyes in front of the hair. But the little flick inward is so nice. I really do like that little flick inward. Here is kind of building that back up. Kind of see what it would look like on one eye. Kind of rebuilding. There's a lot of detail around here. But you could try layering the eye in front and see if that does anything for you. But at the end of the day, I think too part of the style is also um part of the style is also having your hair in your face. But yeah, also too we have the glasses as well. There's a lot of information around the face. But again, some of that really just comes down to your preference, your style preference. One of the really, really nice things is that the eyes have a really good contrast no matter what. So even with the hair coming in front of the eyes, we know that the eyes are here. We can see the mouth. There's lots of room for the mouth to open. I believe you also have the ability to toggle your glasses on and off, or at least there. Oops, sorry, smacked my smacked my screen. You can turn your glasses on and off. There's a lot of information, and it just depends on your preference for like layering. So here is an example of what it might look like if the eyes are layered on top of the hair. I think there's big eyelash here. There might be an eyelash here. Oops. Let me make that a little bit nicer. Hold on. Let me make that a little nicer. You have a lot of green right here to play with too, so you could probably, oops. There we go. But the good news is that with making a model, usually you already have all that stuff drawn out anyway, so it's just a matter of like moving it around if you want. And then you have your pink usually on like the inside of the lash. So yeah, we can see a little bit more of it here, but then you are losing some of that fun little hair piece there. So maybe we can just kind of bring that back here. Let me take your line art. Sorry, it's so wobbly. So yeah. Is it possible to also get a critique on the lower half that isn't rendered? I plan to make a live 2D model soon. Absolutely. Do you have a full image of the lower half? So here is an option. Here is the before and the after, bringing your eyelashes over this, but then having this little piece here that comes in front. The layering is a little bit trickier with that, but it is definitely something that you can play around with. I'll just do the one side for that. But let me, if you have that, feel free to send it, and I will gladly take a look at it. I hope you have Crocs. I'm just kidding. That'd be kind of fun though if you had Crocs. Let me also, I'm adjusting my chair again. My poor chair. Well, actually, my poor butt. Thankfully, my back doesn't hurt from sitting in this chair. It's not too bad, but I will need a new. You do have Crocs? Okay. Mind reader. We'll also be able to see your tail too. Um, and if you are going to be making this into a model, which you already have a honk model, another way to have fun with your silhouette is letting your tail kind of pop up as well. I know you have a heart-shaped tail, so maybe that's something. Oops. Maybe that's something that you incorporate here. You know, have your heart-shaped tail kind of come up on the side, and then you know. But I'll see that in a second when you send your yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Let me copy the image. Wonderful. Doink. All right. So we have the concept as well. Oh yeah, we have a lot of texture. There's a lot. Yeah, and we're staying with the motif. We have that green. We also have like some asymmetry. We have the some stripes, some very iconic scene behavior, iconic scene imagery here. Yeah, I really like that the garter has clearly failed. One of the things I think could be fun, maybe the pink is like checkerboard and the black and white are stripe, or vice versa. So you're just incorporating more crazy patterns into your design. Just another excuse to go stupid, so to speak, as my friend Tony says. So let me just kind of, you know, I'm gonna take white and I'm just gonna go here. It's gonna look kind of ugly. Sorry, it's gonna look kind of bad, but if we kind of get the, oops, here, 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 here. See how ugly that looks? Hold on, let me fix it. See how bad it looks? Let me fix it. Oops. All right, and let me go back in with your black line art. The line art's going to save it. Trust the process, please. All right, we're going to just like this. Making sure that I'm following that it's kind of scrunched. I do like that. I mean, this is something that people have done uh plenty of times before with, oops, I fucked it up. Nah! Oh, I messed it up. Oh no. Hold on. I got a little confused. Here. There we go. I got a little confused with my coloring. This is obviously much easier when you um oh no. Oh boy. I really messed it up. It's obviously a lot easier when you're drawing it raw in whatever program you're working in. I have unfortunately been cursed with uh consciousness. There we go. There we go. All right. This is okay. So that kind of gives you, I mean, it looks, pardon that it looks so absolutely scrungly. Um white, pink, pink, white. Okay. Pardon that it looks really bad. Please forgive me that it looks like garbage. But it is certainly oops. So yeah, we have something like this. You know, we've still got your, looks a lot better the way you did it, obviously. Okay. So anyway, having something like the checkerboard on this one side versus, you know, the striping. Obviously, I would recommend having the checkerboard be lineless. I put lines in between to kind of like save the look of it. But having it be like just the pink, like what you had before. Having it just be pink on white and having no lines would make it a little bit easier. Or having colored lines would make it look a little less overwhelming. But having that like checkerboard is, I think of checkerboard stuff all the times in terms of like skate gear and scene wear and stuff like that. um, yeah, and of course too, having that purple bag will add more, a big area of that purple, to the upper body. Um, I really like having the texture of the fishnets. I think the fishnets could also be purple, if you wanted them to be, or maybe one of the legs has purple because your shorts are black, um, and the stocking is black. So, brightly colored fishnets is also something I think of when I think of like scene gear and rave wear and stuff like that. So you can still keep your awesome contrast and have some interest, but now by making them this like the same shade of purple, you're now just incorporating more of that fun purple and making the line art look a lot less heavy down here. Um, but yeah, I think the shape language that you're using looks nice. The legs look like they belong to this character. I think one of the things that can sometimes be hard with anatomy is people get so focused with an upper body that the lower body gets forgotten. But the legs feel proportionate to the character that they belong to. I like the big pop of green, and just like the Ida bag, the little, what are they called? Widgets? No, they're called gibbets. The gibbets on your Crocs could also be a bunch of little icons and things. Yeah, love the solution. Add more purple. Yeah, more purple. Let's go. So yeah, you could give some personality to the Crocs by just making new gibbets. Um, yeah, yeah. So yeah, the body definitely, the lower body looks like it fits the upper body. And by making these purple, it just makes the black shorts and the black stocking stand out a lot more. And you can also adjust the contrast of that if you like. Let me give a little bit more room over here. So group, and let me update the tail over here to make it look like your design. Hold on, my worm on a string on my mic came uncurled, so now he's in my way. Excuse me, little fella. Excuse me, little guy. It's a purple worm on a string. Excuse me. Talk to it like I talk to my cats. Excuse me. My girls just walk in front of my feet like they own the goddamn place. Okay. Ah, hear my pen just absolutely running away on my desk. There we go. Okay. Grab this. Have a sandstorm random on my a sandworm. Aw, the Beetlejuice sandworm or the Dune sandworm. Okay, so I love the big old exaggerated cactus spikes on your tail. So let me, looking for my pen. The one fun thing about having it, sorry, your the eye art that I drew uh got sent over here. There we go. There we go. I was like, hello? There we go. All right, let me get the tail looking closer to the what you have. I'm gonna use black to start. Yeah, Beetlejuice. Let's go. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Okay, so it is a very gentle little heart here. There we go. Maybe a little bit more. Shoop. Okay. Obviously, we're gonna lower it. Depends on how big you want it to be. Have it show up in your on the side here. Um, it would probably be a little bit lower like this. But this is just another way also to add some personality to your silhouette. You have another oh yeah, they kind of look like cat ears up here. Cat ear, and then another one down here. And then you have a green to pink gradient. Let me do a clipping mask with a soft brush. I'm just gonna just kind of whoops. Ooh, I actually kind of like that dark pink. But we're gonna maintain your color scheme. Also, I think it could be fun to I like the little prickles that you have on here. It could be fun if these are meant to be cactus spikes, then maybe having all anything that is a cactus spike always be like yellow. That way they stand up off of the base and they read as a separate thing, but they also give like a fun shape. Let me do my little bit of these. So you have like bigger exaggerated spikes and then you have some like stylized spikes. Now let me put a stroke. Nope, not satin. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. We're gonna do a solid color, black, and we're gonna beef that up. We're gonna do outer. Wonderful. Okay. Kind of gives us the vibe. So yeah, obviously too your tail would be moving around. So if we, had your had that behind you, you could have your tail moving around. This also adds to the silhouette. I kind of fuck with it. So this also adds the silhouette. I'm gonna rotate it as if it's attached to, the small of your back, like above the tailbone area. Um and then yeah, so it's still kind of popping up here. Um, but if it's moving, especially like for even if your honk model had this, you could put the wiggle effect on it. So when you speak, it wiggles back and forth. But I think it's a fun shape here in your standing. You can have it be lower and waving. You can have it be higher and waving around. There's a lot of opportunities with tails, and there's a lot of really awesome tutorials online on how people get tails to move in Live 2D. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think this is a really fun design. I think the color scheme works really well. I really like your shape language, and I think the full body also reads very well. Let me make the canvas wider, and I will put your original back over here so we can see the before and the after. Grab you, put you over here. There we go. All right, let me put this away. So now you guys can kind of see our before really mostly was just a closed position, which this again could be a toggle or maybe an on off. So maybe the arms open up when you're speaking and then they close when you're not. If you're doing something like a fugi or just a simpler PNG. Um, but yeah, we still have that fun like raw these fun exaggerated sleeves, and now you have just more opportunities to put some cool stuff on your person. Of course, of course. I love your design a lot. I really like this. Thank you so much for your submission. Let me move on to the next. I'm gonna take a big old drink of water. I got some sun in my eyes too. Ugh. I might have to adjust um I might have to get my window closed. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. The next one is Proto T. Proto T is a 3D VTuber and a 3D illustrator, or a 3D artist rather. And Proto T is actually also um, making some 3D assets for us for our throwables. So we have some 3D things that are gonna be coming from Proto T, which is really fun. I'm really excited that that they submitted. Let me cover this window that is blinding me currently, and I'll be right back. And make sure y'all are drinking water. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. But here's Proto T. Let me actually I'll just keep this out of the way. I do need my oops. I do need my color palette over here. There we go. There we go. Absolutely adore your setup and style. Thank you so much. Thank you. Speaking of setup, let me get this window closed so I'm not being blinded by the sun. Hold on. Hold on. I'm being blinded. I'm being blinded. Not by choice. Hold on. You might be saying to yourself, Mandy, what's all that groaning for? Well, this window doesn't have blinds that work, so I have to take a little desk, like an IKEA desktop that I'm not using, and I have to put it on top of a cat tree to block the window. Anyway, I'm back. Oh my gosh. But hi, Telemari. Thanks so much. Or is it Telemari? Telemari? Welcome. Eh, okay, I'll get my headphones back on. Okay, so we have another mechanical, like robot themed VTuber. And Proto T is a first time was perfect. Awesome, awesome. Welcome in. Um, So we can see here, we had somebody that submitted earlier from the critique we did last weekend named Doran. And Doran was also a 3D VTuber that had a little digital pixely face, which I think is just a really fun way to get some nostalgia um, while also allowing you to make expressions very easily without having to model um, a really complicated face that might not even look how you want it to. If you guys are curious about the color scheme, I really love the muted color scheme here, especially because um, this shade of beige is very reminiscent of old PC towers. So if I find, let me find an old PC, like a PC from like the 1990s into like the early 2000s. And the cases for a lot of those PC towers tended to be um this creamy off-white kind of beige color. I found a really good one here. Yeah, let me snooze. So here is what I'm meaning. This is almost exactly the same color. If you take a look, let me grab the colors actually. Here's this color, and here's this color. The Did you see that? They're almost exactly the same. There's actually you can really only see the difference when I zoom in. It's like a temperature difference. So this seems to be a very much the inspiration Proto T had for this color scheme. Another thing with those old monitors and old PCs is that the edges of the plastic housing tend to weather over time. So having these edges have this a bit of darkness around them not only calls more attention to that detail, but also brings to mind the discoloration that happens to older plastics. So Proto T, I know that Proto T made this model themselves. They also do texturing. So this is all of this is coming together to bring you to a piece of machinery that's living very much in like 1998 to like 2003. That's and a very specific part of it's not a fancy computer, it's a technical computer. It's built to last. Um and I really love also too the very square shape here. And seeing these slots here where the hip joints are exposed also makes me think of PC towers. and all of the slots that we have in the front that are meant to hold certain disks. You'd have floppy disks, you'd have different compartments for different for you know for different plugs and cords and speakers and all that. And you can see here what I mean by the discoloration. Look at that. See how the edges are a slightly more yellow, darker shade. You can see here the keycaps especially how these keys are made of a slightly different material, so they've weathered differently than some of these other keys. So yeah, very, very reminiscent, um, of these old, computers, and I think that's, fabulously done. I mean, I think if anybody knows what those old computers look like and they see Proto T, they'll be like, "Yeah, that's an old computer." Um, Also gives me the idea that this character is made out of the components for those things rather than meant to be those things. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like someone salvaged materials and built this. And having this mismatch of wires also kind of gives me the idea that they were just finding things um, and mashing them together. I kind of like this, almost like this pot belly, like wire, like ball in the middle. Hi, Drake. And then we have also what looks to be like a liquid component, maybe some, so this is like a cooling element to this computer character. And then we have like a what could be a power button here in the middle. Um, so yeah, I think there's a lot to love. I think the color palette works very well. It's very muted, but it's all to hammer home a very specific piece of technology from a very specific time. The wires make me dizzy, so many colors. Yeah, they definitely could be reduced in color. It really also depends on how it's modeled. So one of the things that could be done is we could give these a little bit more direction and have the colors be a bit more consistent. So maybe we have a bundle of certain wires going in this direction, maybe we have a bundle of wires wrapping this way. And so it becomes bands of color rather than rather than having them all mix. And maybe there's a couple in a certain in certain areas that read. Let me just kind of do something like that. So maybe there's like a, they kind of go in this direction, they kind of go in that direction. I like the inclusion of the black. The purple I might not include, but there's so little of it, that I really don't think, it's too much. I think having the RGB is um, especially important for us to kinda, like, uh, put our mind in a certain place and time in terms of, like, where this technology is coming from. So yeah, if we had like these big sections, it almost looks like musculature now, which is really interesting. That might be something that isn't quite what Proto T is after. So it's understandable if that's not an avenue that they want to go down. But having them be large bundles wrapped around one another may help it look a little more unique, a little bit less overwhelming. I'm just gonna go in and like, and maybe, we have, a chord every now and then that's like out of place so that it's, you know, still kind of feeling like it's a jumble and less organized. But I have the feeling that this is just meant to look like somebody kind of assembled something, um, out of whatever they could find. Let me grab these black cords here. Kind of giving some sort of directionality. Another idea for the belly could be the ball, like the old type. Oh yeah, like the tracking ball. Hi, hello, welcome in. Oh my goodness, just in time. Yeah. We were discussing the old technology, the old computer towers, like an old Dell computer. I did a color swatch, and it was like the exact same color. One of the suggestions could be to have the wires kind of like wrap up like a ball of yarn. They do, I think, from the side actually we get a little bit more of that idea of these the overlapping wires kind of in different directions. But here from the front, it's not as obvious. So here maybe having and I'm gonna lace through the purple that's um kind of pops in every once in a while. There we go. So yeah, maybe having these wires kind of cross over in a way that's reminiscent of like a yarn ball, but also kind of bundles like wires together. Still gives us this recycled wire old
Dear
computer
God,
component
where
vibe.
did all these shrimp come from? Oh,
I don't know where these
it's
shrimp
just
came
you
from.
slouching.
I think I recolored the wires. It's already kind of laid out, like in that mount. Oh, I see, I see, I see. All right, we're stretching. Hold on. I like how boxy it is. Right before you came in, I mentioned that it's very reminiscent of, like I said, an old Dell computer tower. But I like that the rectangular shape here in the legs and these slot-like areas just kind of remind like this feels very much like it's the base of a monitor, and these feel like they're plates and pieces that have been reclaimed from older technology. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Oh my gosh, welcome in. So yeah, the old computer parts of the main info, absolutely, yeah, and that comes through loud and clear. Absolutely loud and clear. I'm your little butterfly. Welcome in. So yeah, honestly, just put the chords in like bigger bundles, and like kind of give them a little bit of a mismatch. But I really like that being a focal point in the center. I really enjoy the limited color palette. I think it's very successful. I think it reads. Um, it reads how I would feel the intention is, meant to come across. I also like this weathering that you have here on the seams. Another thing that I would love, would be, a few other materials just to bring, uh, some different tactile sensations. Like, this casing feels in my mind, I am remembering when I used a computer that had these, like, discolored casings. It could be fun perhaps to have a little bit of a highlight on this glass here, on the face. So let me something like this. Let me change the something like that. Just a little bit of that nice highlight. Even let me just kind of do this. Really just to sell that this is an entirely new material than everything else. Um, it doesn't have to be that bright or dramatic either. Especially too having that highlight and then having the face move underneath of it will definitely give it that domed glass kind of tactility that those big bulky monitors have. Um, I do really like the little pixel faces as well. It could be fun to incorporate, depending on how well built this model is. Not meaning the model itself, but how well built the character was, whoever built this character. How careful were they with the construction? So maybe we can add additional interest by having some of these wires come out in other areas.
Hydrate or
Yes.
die straight loser.
Thank you. Hi, Mafra. How are you? So, if you wanted some interest, maybe there's almost like a tail. And again, this might not be something that you're after, but having something like a tail made of a couple wires that have come loose, maybe they're bundled in an interesting way, one of each of them. Something like that. Let me actually reflect it, put it back here. Or maybe it's coming out of the front and loops around to the back. Just kind of break up some of the regularity, give it a little bit more. How are you, Mafara? I'm doing great. How are you? We're doing some VTuber design critiques. So maybe, yeah, maybe it's around the front and then we loop it around to the back. Maybe there's also the implementation of like a plug. So maybe there's plugs in the back where some of these wires have to go to and from. So I could I'm good, just got curried. I'm chilling out, working. Hell yeah, hell yeah. We love a chill day. So let me put some of these. Maybe you have some vents somewhere as well, just adding some additional areas of interest. Let me grab this. Let me put a little oops, oh no. Here's this. I don't need this one. I know our ads are popping up soon, so don't worry about that. If I need to repeat anything, I certainly can. Hold on. While I'm doing that, maybe I just have that up here. Really just introducing some additional interest and some almost like wabi-sabi vibe where um it's done imperfectly. Like there's something else about it. Thought the thoughts on the loop liquid things, I was very close to cutting them completely. I really like the addition of them. I'm actively putting in more. I think having a couple areas where there are tubes feeding from one area to another, um, could give it this feeling of this being not necessarily a work in progress, but having a cord management problem. you know, um, older computers often have way more cords than modern day computers, and so um, having these things kind of plug into different areas and have to feed over and through stuff, I think is very symbolic or emblematic of that time period of technology. Hold on. I'm still being blinded. Hold on. Oops, oops. I think my eyes. My eyes. Let me take a sip, by the way. Let me take my sip of water that you asked for. Ugh. And thanks for logging in, everybody. Thank you so much. All right, let me guzzle some water. We have a little bit of time left on our ads. Oh, my throat. Ugh. Ugh. So yeah, I really like the inclusion of these. So maybe even having keeping maybe the original scheme of these wires. Maybe we see them in other places. In a perfect world, I would have them spiral down the leg. Oh, the original concept had the wires that went from the chest all through the legs, but I simplified it because it's hard to rig. That's understandable as heck. Absolutely. Yeah. I like the idea of incorporating at least just the red, blue, green wires in some other spots to kind of give it this feeling like the parts, like you said, are connected by these wires. Maybe instead of it being a spiral, maybe you see them peeking out in certain areas, and it doesn't have to be everywhere, but maybe, you know, down here. And if it's low poly, of course, you're going to have some challenges in terms of uh what you can achieve, like you mentioned in the rig. Maybe it's something and I have a limited knowledge of like 3D, but maybe this is just like a plane that's like tucked up underneath. Um so you still see a little bit of that wire coming through, but it's really just hugging the front of the mechanical portions underneath. Maybe we can continue that down here. Maybe they're in like a slightly different place on each one, just so it really gives the impression that this is just kind of wired together. However, whoever made this robot was able to wire it together. Um, yeah, it's definitely work. So, uh, with other 3D models, it is I have been, trying to keep in mind the limitations. So if somebody's using Vroid, and they don't have access to, custom model software, or they're not able to, whether it's skill or software based, they might not have access to anything other than the, tools with which Vroid offers. But if you are also modeling in a style such as this, where you're going for something more limited, and also it's a rigged 3D object, there are going to be technical limitations as well that might not be very economical to implement. So you can do these things, but is it actually going to be worth it for how heavy it might be or how difficult it might be to rig? So those are all things to keep into consideration as well, or take in consideration. But adding some of these like haphazard wires, um, I think can add a little bit more uh of a I put this thing together kind of vibe. This character has been hardwired together out of scrap pieces. Um Let me grab this dingy brownish color. Having some slots I think too. Like I found these things, I found these pieces. I put them where I could put them. There we go. So maybe this is like a little area with some plugs. Maybe a piece here has the remnants of a like a floppy disk slot. Like I just kind of had to put this where I could when I was building this character, building this robot with the little light on it. Well, it kind of almost looks like a pocket on like a suit, like a lapel pocket. Feel free to go nuts if there's any ideas that don't match. It's still cool to hear and consider. Absolutely, yeah. I think honestly, we have so many areas of this sweet beige, nostalgic beige, that I think you could definitely do more of this like weathering, and even something like this. If this was just something that was painted right on, that would just be a matter of texture paint rather than any additional geometry. Um, and but just adding little things like maybe there's like a port over here or like some buttons that don't go to anything and they don't do anything, but they're small additions um that give it a little bit more interest. I think I'd like to see a little more of the cooling element green somewhere in the legs maybe. Yeah, definitely. I like the idea of these tubes acting as like coolant. So maybe this might not be something that is easy to rig, but having something attached to the side of the head also could be a fun idea. Whether it's wires or otherwise. Again, that then becomes a rigging problem, where the head moves around so much that having something attached to the head might make it a little bit difficult to like make sure it doesn't break and snap and look awful. Um, but yeah, just another opportunity to play around. Something like this. We're gonna take a little bit of this color, something like that. Might replace the cooling element with wires to be more thematically consistent. That also could be really fun. I like the idea of any of that. Um, I definitely think that breaking up the silhouette and kind of giving it a little bit more of a haphazard, cobbled together vibe fits this nostalgic computer. The just saying, hey, my cable management is as good as it can be. I know someone who did something very similar. It worked out fine. About as hard as the chess piece too, so not too crazy. Okay, yeah. So yeah, definitely this is not the only way to do anything. There are I see. You're saving up for the farts. You fit what you fit in well. Saving up for toots, I see. Most time people are like, "What's this?" So yeah, having some of this, uh, also, if you're not gonna do these tubes anymore, you could always just replace that with wire. I was told to and I got curious. Oh yeah, it was like, "Hey, use your bits to shit your pants." So yeah, so definitely, I see here you have it connected to the back, so here on the side, it would just connect here instead, like the side of the head, like this. It's actually like somewhere around here. Yeah. Something like this. Maybe it's closer to the middle than what I have it here, but and then eh, eh, just coloring over it. Oh no. Oh jeez. Oh, we've gotten so far without it. We got so far without that. And here you are, blinding me with your oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, shucks. Ugh, my eyes. You try to blind me? Yeah. Also, I really like this intense green you have over here, so maybe that's hmm. No, I kinda like the muted palette, so maybe may oh my what are you doing? What are you guys doing over there? I really like the muted palette, so maybe the face is really the only place where we see that intense lime color. Let me see here. Let me select these areas and really just like almost crazy lime up here. Anyway, the shoulder pad could be adjusted to move more easily, keep the blocky look. I've had problems with movement. The arms can't move too much. Oh, interesting. Okay, hold on. Let me let me get these bright ass eyes. Let's do that. Yeah, really intense lighting right there. What Photoshop? What? Oh my god. Yeah, so have that look almost unnatural compared to everything else. One moment. Yeah, okay. So if you've been having issues um with the shoulders, I think this point here, if they're colliding here, that definitely makes sense. Let me also add a little bit of that here in the tubing. Bam, bam. There we go. Now they almost look like they emit light, and that would honestly, even if you don't have lighting on it, you could probably just do a really intense green. Let me group this together. So here so far, here's what we have the before. Let me zoom us in. We have the before and the after. Really just adding some haphazardness to it, some irregularity. In terms of like the shape here, I see what you mean with the shoulder pads. I really like how much it gives the shape of a shoulder, uh, that is, I think, needed. Let me see what it looks like without. Oops. Let's take a look to see what it would look like without that shape. Because I can definitely see where, like, that geometry is colliding, causing mobility issues. So without it, here is the oops, hold on. Before, after. It gives a little bit more of, like, a friendly vibe, but, um, that might not help with the collision. Almost removed it, but it adds so much to the silhouette. I agree, I agree. I like it better with that shape. So, maybe something you could do is bend it inward like this. Let me and that way, the arm can still rotate upward, without colliding. And you can still keep the outer section, but its inner section is a bit more. Let's get that right here. Something like that. So there's a little bit more of a gap. You have a bit more, there's a wider angle here. There's like what, about 30 degrees. Um, and also if you had, let's see. Having the hinge there, the shoulder pads connect to the main body, top would probably help with movement because it'd be one point to move with the arm. Yeah, so I think here, like having like a hinge point right here, if that is possible, having your arm be able, hold on, having the arm itself, let me make another, the arm itself would be able to rotate like independently of this shoulder pad. And maybe then there's a point which the shoulder pad then itself begins to move up. So the shoulder pad like starts here and then can also like rotate off of that hinge point and adjust with the arm. But again, in terms of like rigging, I'm not sure how that would work. So instead of having it connected to the arm, it could be connected to the chest instead. So let me try that. On the model, the shoulder is its own bone that moves only the shoulder. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah. So if this just has a little bit more wiggle room here, the arm can move up, and then at a certain point, this shoulder pad can follow with it. Um, and then also, too, you can also add that hinge element to it. Let me copy paste. Hi, Ghost. How are you? Let me move this over here so you can kind of see what that looks like. Okay. So here is the before and the after. You still have that fun silhouette, but now you can see a little bit more of the ball joint underneath. Before, after. And it's not changing too much. There's just a little bit more of a gap there. Hi, Ghost. Welcome in. I do like how you built the pelvis here. There is something, um, obviously this is a robot, but there's a lot of anatomy here, and I think that's really fascinating. Like, there's balance here. This foot is very human. The pelvis is very human, like this belly shape. I think there's a lot of really human elements that make this character feel, um, I don't know, more unique than just, nuts and bolts, so to speak. Um, let's see here. I can see that this plate here kind of dips under. I'm wondering if for this plate we could have a little bit more of a paint uh situation here where we take some of that weathered color or something and then just kind of toss that back a little bit, make it feel like it's a little bit further below or like behind things. Let me just do this. Something like this. And let me grab a darker color. Oops. Something like this. Just push it back. So it's not actually competing with the legs, but visually from the front, it's being pushed under a little bit more. And kind of gives the illusion that it's curved without you actually having to curve it. Or it really just depends on if the legs are going to be overlapping it or if it's going to overlap the legs. You can also kind of pull back out this seam here. But something like this visually, whether it does curve in or not, is up to you for, but maybe from the front it's a little bit visually different. Maybe it's a little bit less dark. Let me grab this color again. Just something to kind of break up. We have a lot of areas of this similar color, so we can break it up just a little bit, which you've already done with these really nice seams. So maybe there's just more of these seams in places as well. Let me grab this color and this color. Get this geometry. Welcome in. Oh, hi, Chunky. How are you? Oh my gosh. Welcome, Raiders. Hi. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, everybody. And thanks for the follow. Let me get this zoomed out. Thank you so much. Welcome, Raiders. Hi, how are you? My goodness. Oh my God. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Mandi Quin, mall mannequin, illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. We're currently doing a VTuber design critique today. How are you? The welcome in emote's so funny. My little point. Thank you so much. Welcome in, guys. I hope you had a fabulous stream. What were you doing today? Welcome in. We're currently going over the design of Proto T. So we're taking a look at a bunch of people's designs today. Your VTuber avatar is so cute with the heck. Thank you. Thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you. If you guys want to know more about where my assets came from, please check out my credits page. My model artist and rigger is Real Pup, aka Trex. But yeah, I'm an illustrator, animator, and professional goober. We're looking at art fight profiles. Ooh, oh my gosh, did you guys find some that you really enjoyed? We're doing a birthday stream part 2, looking through art fight profiles. Well, happy birthday! Oh my gosh! All right, everybody, we're stretching. We're stretching. Welcome in, everyone. Okay, make sure you're stretching. Take care of yourself. Welcome in, everybody. And if you'd like to know more about me, guys, thank you. If you'd like to know more
Here's
about
your mall
me,
fact.
oh,
Masquerading multiple. The
okay,
mall
okay.
utilizes a cumulative 15 miles of neon lighting throughout.
That's a lot on neon. I made a solid 30 plus canvas just for OCs I liked. Well, that's kind of fun. I love that. I love that idea so much. I hope you guys had a wonderful time and happy birthday. Thank you so much for rating me of all the people you could have rated today. If you need to rate and run and take care of yourself, please do. But feel free to hang out. We're going over some awesome designs and taking some time to appreciate some really cool and interesting ideas. Oh, okay, back to my mullet. You got it. Oh, that's my ponytail. That's not it. There we go. Thank you. This is my default, my mullet. But welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Feel free to check me out on Blue Sky. I post my art there, and also I have a Ko-fi or coffee. I say coffee, but I don't know if everybody knows what I mean when I say that. But anyway, I have a gallery there. You can check out my art. But welcome in. I mostly draw, by the way. That's most of what I do on stream. Welcome in, y'all. Let's go back here. So yeah, let me take a look at where we were. So we have our before and our after, really just playing on some of those really fun ideas. And welcome, readers, welcome in. I think the last thing, honestly, adding more of these lovely seams that you have on the breastplate to other areas. So it looks like, yeah, and you do have that here on the pelvis, and I can see that you're textured like the weathering on the edges. So maybe just outlining some more of your geometry with that, with these seams here, you know, kind of like whoop, right here. There you go. Codpiece used to have 2 printed on seams. I could add those back. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Something like this. Some sort of whatever geometry ends up working for you. You don't have to go crazy with it. But giving some of that same personality to some of these pieces could be really really awesome. I see too that you could probably add some weathering onto the edges of these pieces as well. Maybe let me go. Bum, oops. Bum, 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 bum. So maybe we had some weathering on the edge here um, to match some of the weathering on the other pieces. Oops. Just some on the corners. Ah. But other than that, I really, really enjoy this design. I think it really plays into a lot of nostalgia around technology from this period of time. I think to a lot of people that were um, first exposed to computers in the late 90s and early 2000s, even as far back as, going into the 80s, I think for a lot of people that are personally um, invested in that era of computers, this is incredibly nostalgic. And I love that this is just another way that people can put their personality, their history, and their experience into their model. It's just another way of getting someone getting to know them better. So yeah, put some of the weathering here as well in the armpit area, maybe darkening some of this under here where some of these larger pieces are overlapping and they're a little bit more separate. Thanks for looking over my out. I really like the suggestion. So thank you so much for submitting it. And for those of you that don't know, Proto T is working on some 3D assets for us, so you can throw more things at me. So thank you so much for your submission. I really appreciate it. Um, Here is our before, and I'll put them side by side. Before, after. Really didn't do too much. We're really just honestly playing around. Let me just get this set up. There we go. Let me copy this again. There we go. Okay. And I'm going to keep that copy. Hold on. going to move this direction. There we go. Put this here. Or maybe not. Hold on. I don't even remember what I was up to. Robots might think me saying this is controversial, but beep boop? Oh my god. How could you? What in the heck? That's so insensitive. I'm just kidding. Okay, hold on. Let me try to get there we go. I was trying to figure out what I was up to. Just trying to make some room over here. So that I can oops. So I can have merge this. And then I'll move this off to the move this up to the side. There we go. Might need a little bit more room on my canvas, but we'll see. We'll see. I will need more room on my canvas. I'm gonna. There we go. I don't know what I'm gonna do for dinner, y'all. I had I made some Japanese curry today, but I put instead of having rice, I got some Korean rice cakes, some tteokbokki. So I put some tteokbokki in like a Japanese curry. It was good. But I have like a medicine that I'm taking that like reduces my sense of taste. So uh unfortunately I had to add quite a bit more salt to mine to make it taste like much, but it was good. It was a good. I think tteokbokki is one of my favorite like textures. It's a really if you've never had it, it's like a firmer mochi, very chewy. It's a good texture. Yeah, welcome in. Thank you again for your submission. Here is our we have the before on the left and the after on the right. And I don't know. I had a really good time with this one. I really like this design a whole lot. But yeah, we had it was broccoli, carrots, curry, and then the tteokbokki. Of course, thank you so much for this submission. So let's say for the suggestion. We have upcoming. We have Reina Mouse, Risuru, Senna the Red Joker, Cinderent, Snufkin May, Viper Vakahi, and Zumerical, aka Yikes. So we have let's see, 2, 4, 6, 7 more. I'll do my best. I'll do my best. I'm gonna take another sip. We're doing pretty well. We've made it through 6 so far, in 4 hours. So I'm gonna do my best, to make sure that everybody gets the attention that they deserve, but that I can also not die from speaking so much. Let me chug my water. Hello, Raina. Welcome in. I did redo the actual model. I sent it on Blue Sky. All right, let me take a look on Blue Sky. Let me take a look. Up, up, up. Okay, I see. I see. Let me grab your most recent then. And I will paste it in here. And we'll just use this as our design. There we go. Is this a PNG model? Or is this a live 2D model? There we go. All right. And let me grab this. I'm going to try to separate you from the background here. A PNG. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So now we have you separated from the background. Let me pop this back out and move you over to the side. And I'll crop it in a little bit so it's not so, we'll take it out, bring it in, and we'll change this background to fill it up. There we go. Awesome. Okay. Copy, paste. Perfect. Vtuber Plus, hell yeah. All right, cool. So, is this broken up to have some fun, like physics and stuff? That's fun. You also have a version in a chair. It looks like it's your drawing tablet. I'm just gonna go over the base design for now. Just make sure that I can touch on the big stuff. Heck yeah, that's exciting. Okay, so this is Reina. The color palette, as we can see, is very yellow and blue, playing off of the blue orange color scheme, which is a complementary color scheme, meaning that they're opposites on the color wheel. So we have orange and blue. However, with the addition of pink, it actually makes this a primary color scheme instead of a slightly altered um, complementary scheme, meaning we're using yellow, blue, and pink, and we have these in a muted bit of color. So they're, sorry, I'm trying to find my better words. I'm trying to speak gooder. This is a muted primary, so everything's a little bit more pastel. It's a little bit softer and a little bit less like superhero. Red, yellow, and blue tends to be very graphic and have a very main character energy, but by softening it up, we have a softer character, a little bit more of a sweeter, more like playful, a little bit more gentle than the really harsh, red, blue, and yellow. A little bit less video gamey and a little bit softer, a little bit more to me makes me think of like candy and just oh, I don't know, it's just softer, it's just gentler all the way around. So one of the things that I really enjoy here is that there are areas of solid and there's areas of interest. So we have this ear is kind of like flipped around for some asymmetry. We have some stripes, which are also I have stripes in my design as well. As you can see here, I've got overalls and stripes. So it's a fun way to mix up and diversify what would have just been a solid shirt. Of course, it doesn't have to be stripes. You could put any pattern there. Reminds me of saltwater taffy. Yeah, very candy. It's very, very sweet color palette. One of the things that I'd like to look at first is our values. So we do have some nice darker values here in the overalls, and then we have some lighter values here in the skin and the hair. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to make a mid-tone gray, and I'm going to set this to color. And you can see here, we see where our overalls are, we can see where our skin is, and we have that variation with those mid-tones in the stripes, and the hair is a nice mid-tone. So we have actually a pretty wide array of values here. There are areas that we could probably push the values lighter and darker, but the base model as it is has a lot of variation. I'm going to actually change this background to a mid-tone gray as well. Oops, looks like I missed this little bit down here. Grab that. There we go. I'll keep those as they are. Copy paste. Wonderful. So yeah, we have enough variety in our values. We have some darks, we have some lights, and we have some midtones, and it's not all sitting in midtone land. And we can also see too that that's even considering that the skin is slightly darker. It's not super super pale. It's a lighter skin tone, but at least it's a little bit darker. It's almost heading towards tan. So now I'm going to take a look at our silhouette by filling this in with a color overlay. So we can see here that we can very clearly see where the shoulders, the head, the hair isn't interrupting the neck and shoulders. So there's a really clear distinction of where our head begins and where our shoulders begin. And then we also see that there are ears. We can see these whiskers. They're coming out really far to the sides. We have a tail here. So we're getting a pretty good example, an idea of this character's anatomy without needing any of the details inside. And we can also tell that they have animalistic characteristics by the ears, the whiskers, and the tail. The one thing with the tail being very rounded, the tail reads cat while the rest reads mouse, which again is something that you could do very intentionally. That could be something that you're after. But one of the things that I think could help us with the silhouette and making this read like a mouse character would be to add a tip to the tail. Mice will have often a tail that is like very fleshy. It won't have any fur on it. And so it'll end naturally in a tip. And it has like a taper as well, so it'll start as a thicker and taper into like a thinner. I'll also round it off. You can just kind of keep it from looking too aggressive. Hi Shiva, how are you? Hi Shiva, welcome in Raiders. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, welcome Raiders. How are you? Hold on, I had one thought and my brain needed to. There we go. I'm doing well. How are you? Welcome in. Let me zoom out. Today we are doing a VTuber design critique. Welcome in. I'm Mandy Quinn, Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. This is our next victim, so to speak. This is Raina Mouse. But welcome in. How are you? What were you doing today, Shiva? It's nice to see you. So yeah, I'm going through different designs and we have I believe 6 more after this one. Sorry to raid and run. I need to do some bio, so absolutely go take care of yourself. Welcome, raiders. If you guys are new here, I'm an artist. I do a lot of art critiques, and this is the first time that we've been doing a VTuber design critique specifically. So yeah, we're having a good time. Feel free to stay, but if you guys need to raid and run and take care of yourselves, please do. But feel free to hang out. I'm sorry, I'm kind of fumbling over my words. I've been talking, whoops, been talking an awful lot. So we're playing The Sims. Let's go. I hope you had fun playing God. So yeah, so I recommend tapering this tail, and bringing it a little bit more to a mouse, shape. Mice again have a like a fleshy kind of tail. There really isn't fur past a certain point on that tail. And it also just gives it more of like a rodent vibe. So um I'm gonna make the tail pink. So after the interior of the ears and mouth, we really don't have any more pink. And so I'm really missing the pink in your design. I would love to see it implemented in a few more places. So I'm going to take the same pinks from inside your ear, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to do like a little subtle gradient from the darker to the lighter. And I might even just take some of your blue and put it down at the base to make it feel like some of the fur is showing up just where it connects to the body. Something like this. You can up to whatever your preference is. This is also where if you wanted to put another area of interest, you could do like striping. I feel like the striping gets it more to the territory of like rat or possum. So that might not be something that you're interested in. In that case, you can always just remove it. I think mice, especially, tend to have daintier tails. They tend to be quite small. So in that case, you could also thin this tail out even further to avoid it making reading more as like rat or possum. Because mice are quite small and fragile and dainty. So giving that a little bit more of a slim profile ends up making it feel a little bit more like a mouse instead. Or again, if this isn't something that you're interested in, you can still keep it blue. Um, I'm just really missing um, pink elsewhere. I think I'm gonna just bring the pink all the way here because we have, like I said, we have a primary color scheme. We have pink, blue, and yellow, but the only place we're seeing pink is the ear and the nose and mouth. So if we can find other places to incorporate the pink, we'll end up with a little bit more of a rounded color scheme. You don't have to put it in a ton of places by any means, but maybe there are ways that you can incorporate it that make it feel like it's more a part of the rest of the design rather than just in a couple places. And so we've brought it down to the middle, and we can see if there are ways for us to incorporate the pink down towards the bottom, without, of course, adding so much pink that it like overwhelms the design. So maybe there's something like your belt. If you want your belt to be a different color, you could try the pink, see if that looks right. But if that's not, if not not if oh my gosh, I'm really struggling with my words right now. If that's not tickling your fancy, then you can always try something like bracelets. So if you wanted like a cool watch or a bracelet, you could add some in your accessories. Maybe you have, you know, a watch here to kind of play into this like kid core kind of vibe here. Maybe the patch here behind the cheese is also pink. I actually like it better with the blue. I like it better with the blue. Maybe there's we have a lot of the same type of blue. So maybe the socks are where we incorporate that pink. And now we're like, okay, so we have pink in the socks, or maybe we have pink in the shoes. Just kind of going into again, we're little mice, little rodents. They have their little hands and feet are pink, so maybe your shoes are pink instead. There's all sorts of things. It's a pretty simple design, but simple does not mean bad. In fact, there are a lot of really awesome creators that have. Whoops. There are a lot of really awesome creators that have simplistic designs. And so, I mean, the world is your oyster. There's a lot of opportunity to like incorporate um, aspects of things that you enjoy. So maybe you're like, okay, I really want it to read like I'm going out on an adventure. So I'm making sure that that I am wearing sneakers and I have overalls, and it feels like I'm going to the park or something like that. So yeah, having some pink down here makes it look a little bit more like you know could bring to mind little mice feet, maybe incorporating some pink on the base of the shoe. Since we're only seeing the shoe from the front, it's hard to get a grasp of what the design might be. But now we've brought that pink just from up here to now we have some in the middle and we have some down here. If you want to add some interest, maybe these socks, I guess these are the tongue of the shoes actually. So you could add socks. Um, I saw that you brought that yellow down there. So let me bring the yellow higher. I'm going to make a slightly different yellow. So maybe we have, eh, maybe we do like an even lighter yellow. Nah. So here, if you brought the socks up, there's so many things that you can do. I mean, there's really no wrong way to explore your ideas. It really is just trying things. If there's something that you're reminded of, you're like, oh, you know what? When I was a kid, I used to play outside a lot, and one of the things that I did was I tore holes in my jeans. It's like, okay, well, maybe if that's the vibe I'm going for, I put holes in my jeans. I do have socks for my sit toggle, but I didn't do anything interesting with them. That's totally fair too. So maybe we have, you know, the shoes are mostly pink. Um, and then maybe, I bring your yellow back down here. Maybe they're yellow and pink shoes, and the socks are white so that we're kind of filling up some of the empty space here on the legs. Because there is quite a bit of empty space. Let me just do that. There we go. Let me, oops, something, hello? There we go. Put a little bit of that here. So now we have a little bit more interest. Let me show here is the before. So we have a lot of blue, a lot of yellow, and just a hint of pink. And now here we've brought the pink into some other areas. Of course, uh, you know, these are all up to your own preference, but bringing that pink down a little bit further just gives us a bit more of a balance between this color palette looking like a triad or three colors rather than just looking like two colors. And it gives it a little bit more purpose in some other spaces. Something that you could also do is incorporate things like band-aids. So if you're a rough and tumble kind of character and you're out and about, you could put like little band-aids on your knees. And that's another way to play around with like the kid core and also bring some other color here to the bottom of the model. So maybe we have some band-aids here, around the knees, areas where you might get scuffed. Same here. You take, oops, something like this, put it on your elbow. Just another way to show people like a little bit more of your personality through really, really subtle details. Um, so yeah, so aside from bringing that color further down, we could probably also get a little bit more variety. So here, if these are meant to be the cuffs of your overall pants, your little overall shorts, I would recommend actually taking the shade from the overalls and then just lightening it up and desaturating it a little bit to make it look more like it's the cuff that's been folded up rather than a piece of fabric that's its own color. Though if it was your intention rather to have those be like a different piece of the fabric, then you can ignore that. But see how this just makes it feel like this is like a denim overall that's been rolled up. That's kind of the vibe. Let me, whoops. Let me erase that. It's really, really subtle too. But just by changing the color and making it a little thicker, it now reads like it's a rolled up. Oops, oops, I don't want that. It now looks like it's been rolled up rather than it being like a little cuff. But again, if it was meant to be a little cuff, then ignore me. You can ignore this. I mean, you can absolutely ignore all of this. If oh my gosh, I'm trying to rotate. I mostly didn't want the light blue to get lost in the denim. That's also fair. Here, let me fix my there we go. If you guys are new around here and you haven't seen my critiques before, my aim with these critiques is to make you feel like your design decisions are important, and acknowledge them and see them. Any of the suggestions I make are simply that, only suggestions, and by no way, shape, or form do I expect you to take any of my advice. You can completely disregard it and keep all of your design choices. My feelings will not be hurt. This is me just seeing a design and playing around with it and having fun. I'll just do little outlines on the bandages, just kind of keep with your style. So now that the cuff is brought back to this reduced color, now we can see that belt. The belt isn't competing with the bottom of the pants. We have like one area getting kind of cut in half with this blue. We also have the tail, and then we have the legs getting kind of cut. And by doing that, this feels a little bit more like one piece of garment, and then you have like a belt, which is like a separate piece. Um, One of the things I'll also do, let me might flatten this a little bit closer to the profile. The belt can have a little bit more structure that way. Is there anything specifically that you're looking for feedback on as well? Sorry. Again, I'm tripping over my words. It's been a long weekend, y'all. There we go. Just getting that a little bit more substantial. I'll work on also establishing some subtle detailing in the pants. So maybe having like a fly here. The pockets actually pockets kind of lean more close to the sides of the pants rather than the front. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So um, let me grab those. I'm gonna grab this color. Pockets actually kind of fall right here on the sides. And I liked that you incorporated a bit of a design element to having like the blue on the rim. I think if we incorporate that on the pockets, I would love to see it elsewhere. I would love to see um, that same like hem color introduced in other places. Nothing particular. The things I worked really hard on were the colors and the silhouette. Yeah, I think definitely the silhouette reads very cleanly and the color palette's really strong. You went with a really tried and true color palette. And so now by incorporating more of that pink, we're just adding more of the third color in the color palette. So here is our before and our after. And it'll be a little easier for us to actually let me grab this. Let me group this. There we go. All right, so here is our before after. Now we have a little bit more visual interest going on down here. And you can see that pink being brought down adds just a little bit more. Before, after. There's just a little bit more variety and just a little bit more interest. So one thing I'm going to do is I really liked that you had blue on your pockets. So maybe that's something where, you know, we can find ways to add that back in more areas to make it feel more like a repeated motif rather than just having it in like one spot. I like this belt being really big and bright, so I might have my details on my pants be a little bit darker blue so that they don't compete with that light blue. So I'm gonna take like a darker version of this same blue, and I'm gonna now start adding back some of that detail that you had added in. So maybe across the top of our overalls, we have that same blue. Maybe the straps have that as well. And this might be too much detail. We're just playing around. Maybe it's something where like, okay, you know what? That might be a little busy with the stripes, so maybe we incorporate this. Maybe that's the color that we have here, where it's not as bright. I actually do just like it better this way. I just like it better this way. If this is meant to be a pocket, maybe we can change the shape of the pocket so it's looking to be more like a pocket than a patch. There we go. We can add things instead of having stuff like this. Oops. We can add things like seams instead to add that visual interest. Maybe the insides of the pockets are a color. There's literally so much you can do. There's a lot of opportunity to play around with this design because it's very simple. So really, I mean, the silhouette is solid. So maybe I'm just going to do a little bit of like a dash line. Hold on. Trying to get it to look right here. There we go. There. Dash line to show that that's where our seam is. Dash, 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 dash. And then up here, we can go back and add some of that as well. Take this and then dash, 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 dash. Add some interest across the top of the pocket. Dash, dash, dash. One thing is that adding seams onto something like denim or pants really can just do wonders for making it read more like a garment. And you'd be surprised with how much you can get out of just these small little details. One thing too is starting with something general and then adding more to it is a little bit easier than starting with something really specific and then trying to you know remove the detail. It's kind of strange. I would start with something more general and then add to it. So yeah, see how much interest we have now with these little bits of seam that we've put in there. It just kind of adds a little bit more flavor. Um, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, you could put accessories around the neck. You could have something like a jacket that you can take on and off. One of the things too is, I mean, I see that this ear is flipped around. So maybe the ear is bent in half instead, so we're not missing this pink area here. So we could have it where, let me add this back in. And then just thinking of different ways to use the ideas that you have and make them interesting. And there's already so much interest here, so we're just really playing around, having a good time. I really like this design. I think it's really sweet, simple, to the point. Does a good job of giving us a playful personality too. Looks like you have a good time. Looks like you're having fun. I think that's all that really matters. Here, we'll add a little bit of this. Are these stripes in the hair or are these highlights in your hair? Let me add that back in. So now we have a little bit more balance on the other side, but we still have the ear being like folded over. Let me make this look a little bit more like your other side. There we go. So now we have a little folded over ear. Because if they're meant to be highlights, then we can keep them at a lighter blue. So take the same blue here and just make it lighter instead and make these highlights in the hair so that they don't look like it's a whole other color. Maybe make them a little bit bigger and keep the highlights around the same area. There we go. So it's like the light is hitting the top of the head here. I do really like how far the whiskers come out as well. There's really nice stripes of gray to help break it up. I like the idea of them being highlights instead. I love that idea of having some different hair color as well. Here, there we go. Having them be a little bit less bright. If that's the case, if you are still interested in having the stripes of color, then I recommend making them more consistent. And one of the biggest things that I see is that people will have these ideas, but they aren't recurring enough. They don't happen enough to make it feel like it was intentional. it ends up coming across more as like a mistake, which it isn't. You put that there for a reason. So if you just have to make sure that there's enough of it to make it feel like it was supposed to be there, if that makes sense. So we added some highlights in the hair. So now it's like, okay, we want to incorporate a color. I think the gray read too much like your skin tone. So maybe we explore having aspects of the yellow in your hair. So if you wanted, we could see what it looks like to have like a big stripe here of this yellow color. And now it's different enough that it definitely feels like it was supposed to be there. You put that there for a reason. Maybe there's a little bit of that yellow down here as well. Maybe in the bottom to show, okay, this is where I'm putting it. And I'm kind of giving it a little bit of a little rough patch. So now it's kind of falling down this side of the face. Maybe there's a little bit here, like a little stripe here. I'm just gonna, there we go. Oops. There we go. So now it really, really hammers home. I wanted this to be here. I'm putting this here and it's supposed to be there. Let me get that back. I don't want your whiskers to disappear. There we go. There we go. And it also brings to mind some of the stripes on your shirt. It's bringing that color a little bit from just the shirt and the cheese up into the hair. Blue and yellow in the hair is also really fun. I'm going to take this lighter and I'm going to create some of those highlights as well. Right here in the, be a little bit less. There we go. There we go. So yeah, I really like this shade of yellow. Let's see if I can't put it in some other spots too. So maybe the front of the cheese and then the back of the cheese it stays darker. Be a little bit darker. So now there's some depth to that. Let's see. Brighten up the stripes a little bit. There we go. Just saturate it a little bit. Here on the belt buckle, we can add a little bit of that lighter color and maybe a little bit of white just to kind of give it a little shine. I think it'd be also fun to take some of this color and remove some of that blue here inside of the cheese and replace that with other yellow. That way, it feels a little bit more. There we go. That way, it's kind of, I get this straightened up. Ah, I hate that I keep forgetting which lasso I'm using. And sorry if I'm a little discombobulated. I've suddenly forgotten how to speak in correct sentences, so there we go. There we go. Just lowered it a little bit on the patch. All right. So yeah, I think this is a pretty solid design. I really, really like the character. You look like you're a really fun-loving person. There's a lot of personality here. There are things with the anatomy that I would fix, but honestly, that's not as important as just having a really fun design. It really feels playful. It really feels sweet. And if those are the things that you were going for, which with the big smile on your face, it definitely feels that way, then I think this is a wonderful design. I think it works, and I really like the ideas that you have. Let me change over, and I'll put them. I'll show you what they look like. Here's the before and the after. Just bringing that pink into a couple other places and balancing out a little bit. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, just forgetting how to speak. One last thing too is I'll put that outline on the tail again, make it feel like it's a little bit more consistent with the rest. There we go. But yeah, I think this is a really fun design. Simple designs aren't bad designs. I think people are afraid to make something too simple, but making something simple is hard. So, take that for what it's worth. Okay. So let me put them side by side so we can see what they look like. We'll move this over. Mhm. And let me grab this color and fix that. There we go. So now you can see them side by side. I really like the stripe in the hair, actually. I think that's fun. It's a nice way to kinda break up that blue. And yeah, having these socks here too just offers another area where we have some fun contrast. And you could do whatever you wanted with those socks. If you wanted them to have fun colors, or maybe one's lower than the other, or maybe there's like a little bit of a texture. So maybe they're like tube socks. You just go in and just kind of grab a slightly off white color and just kind of do something like this. I mean, the world is your oyster. I think there's just so much opportunity. There's so much, you can do with this that it really there's no wrong way to add to it. You can also take, this blue, add the quintessential stripe to the top. Oh, I think my sitting socks are just blue? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could literally do whatever you like. You could have one blue sock, one yellow sock. Really, I mean, you could do anything. There's so much possibility, there's so much to do. So yeah, thank you so, so much. I really enjoy your design, and I really also like you have, let me show the other one that you submitted. You have a nice cheese chair, which I think is really silly. I love the idea of a cheese chair. Here's Raina's cheese chair. I like the glasses too. Honestly, I kinda wish the glasses were on the original as well, on the other one. I think that's really fun. Just another area to have some personality. Actually, let me recreate them real quick. Um, I love that. I love that. I didn't remember seeing the glasses here. Let me slap those on. Yeah, I love the glasses. It could actually be kind of fun to have triangular glasses. Triangular glasses are a little silly, but to have them read a bit more like cheese, maybe there's like something like this where they're cheese glasses. I'm doing the anime thing where they don't like cross over the eyes or whatever. Maybe they're just like that. I made them look like my IRL glasses. Oh, that's fun. I love that. I love that idea. As someone that has glasses, I love the idea of incorporating your own glasses into it. Let me make this not look so. Ah, it's fine how it was. It's fine how it was. So yeah, just another area to put some theming. I really like the inclusion of glasses. I think those are fun. But yeah, thank you so, so much. And again, for those of you that have been watching and have submitted either if I went through them last week or if I went through them this week, if you did request that I send you the results, I will email that to you with the email that you provided after all of the critiques are finished. Thank you so much, Raina. And I'm going to move on to the next one. We have quite a few more left to go. And I'm going to make sure that I retain my voice. The next one we have is Risuru. Bam. Another design that's done very simply with a simple color palette, but it just goes to show that simple designs can also be really cool. Thank you so much. Of course, of course. Thank you again for submitting. I really appreciate it. Um, Let me take a second to sip my water while we look at Reese's design. I believe this art was done by Starboy Blue, if I remember correctly, which is fun. Let me sip. But yeah, another fun design, simple. This is actually like more of like a streetwear kind of design, which is fun. Yeah, Risuru is a duck. A little duck. Mhm. So now we had mouse and now we have duck. Oh, look at the prongs on the side of the tongue. That is very much a mallard waterfowl kind of thing where the tongue has weird little barbs on the side. Those are so strange. Those are so strange. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Holy moly. Okay. I'm gonna wait till after the ads so that when people come back, they can hear the feedback because I think this one will have a lot of fun feedback. And then I'm gonna take a really quick break while we have our ads, and I'm gonna get some more water. Make sure you guys are stretching. Make sure you guys are drinking water. Take care of yourself. I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back. Okay? Let those ads play. have returned. I'm back. Hello, welcome back. Okie dokie. Ugh, thank you. Hi, everybody. Okay, the next design is of Risuru, who is a ducky. Welcome back, y'all. Um, I needed a little break, Roni, so I'm happy I got some more water, took care of myself. Make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. Um, we have, let me check on how many we have. Because I don't want to run out of steam, but I can feel it, TM. So we have Risuru, we have Senna, Sin, Snuff, Viper, and Yikes. So we have, let's see, 2, 4, 5 more after this one. So what I'm gonna do is I really want to showcase things that we've already talked about. So I don't know if I'm going to be drawing too much over this one. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So first off, this one goes along very nicely with the design that we just looked at. Not only do we have animal characteristics, but we have a similar vibe, a very playful, very friendly vibe, a little bit mischievous. We have this really fluffy hairdo with some subtle striping in it as well. There's a lot of things that feel very similar. And of course, this is more of a ref sheet for a design, so there's a little bit more to look at going on here, but there's a lot that we can take away. A simple color palette, we're really only using a few shades of the same yellow, white, and black. We're kind of into streetwear rather than kidcore. And one of the things that really solidifies the duck vibe aren't so many, it's not so much that this character is a duck, but they very much feel like a duck. So not only do you have like literally a duck right here on the jacket, but this little webbed foot motif, which is very simple, it is a graphic design element. This is called a motif. It's a repeating piece of something that is put throughout the whole to make it feel consistent. You can find motifs in music, you can find motifs in design, like graphic design. So, usually, like a book will have motifs of similar shapes and all sorts of things to make the beginning of the book feel like the end of the book in terms of like a design or in like writing as well. So, you'll have symbolism and all sorts of stuff. So, this little webbed foot pattern is repeated not only here on the front, but as also on the back, which gives us a little bit of opportunity to break up these big areas of white. And of course, you have like a stylish little stripe. There's stripes here, here. We mentioned having those seams before with Reina's design. So these seams are just big, chunky, exaggerated things like pockets and straps. If you're interested in putting a lot of little details in there, this is just another opportunity for you to do that with really simple elements. A strap around the leg. We can see that webbed foot motif is here. Looks like this is like a pocket or like a little charm hanging off of the pocket. Again, if you like streetwear, um, definitely look at real streetwear outfits to get inspiration. What kinds of graphic design elements are they using? And find things about a characteristic or about whatever it is that you're inspired by to make more abstract. So for example, the bill of a duck is literally shown here on the hood. You can see, oh, there's eyes and a bill. Okay, that's a duck or a goose. Um, and but also they have a visor here, and the visor is a very like streetwear feeling clothing element, an accessory, but they flipped it upside down and this is bill shaped. So now there's another bill shaped clothing element that isn't as literally a bill as the actual little hood or little collar element right here. So that's a really fun way to incorporate something in an unexpected way. Um, what else is shaped like a bill? Oh, the bill of a hat. It's literally called the bill of a hat, and I think that's a really interesting and unique way to add that in there. Yeah, welcome in. So yeah, fun incorporation. We're using a very consistent color palette. The hair is this off-white color instead of being pure white. It just adds a little bit more contrast here instead of it just being bright white. So now we can reserve the white for the clothing. And it's reading more of like a really sandy, pale blonde rather than just like white hair. And then we have these fun color elements to kind of give us a little bit more of that little duckling, gosling vibe. Also breaks up again, breaks up where we have a light color hitting another light color. We have that barrier of yellow in between. And also, too, the eyes are blue as a fun contrast to the rest of the otherwise very warm color palette. So, yeah, it's a simple design in theory, but there's a lot going on inside of it to make it feel cohesive and to make it feel um, like it's giving duck or goose no matter what. You cannot mistake this as a gosling or a duckling kind of inspired character. Um, and if somebody can know that about you without any other context, your character design is really strong. Of course, there's always room for improvement in every design. Um, and but I think this one is done very simply, and very effectively. One thing that could be fun, would be to have, some more accessories. So for example, I see, a lot of nautical themes with, like, ducks and goslings and geese and ducks and things. So maybe there's something that's shaped a bit more like an inner tube. Maybe they have, like, a bracelet that looks a little bit like an inner tube. Um, this purple earring is really fun. We're getting into the territory of the purple versus yellow, which is a complementary color scheme, but the purple doesn't appear anywhere else. So I'm mostly left wondering, oh, where is this purple feather from? So if it's something that doesn't have a counterpart anywhere else, this is something that's like a bit more of like a story behind it. There might be another VTuber or character that has purple feathers or is purple, and this is a nod to them. So it feels out of place, but it feels also super specific. So if they wanted it to feel more like it was in place, let's say the intention was for it to be an integral part of the outfit, I would just incorporate that purple in more places. But because it wasn't, um, I think that it's a bit more specific than what I have at my disposal currently. I think also too, if we wanted to give it a little bit more variety, let me whoops. There's tons of variety and value. The silhouette is also very fun. They have a very open position here, so no matter if they were standing straight or not, this position just makes for a fun silhouette. I think the bill on the hat breaks up the hair a little bit too, with something a bit more structured and less fluffy. But we have a decent amount of contrast. One thing I think would be fun to add would be a bit more orange. So let me set this layer to color. I'm gonna choose like an orangey that's kind of sitting very close to this yellow. I love this. This is like almost this is basically a monochromatic color scheme. They're using the same shade of yellow. They're using, the different tints, meaning they're adding white to it. And then they have black and white. So it's just yellow, black, white, which is super effective aside from like, the eye color in this one specific feather that feels like it has a purpose. Um, I would love, and this is a personal, I would love just one more color to really push um just a little bit more variety. Not anything crazy, but I think just having the integration of a little bit of orange would just give me just a little bit more of, but that's a personal preference. So let me show you. Let me do multiply, and then I'm thinking of adding, like, some fun gradients. The background has this stellar, um, like, halftone kinda thing. I don't think that's necessary to include halftones in here, but that could be a fun bit of texture. But something like this, like a little bit of this, let me even, like, knock that down to 60%. I don't want it to be, like, so dark. Like, I really am not trying to reinvent the wheel, but look at just that little bit. Let me add that to the other angles. So right here on the edge of the bill, just that like slight transition of that orange is just giving it that extra layer of depth. without, like, reinventing the wheel. Like, I'm not trying to overcomplicate it. I don't wanna take away from the detail that's already been put in there, but just that one little bit pushes it just a bit darker. I'd probably also, put that on the hooded bill as well. So let me do that. This little bill back here, I might even just make this whole bill that orange color just to make it feel like its own element. And it's not so different of a color that it feels like I'm just like adding a whole new color. You know what I mean? I don't want to break out of the tight scheme that we already have. But see that just here's the before, after. I don't know, something about that subtle little gradient, and I think too, like, look at this. Hold on. How cool would it be to have that here too? Gradient back down here. Now there's a little bit more interest on the inside of the coat. Let me grab this, make that dark. Right. Just really, really subtle. Nothing wild, nothing kooky, nothing crazy. But just taking these areas of predominantly flat yellow and just adding that slight um gradient to it just kind of gives it that little bit of oomph, just a little bit extra oomph. I won't focus too much on incorporating all of these. But here, we'll just do a little bit of dark here, a little bit of dark here, maybe on the top of the leg here, maybe on the bottom of the shoulder. Yeah, just look at that. So now here's our before, after. Just a little bit extra. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Now I could probably go into like the base of the shoe. Oops. Actually, yeah, I kind of like it better with maybe just the toe box of the shoe is here. This, this. Hi, thanks for logging in. So maybe just one section of the shoe. I think really not too much. Oops, oops, oops. Wrong way. Not trying to make it too different. I really just want to stay in the same realm, but having that little bit of extra contrast just gives it the bump up that I think just takes it to another level. But I like the original. I think the original's very good. Um, I think this isn't really anything that's gonna change, make or break the design. I just really love taking a simple design and then adding something like that gradient before, after, here, before, after. I'll zoom out a little bit more too. And now we have that orange to contrast this like beautiful turquoisey color that we have here too. The blue and orange are directly linked to each other. Before, after. So yeah, I like this design a lot. I think it's really effective. It reads really well. I think there's no escaping that this is a duck slash goose character, some sort of fowl. Um, and I think it's a really playful and imaginative way to give us that kind of imagery without having to just be a literal duck. And of course, that doesn't mean that you can't incorporate a literal duck. You know what I mean? So yeah, super cute. I like this design a lot. Let me then move on to the next one. All right. Our next one is Senna the Red Joker. Senna actually provided, I believe, like 4 or 5 designs. So I chose this one um, just because it was a little bit different than some of the other things that I had seen. And I really enjoyed it. So I wanted to talk about this design. Let me give it a little bit more room. There we go. So we're not chopping off the feet so much. I don't want to crop. There we go. Okay. So this is Senna the Red Joker, and again, Senna does have a red design, a red and black design. I chose this blue one just because I thought it was pretty interesting, and I really liked the silhouette. So let me copy and paste. If we take a look at the silhouette, we can see that we have a pretty fun shape to the hat. You can kind of see ears here. The arms are out to the side. We can tell where the hair is. We can see that there's a tail. But the hair is kind of obscuring everything else in between. I think that's kind of the trade-off with long hair. If you do have a long down hairstyle, it ends up swallowing up a bunch of the silhouette, but it can also add a lot of movement. You can do a lot with color with longer hair. So one of the things that I definitely would probably do first is see if we can investigate a different hairstyle. I know that Senna had a hairstyle that had, I believe, a ponytail. Maybe we have something with a braid. We have these fun like charms and jester imagery. So it could be kind of fun to have maybe a braid that acts as like a third spike on this jester hat and have the same little gems on that as well. So let me try that. I'm going to go in. It'll also, one of the things too is that if you're looking from this here, we have a lot of similar value. Let me the blue stands out super well. But the skin tone and the hair, if you're looking from just like the elbow up, the shoulders and hair are almost completely swallowed up. So either the hair is darker or the skin is darker, or we move the hair someplace else, or maybe the hair is lighter. But now you can kind of see here that if we're squinting at this, the arms are kind of disappearing into the same, not only the same shape but the same value. So what I'm gonna do is I think the hairstyle is the easiest way for us to explore some other opportunities. So I'm just gonna start chipping some of this away. Um, One of the easiest things you can do if you're not wanting to change color is seeing if you can just change a position of something, which in our case would be the position of the hair or a hairstyle. So now our shoulders are allowed to take up their own shape. But we also don't want to compromise Senna's hair. Senna's very intentionally given themselves long hair. So I'm going to just see if we can't style it and make it feel like it's on theme as well. So now we can see Senna's waist and arms. So now there's a little bit more. Uh, it makes it just easier for us to see what's happening in this silhouette. There we go. Okay. As cute as a little bob might be, not everybody wants that. So let me see if I can't do something with, like, I think a braid could be a really fun addition. So let me draw a little bit of a braid. I also really think it would help with some of the asymmetry. So oops. So let me make the braid this way, bring it in the front. It's also kind of fun to put it in the back. I don't really see braids in the front too often. I think also too braids are a little hard to draw. But once you kind of get the vibe down, they can get kind of, they can be a little bit easier. So we could do something like a braid in the front. Maybe I just curl the bottom here. And I'm going to go and take the warp. So we could do something like this where we have the braid in front. Or it can stay in the back almost as like an additional tail. Let me do a clipping mask here. I'm going to take some of these darker tones and I'm going to start by um, getting the basic shape here, making it read making it read more like they're different uh, plaits on a braid. There we go. Oops, braid. There we go. Nothing too crazy. And again, too, contrast is important. It just depends on uh, where it's positioned. So if we don't like it in the front, let me try it in the back. I'm gonna actually reflect And oh no. And I'm gonna have it off to the side like this. Yeah. Let me actually merge this together. You really have, I mean, you can do anything. You really can do anything. I think these are, there's nothing more that I can say other than that, like, I highly recommend that when you're working on a design, just try stuff. And if you don't like it, then that's okay. You don't have to go with it, but it's really fun to explore your options and to see um, what kind of shapes and colors stand out to you. And then getting also secondary opinions. See what people have to say about the choices that you've made, and be open to submitting stuff for critiques like this. Okay, so I'm gonna darken this up behind the arm, and then I'm gonna add in some highlights just to kind of get it to look a bit more like Senna's actual design. I don't want it to look so much like there are streaks as I just want it to look like the hair is getting some light. There we go. Something like this. I've darkened it behind because I really want to make sure that it is falling behind the character and not like taking over their silhouette. There we go. Some of this. And yeah, let me get some of the light color back in here. Right back in here. And I'm going to go in and add a little bit of variety with just some extra strands like here. Just trying to, there we go. So let me darken the gray in the background a smudge. So, because the hair being kind of gray, we just want to make sure that we can see it. There we go. All right. So now the hair is out of the way. We have given it almost like this third triangular point shape. And we've also made it act kind of like a tail, another tail. So you're going to get a lot of movement out of that. You can also accessorize. So I'm going to take these charms here that we have at the end of the hat, and I'm going to copy that and I'm going to add that to the end of the hair. And I'm just going to make it like a little bigger. Maybe take this, make it a little smaller, or rather, I can make it like a piece of jewelry in the hair, something here. You know, maybe there's another one over here. There we go. There we go. Just adding some interest. It's not perfect, but it's just a fun opportunity for us to do something a little bit different with the hair. Hold on. Now, there we go. There's this here. Maybe this is made like bigger. I don't want these almost like it looks to me like it's a bead of some sort. Um It's kinda shiny, but it's hard to tell. It's either a bead or a disc, I don't know, but it's kinda interesting. Um, I wish I had a little bit more context for it. Alright, so there we go. Okay, so now we have this nice braid. It pulls the hair away from the silhouette. So if you guys remember what our silhouette looked like before, I will show you. Here's this silhouette. And now we have no trouble seeing where the shoulders are, where the head is. This is a hat, and this is very clearly a braid. So now there we can even see the waistline. It's just made it a lot more visually distinct between different features rather than the hair, which swallowed up a lot of the features. And again, people with long hairstyles, it is kind of like a double-edged sword. Um, I think with VTuber designs, especially if they're mostly front facing, that hair being long in the back, there's really not much that you can do about that. So here's what we had before, where the hair was behind the body, and here's what we have after, with the hair being a braid. Um, so, you know, if long hairstyles are something that you would like and that you're interested in, perhaps making sure that that long hairstyle has a variety of color or values so that your character stands off of that hair rather than the hair like swallowing them up. Or maybe it's styled in a slightly different way that gives it a little bit more interest, still plays off of the other elements in the design, but also makes it so that you don't just have the long hair that swallows up every shape in front or yeah in front of it. Okay, okay. I think there's plenty of contrast elsewhere. Again, you can see I made the hair in the back darker. That's one of the things that I see quite often is that hair behind the character isn't as dark as it should be. So this area back here behind the neck and head should be quite dark. Now your neck is reading, unless you have something like the opposite where the underside of the hair is like a different color. But even then, um, your neck and head are obscuring the light from going back there. So now we can definitely see here's that before and after. We can really tell where the jawline is, especially if you have a lighter skin tone. Having that contrast there will really just make things a lot more legible. And I know for those of you that have been watching these critiques for last week and this week, which will be like almost 16 hours of me talking about designs, contrast is the name of the game. Like contrast, contrast, contrast. Please turn your designs grayscale and take a look at things that are really hard to see and think about ways to either add something there or change the values so that it reads better. I like the cut of this outfit. I think it's really smartly done. It's very flattering. And I like that it continues up in the hat. I almost would love to see this blue be slightly more different, give it kind of like a Harlequin, a little bit more of a Harlequin feel because the red and black for Senna, the red Joker, the Harlequin vibe comes through um very much so in some of their other designs. So it would be kind of cool to have, let me see, this blue. I took the blue from these like medallions and it kind of gives it like this greenish teal color. I don't know if I care for that. I really want to change the value, not necessarily the color. So let me see if I can't. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay. So, whoops, whoops. I do not want to. There we go. So if I go through here and just lighten up some of this, really play off of the patterning that's been done to this dress, just make the difference between these two blue colors more obvious. There we go. Actually, I can't tell if this collar is meant to be the dark color because it really just comes down to like the shading as well. So yeah, here, let me just so you can see I'm making some of these areas lighter and I'm going to keep the paneling dark. I just really think it's such a nice cut on this dress that I kind of want to make it more obvious um, that the cut has been made there. It kind of breaks up the silhouette of all of this just blue by having another more obvious shade of blue. Because the original is two shades of blue, but now we're really, really punching up. Here's one shade and here's a second shade. Just kind of filling that in real quick. It also kind of ties the reason that these baubles seem a little bit off compared to the rest is that the dress and all of the boots and hat are all a cooler shade of blue, kind of getting towards like navy, while these baubles are a warmer shade, like a sky blue that's kind of got more green in it. And so by making this lighter shade in the middle, we can kind of bridge the two together. Let me just, and this might not be, everyone's taste either. Um, just seeing what other opportunities we have. Really doesn't have to be anything crazy. And if you don't like it, you don't have to do it. You don't have to try it. It's just seeing what your options are, seeing what you could do to kind of make something pull out some of these design elements, make it a little bit more obvious that the dress has like two different tones of panel. So here is before, and it is a very subtle shift, and then here is a bit more extreme, you know, kind of gives it that like a stripy, Harlequin-ish kind of vibe. I'm gonna bring it up on the collar, maybe. Yeah, I kind of like that it's up on the collar. But again, it's just playing around, seeing what works, what you like. And then also too the hat. I kind of like that the hat seems to have this like a little bill on it, almost like a. It makes me think a little bit of like a messenger cap. I don't know why, but yeah, really, really making a second tone, just playing with the contrast as well, just adding some interest. But again, having subtlety as well is also valid. Kind of feels like I'm kind of going back and forth on the fence, but in reality, you can do anything, right? Like the world is your oyster. I already said this. There's so many options. You're really spoiled for choice. It really comes down to your preference and your intention. If you like having more contrast, have more contrast. If you want something that's a bit more subtle, have something that's a bit more subtle. I really like having that bright stripe of blue down the middle. Um, it just makes it look a little bit more interesting. And of course, too, we have all this subtle design on the hands too. Like we have like a diamond on the top of the glove. We have this pretty little edge here. And so by going in and just making this color lighter, we're and maybe then, I liked the way it looked with the fingertips being dark. Okay, now the fingertips are dark. Just play around. We have some of these card suits here that kind of play into Senna's other designs. Here we go. Just I think it was this model is rendered very well. You can tell, what fabric is what, and it's very simple. Again, it's got a lot of like design flair, but it is overall a pretty simple design. Um, and so going in and really incorporating some fine detail can make a simple design feel a little bit more uh rounded. Like for this, I think the bottom of the boot is a little too simple compared to the gloves, so I think I'm going to try something like I did with the gloves and have maybe like the heart shape, like a suit of like, the card suit, have like a heart shape down here. But also now we have a fun dark element at the tip of the boot that, makes it feel a little bit like it's been capped off, like we're finishing it off, its final touches. I also think it should be a little bit darker down there. So let me see if I can't darken it. There we go. So yeah, here is our before. I zoom it out so you can see before, after. Copy this group. Before, after. Really very small changes, nothing crazy before. Very vertical design before, after. But now we have this really bright stripe. I mean, we could incorporate more of this gold color. I would love to see more of that. But overall, since this design feels like it's supposed to be very monochromatic, I'm really just playing with how we can explore more variety within the same color. Before, after, before, after. Now we can really see those arms. We can really see this fun cut in the dress. And we can see those details on the gloves and the hat a little bit easier. Let me move this off to the side and we'll move on to the next one. Thank you, Senna, for your submission. Let me get the palette over a little bit. Looks 3D. This design, yeah, it does actually. All right. There we go. Let me move it over a little more. I like to include them side by side so you can kind of see what it was that we did a little bit easier before and after. So yeah, there's just a little bit more variation in the blue here, and it just kind of brings out those little subtle design choices from the dress, and gives a little bit more interest here. We have that nice blue line that's kind of coming all the way through. And it bridges the gap between the warmth of the blue in these little details, these baubles, and the cooler blue that is this navy color. Um, so yeah, this is really fun. I really like the braid. I think with braids, I mean, it's kind of like an opportunity to just put a bunch of stuff into the braid too and have like maybe like a bell at the end or something fun. But yeah, thank you so much to Senna. And we're going to move on to the next one. The next one is my pal Cinderent, aka Sin. Sin has this really fun church motif. We have antlers, and we've seen Sin on the channel before. I've done an art critique before. And actually, let me see if I can't find that art critique that I've done before. This seems to be like slightly newer art, but let me take a look to see if I can find, there we go, what I had talked about Sin before. Hopefully the quality of this image isn't too bad. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So this is what Sin had submitted before. Actually, do I have? I do have. Okay, perfect. So it looks like the design isn't different. It just looks like Sin has updated the art. So let me show you what I'll take my past design and I will talk about that. Let me hello. There we go. All right. So the art style has updated, which is it looks really nice. I like the updates. So here on this side, I mostly just talked about I fixed some small anatomy mistakes because during the art critiques, I give more criticism towards like things like anatomy and proportion than I do here in the VTuber design because the design is not the same as like the art execution. The design is like the motifs you're using, their color palette, stuff like that. And there's definitely been some updates from what from the last time. So let me actually undo. There we go. So you can see here between the two of them, this is what sorry, there's like when things are vertical, it's kind of difficult. So here on the left is what Sin had provided me before, and here on the right is what I made. You can see that I extended the legs. I addressed some of the proportion of the hand and the jaw and the eyes, just small tweaks to anatomy, nothing crazy. Another thing that I had done is I added some different materiality. So I made this kind of metallic. I gave a slight bit of rendering to the candles here. I also made this really thick bar of like almost like a silvery metallic trim to keep all of this detail, very detail heavy right here. So having this silvery edge that's really thick and solid helps to make a separation between the detail in here and the detail in this cape, which is all very stained glass themed. Um, very very church oriented, and that's part of Sin's lore and design. You can see here stained glass and church, Gothic church architecture. You can see columns here. It's very much integrated very deeply into the design. You have more of these windows. You even have like a little bit of like a clock tower vibe here. So it's very obvious that this is meant to invoke romantic Gothic church. There's no mistaking it. And I think it's super creative to have the antlers of your character be candelabra. I think that's incredibly clever, and I think it's a really fun way to play around with the idea of antlers. I really like the changes that Sin has made stylistically to the ears and the hair here. I think this style works really well, and I love too that this looks like it's a logo that's incorporated as almost like the smoke of an extinguished candle. I think that's kind of fun. Um, and yeah, incorporating some of this yellow, making it look more like a deer tail by having this pattern on the top. I really like the inclusion of a rib cage. It really breaks up the back of this vest if we are ever to see it, but we can kind of see it creep around the edge here. So yeah, since the last time I looked at Sin's design, the art has definitely improved. I really like the color scheme. This is another analogous palette, so we are living in the yellow to red violet, and we have a lot of good contrast here. Let me do the tried and true. I'm gonna take a mid-tone gray. I'm gonna take a look at our contrast here. So you can see here we have a lot of dark values. We could probably push some of these around, but I think the center, having a lot of these midtones with some accents of light, and then having everything on the outside be dark, is framing our details. So we're leaving the solid stuff simple, framing our details. Um, yeah, we love mid-tone grays in this house. I think also too the eyes and face are framed by some darker details, so we really can draw our eye right here. This skull here competes a little bit with our face, but at the end of the day, it's also surrounded by darker values, so it's very clear what these individual things are. We can see, even in black and white, that we understand the head is here. These antlers add a lot of really fun vertical shape. We have a continuation of those shapes right here. So yeah, everything that needs to be framed in darkness is being framed in darkness. So I think there's a wonderful variety here. There's enough variety. Yes, we could probably push some things lighter and some things darker. But in, for it's also an unrendered like concept. So there isn't any rendering. The gradients are changes in color, not in value. Rather, not in like how light, if something's being lit or not. It's there's no shading, for lack of a better term. It's all just gradient in color, to show you that the fur transitions from a pale color to a dark color. So yeah, I think the design is super strong. I think the silhouette really stands out. Let me see if I can't isolate it from our background here. Let me do tolerance 50. There we go. Now we can take a look at that silhouette a little bit better. Also, Sin chose like a deeper kind of mid-tone-ish red for the background, which is pretty fun. Whoops, whoops. I want to select the arm here. Let's take a look at the silhouette. This one as well. So yeah, there's nothing aside from the things that I've already said about this design in my prior art critique. I think a lot of those were addressed. I can kind of see that big bar of silver right there from the last time that I talked to Sin. Color overlay. So this is a very busy design. You can see here that the cloak on the right arm definitely swallows up a lot of the silhouette. However, without it, you have a pretty solid silhouette. You have a really fun pose. It's kind of dynamic. You can see these really interesting antlers and these big ears. And so when the silhouette's without all of its accessory pieces, it's pretty striking. And I think if this were in like a neutral pose, like a neutral standing pose, these antlers and ears and the shoulder pad area would really make for an interesting silhouette. Very top heavy, but I think the big boots balance that out quite a bit. Um, so yeah, I think this is a really fun design. I think there's a nice variety. I think the color scheme is pretty solid. We have enough contrast. And I think the pink being allocated just to the hair, like, we see some of it here, some of the soft pink, but really most of the pink is only on that fur. So it makes it a little easier to tell what is fur and what's not. So yeah, I think this is a pretty balanced design. It's got a lot going on, but the motifs are really strong, and the vibe really tells you what you want to know about this character. Um, and I think it's really a nice design. I really enjoy it. And aside from like rendering tricks, so like making something look more metallic and giving fur a bit more of like a fur texture, those are just things that add more interest and can help things feel a little bit more separated from one another. But I think otherwise, all the things that we've been talking about, having contrast, adding interest, all of those things are present. I really like this. Thank you so much to Sin for submitting their design. Again, I really enjoy seeing this. We're gonna go to the next one. Yippee! The next one is Snufkin May. Again, with a red-green color palette. Snufkin May has a very like nature-oriented design, and we can immediately see that. May has this really gentle presence about them, and it's ironed out and hammered home rather by the let me get rid of that background. It's hammered home by the shape language that's being used and by things like the color palette being very muted and soft. These tones like these are called jewel tones. So if you've seen color palettes that have this really rich, like coal emerald, gold and bronze, and like these berry tones, this is called a jewel tone palette. And it tends to be very soft, a little bit witchy, very nature inspired. And I think too, if you tap into like Renaissance fairs, that romantic nature goth kind of vibe with the corset and this very elegant, flowing, long sleeved gown. It really goes into our imagination. It pulls on imagery that we would feel is associated with like a very sweet witch or someone who has some sort of nature inspired magic. And I think that that shows it's very evident from May's design. Makes me think of Fae or Fawn. Absolutely, yeah. Also, too, we have these fun little flicks in the hair, but these shapes are all very smooth and round and soft and flowy, and that gives us more of a and curvy, and we have a very soft perception of these round shapes, as opposed to a character that has a lot of edges and a character that has a lot of pointiness and sharpness and harshness and grittiness. This character is just very round and soft, and very delicate. We have especially like the lace and these very small details, that delicateness, and like even the way that she's holding her hands and such and so forth. So there's a very soft delicateness that just further plays into this character and their personality. It feels very much like this is a very calm, collected person that's there as a comforting presence and a friendly presence. Um, druid, yeah, absolutely. Nature magic, 100%. So, uh, I think too, also we have a complementary color scheme here. If you guys remember, I should really just have a color wheel that hold on, let me just, I just draw a color wheel every time. Why don't I just grab it? Color wheel. Me drawing it every time like a goober. Let me find a good color wheel, huh? Ah, there's so many of them. All right, I'm gonna take this one. I'm gonna take this one. Okay, so if we look at our color wheel, oops, if we look at the color wheel, May is residing in a complementary color scheme. So we have oop, this this very berry. This is our red violet and our like blue green. Actually, it's a triad scheme. It's sort of complementary. It's predominantly the reds, predominantly the greens. So we're mostly red and green. However, with the inclusion of the eyes and even by extension the skin tone, this is a really beautiful color palette. It's this, and this. And this is a triad scheme. This is a tertiary triad. You don't have to care about what that means. Just means triad just means it's a triangle. Tertiary means that it is colors that are made by mixing primaries and secondaries together. So now we have this wonderful, which is also kind of a kind of like the primary colors, but slightly off to the side. So you can see here, these colors all exist here. The skin tone has those tones of yellows and some pinks. The eyes are gold. We have these greens and cool emeralds. So again, color theory is super, super ingrained in our minds, whether we realize it or not. Color theory is everywhere. And so if you are struggling with designing color, I recommend literally just going back to that color wheel and saying, "You know what? Okay, I really like yellow. I love yellow. I love orange. What goes with yellow and orange? Okay, I can integrate some reds, but I really want a little bit more variety than that. So I'm gonna go to the blue greens and the blue and the navy to counteract because they're on the opposite side of the color wheel, and I'm now being given a more variety of value than I would have if I just stayed in yellow and orange land. Um, and so yeah, we can see there's a there's a white background behind this, so these aren't meant to be like this lilac. It's meant to be transparent. So you can see here that there is an outer layer that is this like glittery sheer material, and there's like this berry colored under layer. Um, so yeah, so not only do we have a variety of values, but we have a variety of textures as well and materials. We have some see-through like sheer elements. We can still see the arms through this, but we're being given the benefit of having these nice long sleeves. So now, her silhouette is allowed to show through, but it's like the best of both worlds. So I think this is an incredibly successful design. The only thing that I would probably want to see is more inclusion of the gold colors. So if this is a druid or a druidess playing by D&D rules, they cannot wear metal. But we could still use like glittery gold ribbon that's non-metallic and incorporate that in some other places. So it would be fun. Maybe some of the buds, or maybe there's some like secondary flowers woven in to the top here. Let me grab. So maybe we have something like some buttercup, just some secondary, another type of flower, you know, to follow up with these really beautiful little buds that we have here. Maybe the inside has like this little gentle little, yeah. And then we just do a little bit of a, you know, something like that. So we have some little yellow flowers to kind of play in. We're adding just a bit more of the third color in our color scheme. Um, Maybe we have some of the highlights of these little tiny bits kind of look more like gold. So we have maybe like a little bit of a highlight kind of in here. Maybe the centers of our flowers. I might even just change this to be like a bronzier color. Just kind of integrate more of that yellow uh, throughout the design. So now we have, look at that, just that little bit of shininess is so nice to look at. Such a pleasant. So we'll do the same here. We'll take this, just a little bit of variety here too in our almost like jewelry. Up here, this is very much a choker, so I'm gonna just do, maybe we have like in here in the center, we have like a little bit of this. Just so subtle. Earrings could also be added. Doesn't look like there's any earrings back there. Um, that is an intentional choice, but maybe we have something back here, just like an earring of some sort. Something simple. I don't want to overcomplicate it. Let me make sure that I'm incorporating some of that line art too. The absence of line art will make it look a little bit less, just some simple like hoops or something. But yeah, incorporating a bit more of that gold there is really just going to round out a very complementary scheme. And of course, if the green red is your intention, 100%. But since the eyes are this lovely shade of gold and they have those little golden bits in there, I think it'd just be so nice to be able to add just little bits of that. Like even here in the tips of the fingernails, maybe we have like an accent nail that's gold, or we have like the tips of the nails that are kind of gold. I think it'd be kind of fun to have like an accent nail. So this nail is a little bit gold, you know. Oops. I'm erasing. I'm drawing I'm drawing right on top of the design. So here's the so yeah, maybe there's like an accent nail. Of course, it's kind of subtle. You can't really see it too well here, but something like that. Just incorporating little bits of it, little bits. Oops. But I think that's all I would really do is just add just a little bit more. Maybe the flats even could have a bit more of that color. Let me do a clipping mask and I'll set this to color. Just giving it another uh element of pulling in that third color if that's something that you want. Oh yeah, a little brown. They're kind of brownish. Let me make them read a little bit more gold. Not like metallic gold, but just kind of bring it into a place where they feel like they're meant to be a little bit more um like bronzy. So yeah, really not too much to be said. I think the design is really strong. I think it's really cute. Could be fun to do since there's a lot of really smooth skin. It could be really fun to add some extra personality with some like freckles. But again, that just comes down to your taste and your interest. But I think that'd be really fun to add. Um, let's see here. Let me do some like freckles and beauty marks. Very much just for fun. So maybe there's like, I'm gonna actually soften this color a little bit, but having like something like this, putting some little freckles everywhere, just kind of break up some of this. Of course, that is really just your own personal taste. You don't have to. But it's just a fun little extra. And then of course, I might take like an even lighter color like this and like put even more freckles, just kind of breaking it up. I don't know. I really like freckles. I think we have so much. I mean, you can really just do anything. I think that's all just like a little design flavor that is just up to the individual. This is me just playing around. Um, but yeah, I mean, having freckles is a really fun. I think it could also be really pretty to have like a darker lip color to match some of this berry tone that we have. So I'm gonna just very softly do something like now. Let me change it to oh yeah, okay. It's a little dark, so let me make it a little less dark. I don't want it to be crazy dark. I'm gonna take some of this lighter color here. And I'm going to take my soft brush and I'm going to just erase the edge a little. I really don't want to make it super intense. Let me lighten it a little. So here is that before, after. Really is just, I mean, a matter of taste. You can pretty much do whatever. These aren't like nitpicks. This is just me being excited to look at a design. Um, you know, just add some fun, but mostly I just want to see more of the gold incorporated in the design. Maybe brighten up the eyes a little bit. There we go. So yeah, let me show the before and after. Here is I mean, it's very subtle. All of the things I did are very subtle. The before, after, before, after. Really tiny changes. I think with me being zoomed out so far, you really can't even see the changes that I made. Uh but just adding a little bit more of that beautiful yellow to round off our triad scheme, and then made some really subtle things like freckles to like break up all of the skin that we have showing. Things like here I have some detail on the metal right here, or something that could be like a metallic looking thread versus just having the lines be black. Um, really subtle. I brightened up the eyes a little bit, darkened up the lipstick a little bit just to kind of play into that, and then added some different little yellow like buttercups or something to the flower crown there. Fill it out a little bit more, but I mean the differences are so subtle. Uh, Probably isn't very much that you can tell. So thank you so much to May for submitting the design. It's so pretty, very pretty design. I really enjoyed getting to honestly, this is very similar to Lorelai's where there wasn't really much that I think needs to be changed. There really is just me having fun and playing around. Um, and this is one of those things where when I eventually get to making live 2D models, I can't wait to use some of the things that have inspired me about these for my own designs. I think that's one of the most fun things about these critiques is that it gives you ideas of things that you might want to do or things that you would do differently or ideas that you hadn't thought about before. um, oh, this also kinda gives me, like, a lily pad vibe, you know what I mean? Like, having these here and then having, like, a little pool with the flowers in it, that's what that makes me think of. So excited? Oh, me too, me too. Oh my god. Alright, we have 2 more left. Um, am running out of steam, and I'm working hard, I'm working hard to make sure, that I get through these. I have this one, and then we have one final design. And yikes, thanks for your patience. I did just go in alphabetical order. Alright, I'm gonna take a big old gulp of water. Ice cold water. Let's go. This is Viper. And they are a human question mark interdimensional traveler. I'm assuming that's what this is here. Um, so I like that we're getting okay, we're stretching, we're stretching. Okay. I'm stretching my shoulder blades. Thank you. Okay, so this is Viper. Um, I like that we're getting this is like a reference page, so we're getting a little bit of like their weapons and some patches. Um, can somebody unshrimp Mandy? I'm already unshrimped. I'm used to it. The alphabet is not my friend. Hi, Gore. So we can see here that we have some weapons, we have some patches. One thing that's sticking out is that we are living in Midtone Land, unfortunately. Um, so this is one of the designs where we would really benefit from having some contrast. So most everything is in a mid-tone kind of place, except for this yellow that's here and this slightly blue jacket. Some of the colors are feeling disconnected, and I really like this almost like radioactive green. If they're an interdimensional traveler, this seems like it's a portal, so having green, be part of the design really plays into the fact that they are using, this as some sort of, transportation. Um, so, uh, I'm gonna put gray over top so we can see our value, and when I say midtone land, you'll kinda see what I mean. So all we have a nice darker skin tone here. It's nice and warm compared to, the other elements of the design. So I don't wanna compromise having a darker skin tone, and I don't wanna compromise, utilizing that wonderful green color that we're seeing, all over this character, even inside their mouth. Like, green is definitely, an important color for Viper. It's giving poison, it's giving a little bit of space. It's giving maybe a little radioactivity. And so I don't want to compromise using green. We have a pretty decent amount of difference between the skin tone and the clothing. But once we get to the clothing, without that jacket, our hair, clothes, and everything are looking very much one note, except for our gloves. And then we have this jacket, of course. But the jacket is falling into a slightly cool color that doesn't seem to be present anywhere else. So, one of the things that I think we could do is we could explore adding areas of contrast. to help get us out of midtone land. So I am going to Heron skin has good contrast. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to get rid of the why I don't want to save it as a I don't want to save it as a JPEG. Save as I want to save it as a Photoshop file. I don't know why it's trying to. Okay. So first things first, I want to grab some of this lime green. This lime green from this portal, I really want to integrate. I am going to actually see if I can't cut out some of the background for this too. Let me grab this stuff and get rid of it. It's so nice to when people send just like transparent PNGs because then I can just grab it and put it on a different background. So I'm not gonna focus on their props because I'm really just focusing on his outfit, his design. So let me copy and paste, and then I'm gonna put a neutral midtone background on it. Bam. Oh, geez. Oh, that's rough. Okay. Ah, hold on. Oh, it's because it had this they had this outline around everything that didn't quite get captured in the let me see if I can't do select color range. I'm gonna select that color range. Uh-oh, hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to all right. That might just be where we have to that might just be where we have to there we go. Okay. Copy, paste. Perfect. Okay, so one thing I want to do is I want to take that really cool lime green, and I would like to start replacing some of our midtone values with that really fun lime color. I think if we really lean into like this toxic um, like electric green. I think that could be a really fun way to incorporate some of a really bright color. So I'd love to see more of that color here in the hair. Kind of, and it seems like they have these streaks of gray, so I don't want to go through those. So now we have this really electric green right here. Just more contrast. The name of the game, contrast. I'm gonna take the darker, like turquoisey color here because the pants are already predominantly this color. So I would like to start adding perhaps more of the green in there. So immediately we have before, after. Maybe this is a more subtle green. I like the brighter green in the hair. So maybe I bring it back down just a hair. I'm not trying to. There we go. Okay, so now we have, oops, before, after. The shirt definitely stands out more, but our pants are now kind of living in their own territory. So with the pants, I would love to keep them in their own blue green area rather than lime. We're really just separating. I love the detail here of these really exaggerated fibrous like rips in the jeans. Something I'd like to do is maybe darken the value of our pants just a bit. The image quality is also slightly lower, which means that we're going to get a little pixelation. So I'm going to just darken these pants just a bit. I'm just trying to push my darks darker and my lights lighter. So now our pants are just actually, I might even go a smidge lighter than that, or darker rather. Really just trying to, and a little bit cooler maybe. Yeah, that's what I wanted. And then I'll take this color and integrate that more into my the areas that have been ripped. So I'm gonna try to grab this color, select color range here, and let's see if that changes anything. No, no, I don't want that color. Hold on. Sorry. It's kind of rough, my selection tool. Hold on. Okay. I'm going to try to get this color again. Image quality is a little bit a little bit lower so the pixelation is okay. Now we've got a little bit more. So I'm gonna go in with a slightly duller, lighter blue to pull from the color we have in the pants. And I don't want to get rid of I see that there are details here on the pants, so I don't want to get rid of those. So I'm going to go back in and I'm just going to add some of that detail. I don't know if they had pockets originally, but I'll add those on. So now we have our I think the jacket. I'll also touch on the jacket. Um, so here's our before and our after. We have a very clear separation between our top and our bottom. And our character feels a little bit more weighted down here. There's a bit more sturdiness because instead of having all of these middle values, we have lighter on the top and we have a little bit darker on the bottom. Before, after. It's giving some priority to the top here rather than having our priority kind of mixed between the entire figure. I also really like this visor, and I really want to see that red come into play a bit more. So I'm gonna start trying to integrate this more vibrant red into other places. The orange and this muted olive color really don't play well with some of the other colors that are here. I think if we were going for a blue and orange color scheme, that would be a bit a different of a story. But I'm gonna pull that same red from the visor, and I'm gonna go with something like the classic white Converse situation here. Um, and if it looks a little too pale, it's really drawing our attention, then I might explore something a little bit different. Maybe perhaps like an off white or like a tannish color that is more of like a khaki kind of. Yeah, they're not demanding my attention as much, or they do make two-toned like Converse where they have like, black on the base and they have black on the bottom as well, like on instead of having black and white it's black and black, but like the slight difference of material gives enough contrast. Here, let me try this. And then let me manually like draw in this little circle here. So having something like this also kind of plays with these gloves. We have the dark red gloves, dark red shoes, and now we're leaning really hard into that red green color scheme with some softer blue green in there so that it's not just red and green. I actually really like what's happening here. Maybe I could take like an off-white color for like laces. Kind of missing having laces of some sort on these high tops. Maybe something like this. Something like that. Gives us a little bit of interest without pulling our eye like right there. The contrast is pretty intense, so maybe a different color would be better. Maybe something like going back into this green. But again, it comes to a point where you don't want it to be so like you don't want it to read as Christmas. That's the one thing that we want to avoid. But I think if it's in like this context, it actually kind of reads more like cherry to me here. But again, it really just depends on your own preferences. There's no like right or wrong way to explore your ideas. I'm gonna just kind of something like that. Kind of give us a little because we have so much wonderful detail on the top. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. We have some wonderful detail here. We have striping. We have all these rips in the pants. And so having something a little bit more interesting here without it being like what we have to look at, I think is a really nice, and of course you can do anything down here. Um, I think here I like the idea of them being very similar in value. So again, it's not overwhelming compared to what we want to look at, which is up top here. But I do like the idea of having a red shoe. I think that's really fun. The green laces might not be the vibe, but I'm kinda fucking with it. I kinda fuck with it. Um, Same thing here too, you can see that there's, like, this bracelet, so maybe it's got, like, a little bit of shine to it just so it stands out a little bit more. They also have a really, interesting they have dark sclera again, and they have this really fascinating eye that almost looks like a gem. I wish I could see more of it, I can't see it very well. One thing I'll just do because that seems oh, you know what? That they did have that in the, I thought those were patches, but they're actually their eyes. I see. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Let me bring this back in here. So I believe these are their eyes, if I'm not mistaken. Because I see a little bit of that blue star shape here. And then I see a little bit of red back there. So I believe these are their eyes. I thought these were patches. Interesting. With that being the case, I'm gonna see if we could probably brighten this eye up just a little bit. It's getting a bit lost back there. This eye seems very intentional. Seems like it has some importance to their story. That's not something that I want to touch so much. So I'm just trying to make that eye a little bit easier to see. Um, and adding some priority to some of the design here. I'm gonna actually this wrap here. I might try to go for a lighter wrap color, just so it almost reads like bandages. I don't know if that's the vibe they were after, or if they were just looking for something to kind of draw some interest over there. But I'm gonna see if I can't give this a little bit. Ugh. Okay, so again, she's a little crunchy. She meaning the file. The character is he him. So yeah, now they kind of pull a little bit too much attention. Something like something like that, kind of where it kind of falls into the almost skin tone range, but it's not as dark. Just trying to darken some of this up. Clean some of those edges. Something where you still get that interest, but um it's not as intense, if that makes sense. We're ooh, ugh. Not what I wanted. Okay. Because I think with this character, having stuff that's too light and then having nothing else that's light ends up um ends up competing too much for our attention. So there's a lot of really delicate, like small shifts. I don't even know if I care for that, but if it's too dark, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. Um, so I almost kind of wish that we had something else instead of these bandages. I don't want to get too much into changing the intention of a character, but it feels like these bandages are really to just add interest. If that's the case, then maybe we have something like a tattoo instead. Um, Incorporating that same shape, also the name Viper is giving me the idea that they are very much meant to give like poison, but like space vibe, which I think is very interesting. And so it could be cool to try to incorporate something like a tattoo instead. Um, Not only would that kind of give us uh, that separation of shape that we were getting from those bandages, but we also have another opportunity um, to add personality and a really interesting detail. And also, this character is wearing a tank top, so there's nothing better to utilize that space than with some sort of tattoo. So I'm gonna take that same blue green we have in the pants, and I'm gonna set this to multiply, and I'm gonna knock it to like maybe 60%. The ink should not be super dark, and maybe something like a cool like viper tattoo because this character's name is Viper. So maybe we have something like, the maw here, and then we have that snake wrapping around. Same as the bandages, but giving it a little bit of a different vibe. Trying to make sure that it looks like ink instead of just like a dark shape on the arm. Something like this. Of course, tattoos are hard to draw, but having this element here. Oops. Why did I do that? Okay. Having a little bit of detail. Yeah, just something like that. Maybe too, we can just erase little bits here for like the scales. Keep it kind of delicate. My pineapple embroidered shirt came in. I was wearing it all day, spilled ice cream over it already. Hey, you know what? I think ice cream's probably the best thing you could have spilled on that shirt. There we go. Some sort of a scaling happening here. Wonderful. Um yeah, so as you can see, incorporating that same shape. So they had those bandages crisscrossing over this arm. And I have a feeling, unless it has story significance, which it very well may have, unless it has story significance, this might have been our attempt at finding a way to fill this space. There's a lot of emptiness happening here. And so wrapping something around the arm gives us some interest and fills up that space. And it's like almost like a subconscious way for us to address that emptiness. But if we put something like a tattoo, that's a really cool way to add a little bit more flavor to this character and also fill in that area in the same way that the bandages were or whatever that wrapping was. And of course, we don't have any more context than this because Viper's not here to talk about themselves. Um, but I think, if we're looking for more interest, I think a space traveling, like interdimensional traveler, I think having tattoos, especially potentially from the areas that they're traveling to and from, could be a really cool design element. Um, Leans into the snake motif. Absolutely. Yeah. So I think that's a wonderful I think that's a wonderful way to get a little bit more variety. I would love to see a bit more of the red as well. Um, Maybe we have like a because they had a gun. We saw him with a gun. Oops. So maybe we incorporate um a big Final Fantasy belt situation here so that he has a place for the holster. We're also breaking up this part of the outfit with something else of interest. We could, do pretty much anything we wanted here. I'm not gonna try to do anything crazy in terms of like adding a ton of contrast here. But maybe we have like a belt buckle, little bit of little bit of that, a little bit of that. We're gonna just take the dark color and we're just gonna there we go. Maybe we add some, stud motifs here, just a little something to break it up. It's almost giving like space western is kind of fun, but like this mostly feels like cyberpunk. So if they're looking for more like futuristic things to add to the design, this might not be the vibe they're after. But I would love to see more of that red brought here in the middle, and I'm gonna add a cool holster for the gun. Yeah, it'd be on the if they're right-handed, it'd be on the right side. So now we have a holster for their gun. If you have creative ideas with like weapons and stuff, uh, figuring out how your character holds that weapon on their person with them is just another opportunity to add something cool into their design. Let me just do like this. We're just going to insinuate that it's strapped onto the belt. So now we have a holster for their gun, and we've brought the same like cherry red up towards the middle because it's already present in the eye and in this visor.
Good
Yes.
posture doesn't have to cost you an arm and a leg.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sip sip.
I will hydrate. Thank you. Also, too, if they wanted to go more with the motif, they could make this like a snakeskin belt or, snakeskin holster. There's all sorts of opportunities. Their gun was very yellow and blue, which matched the eye. So it could be that there is some sort of deeper lore with in regards to that. Um, for now, uh, that is seems like a very intentional choice. So I'm gonna just leave their gun kind of like how it was. Had this very bright. And I'm assuming that if the blue and yellow have to do with maybe an organization or like some sort of military or something. It could be that the jacket is the remnant of a military or organization. Again, this is really just me inferring. I don't know. I don't have any further context. Ignore that that gun looks bad. So maybe the jacket being out of place is significant because it is from an older, like it's a remnant. You can see that it's kind of tattered. The blue and gold also does kind of play with the eye and their gun, which feels a little bit out of place in terms of its color scheme. Who knows? Viper would know. Hi, Ginsky. How are you? Anyway, we're just gonna pretend that that's a gun. Um, and and so yeah, so if they do have what could have been like a military jacket or an organizational jacket, I would want it to be closer to the color scheme of that weapon and that eye, so that it was almost in unmistakable that they were all from the same place. So if you have a character that has a mixture of symbolism, so for example, Viper himself is very red green, but some of these things are blue yellow. They might not fit together, but they match each other. So if the blue and yellow are unmistakably like along with each other, makes it feel like they came from the same place or that they have to do with the same thing. I'm good. Hope critiques are going well. They're going great. This is the second to last one. Here is our before, uh, and our after. Before, after. Um, since I don't have more context on the jacket, I don't know if I'm gonna do too much with the design. If it is something to do with like the if it does have something to do with this weapon, that'd be really cool context. I'd probably make the blue and yellow match closer to that weapon. Maybe give them similar design elements. But for now, I'll focus on this one because that's what I have. Let me cut this one out. There we go. And we'll grab the hand from over here. And we'll just replace it over there. Just kind of there we go. Oh, I don't want that. I don't want it to be on the I don't want it to be a clip mask. There we go. That's what was happening. It's kind of there we go. Just trying to make sure that we clear out that extra bit there. There we go. Okay. So let me grab this hand from here and add it here. Paste. No. Uh-oh. Hold on. Where's my other hand? Oh, it's here. I see. Let me release the clipping mask. Hold on. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Oh! Oh my god. Hi, everybody. Oh my gosh, the grubs are here. Oh, holy moly. Hi there, grubs. Hey. Welcome in, everybody. Holy moly. We got dirt worms. Worms and dirt. Worms and dirt. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? Hold on. I'm copying a hand. Hold on. I'm copying a hand. Welcome, Rainers. Today we are doing our VTuber design critique. Welcome in, everybody. Is that right? Welcome. Hold on. I only have 2 brain cells and they're fighting for dominance. Welcome in, everybody. This is a VTuber design critique. I'm so excited to see you. Bug, hi. Wow. Uh, sorry about that. What were you doing today? Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. Hi there, grubs. Hello. I love seeing your smiling faces. Look at you guys. Ah, thank you so much. What were you doing today, Bug? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin. I'm an illustrator, animator, professional goober, and your cyber liaison to the digital mall. And today we are doing a VTuber design critique. We made worms and dirt, like little dirt cups. Were you guys cooking? Were you cooking? Bug made worms and dirt. Let's go. Let's go. Little pudding cups. Yeah. Oh, those are so good. What the heck? Oh my gosh. Worms and dirt. Worms and dirt. Did you guys, was it good? Did you guys like it? I mean, I can't resist a dirt cup, y'all. Worms and dirt chocolate pudding the best. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Did you guys get extra gummy worms? Was Bug generous with the worms or what? Thank you. Welcome in, everybody. You're being so sweet to me. Wow. You guys are so nice. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, that yeah, the okay, guys, Dairy Queen? Dairy Queen had a dirt cup blizzard, and it had, like, mini gummy worms. Sheesh, it was so good. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you guys so much for all the love. Welcome in, everybody. Again, I'm Mandy Quinn Mall Mannequin, and I really appreciate y'all. If you guys want to check out who made my model was made by a real pup. If you go to my credits page and scroll up, you'll be able to see where all this wonderful stuff came from. The overlay assets I made, background was made by someone else, so you'll be able to see everybody and get a link to their page there. Love your model. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Welcome in. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little baby. Welcome in. And while you guys are here, we're actually taking a look at some art from others. This is a VTuber design critique. But if you guys don't know me, let me. First off, by the way, before I get ahead of myself, if any of y'all need to go raid and run, eat your dirt cups, okay? Take care of your little grubby selves, please do. All right. I don't wanna hold you here. But if you'd like to stay and hang out, we have another design after this one. And then but let me show you guys a little bit of what I do. Your model design super cute. Thank you so much. The design I made and then the art and rig are made by Trex, aka a real pup. For some reason, your whole model design reminds me of the Fruitiger Arrow aesthetic. Well, lucky for you, hold on. That's what it is. Imagine 2002. That's just my vibe here. Hold on. 2002? Yeah, that's my little huh? Huh? I got a little pen arm. I've got hold on, you wanna see something fun? I got a little I have a little strap for my overalls. Remember, see how this strap isn't ain't on there? Watch. Eh, eh. Can you see it behind me? Y'all, it's kinda eh. You see that? There it is. Makes me jealous in terms of maximalism. Hey, is it a little too much? You don't like that? You guys don't want that? Get rid of it? I'm just kidding. I put it all back. The wiggle strap, it's like a tail. I don't have a tail of my own. I am just a mannequin. But, kinda like, got a little tail somehow, you know what I mean? I was like, "Trex, this is a very specific thing," and I like, drew a diagram of it. I was like, "Can you please put this back there?" And they were like, "Yeah, bet." But welcome in, everybody. Here, let me show you guys some of my art. This is art that belongs to someone else, so let me show you something, that I made while you're here. If you're interested, by the way, if you guys need to take care of yourselves, I talk a mile a minute. Please go take care of yourselves. And thank you guys for all the love. Thank you for the follows. You guys are so incredibly sweet. I have been a grub for Lord knows how long now. And I love that I get to meet new grubs. You guys are sick. You guys are awesome. I hope you guys ate your dirt cups. Okay. I hope Bug was generous with the amount of worms you guys got to eat. Because I know that that's my favorite part of the dirt cup, aside from the dirt and the cup. Yeah, I love Fruitiger Arrow. The actually, if you guys are interested, yes, where did my song ain't been playing up on the little thingamajig up there? Has it? Hello? Y'all, now I'm getting worms. All right, hold on. Let me make sure that snip is running. It should. I'm gonna show you guys some of my art real quick. We're listening to some vaporwave while I chill out. Hello? I don't see it. Hold on, let me close it. Aw, jeez. getting getting scuff in front of the for the Raiders. Sorry, I have like 4 monitors. I'm so sorry. I gotta snap my neck back and forth. Okay, well, I guess it doesn't matter what the oh, there it is, there it is. Awesome. Let me show you guys a little bit of what I do. I like to draw pretty colors. Unga bunga, you're just like me? Just like me for real? Let me open up some of my stuff. Y'all like ladies? Do y'all like, aliens? I like aliens. Y'all like Furbies? I like Furbies. Wooga wooga? Yeah, you're so right, you're so right. Y'all like okay, alright, okay, hold on. Here, let me open up some of my stuff, y'all. Alright. Any ghouls and gals like Ghost and Hatsune Miku? I do like ladies and aliens. Well, I got just the piece for you guys up next. All right. This I really like this one. This is my Hatsune Miku mixed with Papa Emeritus the Fourth. Wow. Thanks for being a super shopper. You're freaking huge. Okay. So this is like Miku and Ghost. I really like this one. I had a really good time. Also, the embroidery on her sash here says 01. I thought that was kind of fun. Yes, it's Miku. All right. For those of you guys that like ladies and like aliens, this one's for you. Okay. All right. This one's for you. We're looking respectfully. We're looking respectfully. Are you looking respectfully? Uh-huh. You're looking respectfully? Yeah, okay, alright, okay, okay, alright. We're looking at the smile. We're looking at her smile. 50 screenshots, I'm going to go Watch out. She puts the goo in goon. I actually am. Aliens aren't really my type. That's okay, look at her smile. No, turtle, no! Oh, chatters. Oh, Raiders, I'm sorry about the Raiders, I'm sorry about the Raiders, I'm sorry about the Ew. Oh, my eyes. It's in my eyes. Y'all forgot to bring your gas mask? Sorry, they don't really have those over at Dream Grove Gardens. Maybe they have to offer those. This is some other art that I did of myself or not recently. This was, I think for my 800 follower. Yeah, you guys disintegrated. Sorry about that. I did this for like my 800 followers or something like that, maybe 500, but I had a really good time with this one. The most painful fart sound effect to listen to I've ever heard. You're not wrong, okay? You're not wrong. And I listen to it multiple times a day, every day. So, it is 15 seconds of torture, but we love that for me, for you, and for me. My sis walked by while that was playing. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Haven't seen Gore in 3 weeks. They're here. They're in the mall. They've been chilling in the mall, vibing. They're safe. They're fed. We have a food court. Um, hey, you guys like this one? Yeah? You guys like Garfield? You guys like Garfield? I have Garfield, Lisa Frank Garfield, and, I don't know, it's just a really fun time. I wanna make this into a model someday. This was actually one of the, earlier pieces that I drew on stream. It's been a little while. Yeah, the kitty. Um, I drew this actually, this is my most recent illustration. I drew of myself because I have a summer outfit, that I made recently or that I had made recently. Here, let me go doink and doink. Oh, no, doink, doink, doink. There we go. Take my shades off, doink, boink, boink. There we go. Yeah, that's me. That's me right there. See? Look, that's me in my little summer outfit. Yay, yippee! That's me just chilling by the pool with some ducks and minding my business, doing my thing, you know what I mean? But bisexual lighting. Let me put myself back together, huh? Let me put myself back together. Hair clips, band-aid, other outfit. Let's go. All right. I'll put my ponytail up. How about that? No, my ponytail. There we go. So yeah, this one is my most recent piece that I finished. You kind of tell that I built up a lot of skill over the past few years. So I'm really excited about that. And the P's de reasons is my Furby. I've drawn quite a few Furbies on the channel, and this one is our most recent Furby, and I really enjoyed drawing this one. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much. My alarm hello? Alert? Alert? Well, Ender, thank you so much for the follow. The alert didn't wanna cooperate, but I really appreciate it. I think y'all broke my alerts. But yeah, there's a little worm on a string. Little worm on a string in here. Ominous phone pop-up. I know the screen is just blank. But yeah, we got a worm on a string in here, the warb, if you will. We also have the little devil card with the little worms on little leashes. It's so cute. Oh my god. The battery's low. So is mine. So is mine. But welcome in. Here's my phone. Let me. Oh, here. Oh no, not my controller hands. This one. That's your mom. I got her on speed dial, guys. Got your mom on speed dial. So yeah, so this is a submitted design, um, and we are almost done. Here is our. Let me show you our before and after real quick. Actually, I'm gonna leave this like this. So here is uh our before. A lot of mid-tone happening here. We were actually just trying to get a little bit more consistency in color palette and some extra value, meaning some darks and some lights. I really liked the idea of breaking up the empty space with some sort of interest over here. So in the updated, I made a viper tattoo because this character's name is Viper. A little on the nose, but I think it's kind of fun and it breaks up that space and it's kind of doing the same thing that those bandages or that wrap was doing. Um, and so yeah, so this is just us working with some of the information that we get from ref sheets and all sorts of fun stuff. So yeah, so this one, let me move this over here. Let me give them a little bit more space, some breathing room. Ignore the little back piece there that's not behaving. Just kidding. It's because I uncropped and recropped. There we go. So yeah, so this is the before and after. I really like some of the shape language of this character. I really like the proportion of this character. I really like the body type. They have like this nice soft kind of like friendly vibe, but they also feel kind of like radioactive. I kinda like that. Welcome in, thanks for the follow. So yeah, so this is the before and the after. Not shown is that they included that they have, like, some weapons and things. So, oh yeah, their gun is mostly gray. So they have a gun, so in their holster, I kinda added that here. Welcome in, thanks for the follows. Let me grab that gray color there. It's like gray and blue. Let me make it not look like it's like a big blue Lego in their pocket. Thanks for logging in and welcome, Raiders. Again, if y'all need to go take care of yourselves, if you guys had a good time making dirt cups with Bug, make sure you're taking care of yourself. There we go. Looks a little Listen, I worked I worked on an animated television show for 4 years that I had to draw guns for, and I still can't draw guns. So if you feel bad about not being able to draw something, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right, so now we have one final design to look over. Thank you again to Viper for submitting their design. Viper Vakahi. Our last design, we had, by the way, y'all, we had 30 submissions, and this is the second of our 2 streams going through all of them. So thanks again to everybody that has submitted their designs. Tomorrow night, I am going to be sending out the feedback to people that requested it. So this is our final one in alphabetical order, of course. This is Yikes. And let me see if I can't actually fix this because it has it as an index and it did that once before. And I've never seen that before. Hmm. I don't know why it's doing that. File. Why is it an index? I don't know what that means in Photoshop. Hold on. Photoshop index layer. What is that? Why is it locked? Unlock the index layer, enable editing. You need to convert to a different color mode. What the what do you mean? These are all just the images that people sent me. So what's the color mode for this? Hello? Color settings? Looks the same. Oh my god. Index mode is palettes? Ah, jeepers. Ah, jeez. I just want an image. I've literally never seen that until like today. So let me go to the documents color mode. Assign a profile, preferences, color settings. Oh my god, there's too much information. I made it in paint.net, the background and logos. Oh, so maybe if the image was exported from paint.net, maybe that's the let's see. Maybe that's the and I can't remember what I did last time. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. You guys are so nice. What the heck? Y'all so sweet to me. What the heck? Let me see if I can't just make a new file new. And we'll just do 300. Man, the width 78 by 88 pixels is crazy. Let's do 1200 by 1200 and we'll go from there. And we'll just drag your image in. That might be what I did last time. Let's grab your image. Yeah, grab your image. Yeah. Woo. Yep, there we go. That fixed it. All right. Now, just gonna crop that in. Okay, finally, we have done it. Let me get my colors back up. Wow. Perfect. I'm gonna put a midtone in the background. You can't see it. And let me rasterize this layer. Perfect. Okay. So we have it's yikes. Maybe it exported weird. It could have happened when I compressed it. It's okay. We got it. We figured it out in the end. We figured it out in the end. Okay, let me get myself adjusted in my chair. Okie dokie. So we have it's yikes, and we have a front and a back. This is a whole reference sheet. Um, let me just do the good old tried and true. We're gonna slap gray on top of this. Might be saying, Mandy, why gray? Well, we're gonna see how our values are looking. Though this character has a good range of values. We have a lot of light, especially here. There's a lot of light, dark happening around the face, and then we have this one fun light strip here, and so we see that we have some light tones, we have some mid-tones, and we have a lot of dark that are kind of framing them in together. So the values for this character feel really balanced, to me at least. And we have a good variety. I like that we've broken up the brown hair by kind of tinging the tips with like a wash of dye. This feels like somebody I would know in real life. Like this feels like a very realistic design. Obviously, they're pretty fashion forward. Um, but this does feel like somebody that I could meet on the street. Like they feel very realistic. I like the extra detail here, of these belts being like a toolbar, and having like Nyan Cat, and having these little badges and pins and things being just enough flavor, but still in a very like realistic light. This definitely feels to me that the vibe was based off of, yeah, based off of yourself. Yeah, this feels like this is based off of a real person, and that it's you trying to capture yourself, but then also using your digital self as a way to kind of tailor your own outfit and like make your own vibe and do your own thing. And I really like that. The thin, it's not like gingham, but this thin stripe pant here, um, is definitely giving old internet. All the checkerboard is giving like 2008 internet. Like I made my MySpace page or my Tumblr blog. Um, but we're just being given it's all being formed in like a very fashionable, hipster non-negative, like hipster positive. This person is very like trendy and very interested in their appearance, and so we're getting that the cohesion between like the same gradient from this purple to orange is happening in the back of the coat as well, and on the tie around the waist. That was the inspiration, yeah, based off of a pair of joggers I saw online. Yeah, yeah. So we're getting a lot of mostly just a really fashionable person. Like I feel like I would see this person in a coffee shop. I really like the hair. I like the length of it as well. The asymmetry as well. I mean, this feels like a real hairstyle. So if you're going for like a more realistic person or more realistic humanoid design, I think it's super successful. I really like the streak in the bangs here too. that it just adds a bit of interest. That with the purple, but it still stays dark, frames the face. You have a fun beanie, which gives you another opportunity to add interest to the hair without having um, to change up too much. This is a pretty solid, realistic design. I also really like this art style. Um, it's supposed to be very late 1970s to early 2010s nostalgia. I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, this really feels to me, this is reading Internet Cafe 1998. But this is somebody from 2010 that is doing like 1990s, if that makes any sense. But yeah, the turtleneck, is very trendy. This is like a tech forward nostalgic person. So yeah, no, that definitely reads true. I like the use of pattern and texture to give the idea of the internet. And then you have just the accessories that are making the more literal connection to the internet. Even without them, even without like a cursor on the belt, or the pins on the hat, this person still has a nostalgic vibe to them. Um, and yeah, I think connecting the purple and the orange gradient all the way through, we see it here in the pins, that like vaporwave orange to purple like sunset. We have it here in the hair. We have it here in the lapel, down here to the waist tie, all the way in the bottom of the jacket and down the front. And these colors are related to each other. We have like this dark charcoal color here. It's almost purplish as well. And so we have a through line, and then we have this nice lighter center. So everything is very legible. Everything's easy to understand. Was there anything specifically that you were looking for feedback for? I mean, I think this is a pretty solid design. I think it definitely looks like a person I would meet on the street. Lore is virtual world NPC chatbot turned sentient after the game became abandoned, ended up in the back rooms of the internet, so I can basically experience all the points at the same time of the internet. Excellent. Yeah, I love that idea. That definitely, I mean, it definitely seems like this person is traveled. The little abandoned mall background is also kind of fun. So yeah, I mean, this definitely reads. Um, I think if you wanted to incorporate more stylistic like things in there and stylize more, I think this is a really good example of a different kind of design. This feels very much like a video game character or or like a fashion sketch. This reads to me like a real person, not so much like typical VTuber. Of course, there are VTubers out there that have models that are meant to look like themselves, so they're a little bit less fantasy based, but a little bit more. This to me feels like you're a content creator and then you have a digital version of yourself, rather than a VTube model, and I think that's really unique. I don't see that too often, and I really enjoy that. So also have a goal coming across as a traveler guide. Absolutely. Yeah, especially if you have a collection of pins from essentially different eras, um maybe pins that are like linked to travel. That makes sense too. Kind of makes it seem that you've been picking things up on your travels and you've been going to different places. Maybe if you're interested in more of this design, maybe you start designing props for this character. So if you're a traveler or a guide, maybe you have some sort of book, maybe you have something that you can catalog, maybe some sort of tablet that can take information with you. Maybe you have a bag of some sort to just further give you something to take with you on your nomadic travels from one part of the internet to the other. If you had any ideas to bring more of a liminal aspect to it, my biggest words of inspiration were nostalgic, liminal, and webcore. I honestly, the texture of the sweater, for some reason, that graininess of the sweater, um, it brings me to like a liminal thing, a liminal place rather. If nostalgia, webcore, and liminal were your vibe, I mean, these checks those boxes. Um, I think this is a really successful design. It feels like a person that I would know, and I think that's in its own right, its own design choice. Like that itself, uh, is a pretty unique choice to make, and a semi-realistic style. Obviously, this isn't realism, but this feels more like a character that I would see, like a character sprite from a graphic novel game or even like a dating sim game. Just the style that's chosen. It's pretty unique for like VTubing. Really glad the me IRL, but as of uh, really glad the me IRL, but as a digital version. Yeah, yeah, it comes across. It comes across for sure. So yeah, I think something honestly, something about this grainy texture is giving liminal. I think that in terms of like liminality, your character design can only do so much. I think if you are pursuing streaming, and you aren't already, the environment that you are in is going to sell the liminal space more than you yourself will sell it. But again, like that texture, you know what it is? This texture makes me think of office carpet. It's just a fine knit turtleneck sweater, but this neutral gray, um, tight knit, grainy texture makes me think of the carpet in like an inner like in an office in like an abandoned building, like a liminal space, so to speak. I love VTubers, but I'm like VTuber adjacent. Yeah, honestly, if this is also like kind of the vibe that I was picking up, like this design feels more so like a content creator that wanted a digital drawn version of themselves. And then you are taking that opportunity to style yourself like an art doll, basically. In that case, yeah, I mean, 100%, 1,000%, that works. So if you are going to be exploring liminal style content, you know, maybe you have a background that is like if you have an office and you're in the back rooms, maybe your background is designed very closely off of, like, the back rooms, and other liminal spaces. You know, your desk is kinda, like, in this weird, um, empty place that doesn't have any windows, and maybe the only signs of life are the things that you've collected. That's really gonna be an environment design rather than a character design choice. When I was talking to my artist for this reference, I actually sent them some of the pictures of urbex and static. Yeah, yeah, so that definitely reads. But yeah, this I think everything that you've affirmed is exactly what I was picking up from the vibe. And I like the style. I like the vibe a lot. Um and again, I think it just picks up on all those ideas, and I really don't think this character design could do more of what you want it to do without seeing it in its full setting. So having like a liminal office, I think, is like one of the better ways to hammer in that like I'm in a liminal space, like I'm in between something. I'm in a nowhere space, so to speak. I have a computer frame for my VTuber where they can look like they're in the screen. I like that a lot. That's a really fun way too to show that they're like popping between computers. That's fun. I like that idea a lot. As someone else who lives in a computer, I think that's a pretty solid idea. Um, I mean, for me, the only part of my design that insinuates that I'm in a computer is my eye highlights being little cursors, my little cursor eyes. So, you know, nothing crazy for that, but yeah, I mean, if that's it reads, it tracks. I'm hoping one day to get a 2000s older brother core outfit someday. Oh yeah, I love that idea. I love that idea a lot. I can already see that this is going in a really cool direction. I think it's a cool character design, and you know, I fuck with it. I fuck with it. I really don't have anything to add to it. I think the possibilities are endless. Like we would just be going back and forth, like adding all sorts of stuff. But I love the idea of having different belts. You know, maybe you have a different belt for different eras that you're headed toward. And maybe the accessories are really just what changed depending on what kind of media you're exploring and where you're going and like what time period. Um, but I really think that, like, honestly, even if you just changed your jacket, you know, you could transport this person to different eras pretty easily. But yeah, I think also too it is refreshing to see um a semi-realistic kind of person. We had that with Arya earlier. Arya was actually the first design that we looked at, where Arya definitely based the design off of himself, and then added the kitsune like fox aspects to tie to the fox model that he had, but also aspects of personality. And so that was a really that's the only one that I could see that was very directly like, "This is meant to look like me," more or less. Getting toggles for my belts and such. Yeah, yeah, so that's fun. I love that there's a lot of variety, there's a lot of opportunity to take a base and then add some flavor onto it in a way that feels like this is a person that you would meet on the street. And that's a pretty unique, take, having a design be you know this person, but they're put together really well, like, this is a designed character, if that makes sense. This is a designed person, but as if they were, like, designed for a video game rather than them being designed for, like, VTubing. I think there's definitely a, culture around designing VTubers. There's, like, there's a bunch of different aesthetics, and it's really just up to your own desire. What kinds of things do you want to do? What kinds of, content do you wanna make? What fits your personality? And for some people, it's something like this, where you're like, I want to be basically myself, but like with some extra flavor. And for other people, it's like, I want to be an orb that radiates menacing energy. And you're like, cool, that you can be that, you can do that. And I think that's the one of the most fabulous things about VTubing is you can really do literally anything. And it just it really just takes you giving it a shot and trying things. I've seen people what people come up with. Absolutely, absolutely. Getting toggles for my belts is definitely the goal. Thank you. I wanted to give off the world chat vibes. Yeah, yeah. I like the idea too of this being somebody who has set out into the internet to connect to other people. Like this is what it would look like if you stepped into a computer and started walking around. Like I think that's a really fascinating concept and really worth exploring. I think that's really cool. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for submitting your design. I really like this a lot. I like long hair androgynous characters. But yeah, thank you guys so much for your submissions. This was a really fun time, a very exhausting time, but very fun nonetheless. Hold on, let me get on this. Let me get out of here. There we go. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. We had so many uh wonderful, wonderful see, I'm already I'm running low. Let me see here. We have just in terms of um we have 25 Photoshop files, and I know for a fact that a couple of folks did not have Photoshop files after their critique. So I believe we had 30 total submissions. Yeah, it's like a shag mullet wolf cut. Yeah, that definitely checks. Powering down. I am I am. It's been a long 48 hours, I gotta say. But I'm really happy that I managed to get through all of them. I am really, really lucky that you guys trust me with your designs, that you trust me with your art, or you know, and or things that you put a lot of love and care into. And again, for anybody that's been here for both the critique last week and this week, I hope you guys felt inspired not only by your own designs, but by seeing new ideas and seeing how people interpret things. And I also hope that you guys got to learn something. Of course, I think I learned a lot too. I really enjoy doing stuff like this. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a really good exercise for me to be able to look at something and interpret shape language and color, and it puts me to the test as well. My opinions are one of they're like one of literally billions. So I highly encourage you to send your designs to people, talk to people about their art and your own, and really put yourself out there. Don't be afraid to try things. It really, really is. The world is your oyster. You can really do anything, and I'm super excited to continue to do these art critiques. For those of you that are curious, we have an art critique every single month. This is a VTuber design critique specifically. This is the first one that we've ever done, and this one you could submit art whether or not it was drawn by you. You gave credit to your artist because this is meant to be a VTuber design critique. However, our art critiques are for art that is your own. So if you are looking for feedback on your art and you would like to share it in a space that is meant to encourage you, and to affirm the things that you're doing well and give you some guidance, then feel free to submit to that link. Again, we do one every month. So it's usually a stream like this where we're kind of going through and I'm drawing over and I'm talking about some of the things, and you can tell me about your ideas. So I really love when people participate. And if you have participated before, don't hesitate to participate again. I really love to see what you guys are working on. Today, I'm thinking about passing you guys off to one of the capsule crew. We're gonna be streaming next week. I'll have a schedule out sometime soon. And for those of you that participated and had checked off that you wanted your feedback sent back to you, I will be getting that back to you probably tomorrow night. Um, so I really appreciate you guys coming in. It's these are long streams. So so I really appreciate you guys sitting and hanging out. Uh, we're gonna go find somebody from the capsule crew to raid into. I don't get to raid into the capsule collective very often, so I'm excited. I hope you're excited. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial because we're about to go someplace sick. We're about to go someplace sick nasty. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh yeah, Momo Plush is on. Perfect. Perfect. Momo Plush is one of the people that contributed to the Mall Together event. And I haven't been able to raid into them very often. So we're gonna pass you guys over to Momo Plush. Yeah, looks like they're currently celebrating their first cover song. They're doing a watch party for their first cover song, so that's really cool. Thank you so much for getting that raid message. There we go. All right, let me get that raid together, guys. I hope you had a wonderful day. Thank you for putting up with me losing steam uh, at a massive pace. We're gonna pass our pretzels over to Momo Plush. Thank you guys so much. Please make sure that you give Momo your love and your pretzels. Seems like they have some really cool projects that they're putting out recently. And I'm really excited about that. They were recently at Offkai as well. Really cool artist, really cool person. So please give all your love over to Momo, and I'll see you guys next week, okay? Bye bye. Thank you for hanging out. Bye bye. Hee hee.